What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the conversation today. And today is a all things Napoli show. Haven't done a strictly Napoli show, but we will be diving into it because there's a lot of things to get into already with Napoli. I'm sure everybody saw the big news about Aaron Gordon um, going to Barcelona and how that actually does tie in Napoli from what the early rumors are from Gianluca Di Marzio. Just really quickly, I want to dive into the chat real quick. Big up Quaja every single time. My guy Waffle Don. Big up to all my guys who listen, who are subscribers, and my friends and everything else behind the scenes, and just people in general. Big up to all of everyone who is Muslim. I hope you guys have a good Eid today. I hope you guys have a blessed holiday. There's Waffle Don's chat. Please go like and subscribe to Waffle Don. He is one of the guys, man. He's a good friend of mine. Just a great person that I've met on YouTube, and he does this thing all the time. Always puts out good content. So yeah, big up Waffle Don every single time. Yeah, that's a little nuts that he chose Jordan Henderson over Adam Morton, but we will get into it. Javi, my guy, hope everything's all good with you. Yes, Crystal Palace, last I checked, I didn't see, okay, it has gone final. So Oliver Glasner, two trophies already with these guys. Big up to Crystal Palace and Oliver Glasner for what they've done. Helsinki, big up. Good to see you again in the chat. PFC TV, always appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, big up to Crystal Palace. So let's dive into this. There's a lot going on at Napoli right now. I'm sure everybody has seen that. Well, you will be at the parade. I won't be there, Chike, but big up to you. I see Gattuso back. Yeah, we will. That will be talked about Friday for everybody who will be interested. I will be having the absolute legend that is Shane Gooner on the channel once again. We will be doing a show where we will be going over everything Serie A over the season, transfers, and everything else. So there is a lot to go on, but today we're strictly going to talk about Napoli, because Napoli, it looks like there's going to be a lot of situations going around right now that Napoli is tied into this Anthony Gordon thing. We will get into it. There's so much stuff going on with what's going on. Listen, I don't know where Barcelona got the 80 million. I'm guessing we're going to find out how that happened. So yeah, the RSV was absolutely glorious that they both missed out on Champions League. Financially, it's going to really cripple both of those teams, and I'm here for it because there's so much going on. He said, "Why you guys hating up my AC Milan?" Big up Javi, big up Wahaha, big up Jim. All the legends are in here. Big up AJ too, man. Yes. Did somebody call for a champion? Yes, AJ. Congratulations. I hope you're living it up still too, man. I really wish I was over there in London to see all this. I'm confident about. I wouldn't say confident, but I do think it's not going to be a. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think it will be a close game. Yes, Juve and Milan did bottle it, and I'm here to see it, man. It's absolutely fantastic. Me and Shane should be on, I believe, 8:50 UK time on Friday. So we will be breaking down everything City A, transfers, rumors, everything going on from the previous season and now leading into this season. Yes, big up to Como. Big up to Como for helping us get AC Milan and Juve out of there. Absolutely fantastic. Yes, it was damn near a perfect season for Inter, and it could be even getting better for Inter. So most competitive league across Europe with Palace and Villa. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that's up for a debate this year that could right now. Yeah, oh yeah. Seska's done a fantastic job with that Como team, and I think there's a lot of things that are looking up for them. So we will see what ends up happening for that and everything else. But we're going to get into the Napoli stuff today, and we're going to start with this. Conte's gone, and really just a quick reflection at Antonio Conte's time at Napoli. Listen, there wasn't much predicted for him when he came into Napoli. Conte, whether people paid attention or not, Conte tried playing this 3-4-3 that really has been the detriment to Napoli this season. That was the detriment of Napoli this season. He tried playing it at the beginning of the previous season. It didn't work out. He had to switch to the 4-4-2, which eventually is why we ended up going on to win the Scudetto. A big call halfway through the season was made to sell Kvaratskhelia to PSG to cash in for him. So it's an interesting time at Napoli because you would think with just winning the Scudetto and then coming in second place, I think the situation is that everybody would have thought Conte would have got another season. The problem is that Conte's demise of this team, of what ended up happening, has really been down to him. And when you look at the situation with Conte with this season, I mean, listen, the first season, nobody thought that Napoli would have won. We had one of the best defenses in Europe, if not the best. I mean, you look at the situation of what ended up happening. It's just a bad screw up when you look at what Conte tried to do. You look at last season, we scored only one less goal than last season. The year that we won the Scudetto, we only scored 59 goals. However, we only gave up 27. This year, we scored 58 goals, but we gave up 9 more goals. We gave up 36. We gave up 9 more goals this season with also scoring one less than what we did last year. So the problem at the end of the day was Conte's decisions of what he wanted to do. The injuries definitely were a detriment. Now, for those who saw the interview that Aurelio De Laurentiis and Antonio Conte had together, De Laurentiis made the claim that if it wasn't for all the injuries, we would have won back-to-back Scudettos. And honestly, I disagree, because Conte, while as fantastic as he was to set us up in the 4-4-2 to go on and win the Scudetto last season, he completely screwed us trying to do this inverted winger of Scott McTominay trying to play left wing and change a midfield that won you a Scudetto by moving McTominay, who was the best player in the Serie A last season, out of position that made us win, and tried to force an old man in Kevin De Bruyne, who hasn't been able to stay healthy for the past 4 years, be the new main player in the middle, which I think off top, that was the biggest problem for Napoli. It wasn't the fact that the injuries to the other players came. I think Conte tried overthinking what he was doing and thought that he could get something out of Kevin De Bruyne. Now, listen, I'm always going to be thankful for Conte. He was able to get us over the line, go 2 Scudettos in now 4 years. Hopefully, this upcoming season, with everything that's going on and what we will get into, that Napoli will be changing that and potentially be going as 3 Scudettos in 5 years. Big up to Babs, my guy. Appreciate you stopping by, my guy. And Conte, what you could say is Conte definitely rallied the troops, and he made the Conte defensive army, is what people have always said about Conte. It's us versus the world mentality, the siege mentality, as everybody likes to say. And he did it very well for Napoli. The problem this season was There was just too many injuries coming on. And when you look at it in totality, yes, it was fantastic that he was able to get us to climb back into second place. The problem is that we went from beating Inter by 1 point, and the fact that we scored one less goal and gave up 9 more went from beating Inter by 1 point to losing by 11 points. And it really was because Inter didn't care at the end of the day. You know, you could really look at the Serie A table and say Napoli really lost the league by 14 points for where it actually was. So the question at the end of the day is, why change? Why change the 4-4-2? And again, if you look at the way things were played, it was a condensed 4-4-2. It was more like a 4-2-2-2, the way that he played with Napoli last season, and changing it completely to try to go to a 4-5-1 and everything else. It's absolutely ridiculous how much change that he really wanted to go. And you know, it's actually interesting how Javi just puts this in there. It's very similar to the situation with Chelsea. The only problem is, or difference with the Chelsea situation, is that instead of the striker he fell out with a winger that he requested and gave the okay to bring in, which is Noah Lang, and then eventually pushed him out the door. And you saw how good Noah Lang looked at Galatasaray. So there were so many controversial decisions that he's made. Again, you went out and got Bukma from Bologna, who was a very good center back for Bologna. You don't give him any opportunity. You don't give him any opportunity in the starting positions unless there's an injury. You forced Juan Jesus back into this starting lineup. I don't know how he was convinced in order to do that. I really just don't know. You know, there were just so many decisions made that really screwed Napoli. You know, you look at the situation, forcing Politano into a right wing back role where, you know, that didn't work out at all. He then tried to make Gutierrez a right wing back, an inverted right wing back, which made no sense whatsoever. You know, so there's just so many decisions in this second season that really screwed Conte. And you know, De Laurentiis can say whatever he wants about the fact that injuries is what cost Napoli the Scudetto. I would disagree with that. I would say, whether everybody was fit or not, the bigger problem was Conte overthought everything and thought, okay, I won with a 4-4-2. Let me screw everything up and try to force my 3-4-3 onto everyone. And it clearly showed that you couldn't win. You know, boring sideways football, no real good attack. You know, you had a purple patch from David Neres at one point, and it's so bad that Rasmus Højlund scoring 11 goals for Napoli, there's now talk that we're going to trigger this purchase that he's going to be worth 50 million euros. And I just think that overall, these are just bad decisions after bad decisions that could come in and bite us. So while I do appreciate Conte's time as far as getting us over the Scudetto, and he did win a Supercoppa d'Italia for us, which was yet another trophy to add to the haul. But at the end of the day, it still leaves a sour taste in the mouth from where we were to now where he has gone with everything else. So it is what it is. Bobs, we will get into that question about McTominay and everything else. Big up Godfrey for stopping by. Big up Godfrey, my guy, another champion in there. But yeah, overall, like I said, Conte, the demise of his time at Napoli is self-inflicted more than it is on the injuries and everything else. Remember, Conte stood by on the sidelines and told Napoli that he demands a crazy amount of money to be spent to show that Napoli is worth his time. And they spent the money. They went out and got players and got his approval on players, and he still figured out how to screw everything up. So for me, at the end of the day, I think, again, it's not down to injuries. It's down to Conte overthinking everything and trying to get cute with this project at Napoli. And at the end of the day, it cost him. You know, we didn't make it out of the group stage of the Champions League, which has cost us a ton of money, a ton of extra revenue that we could have used. You know, you wanted Lorenzo Luca so bad, and we spent 30 million on him. And Lorenzo Luca is top 5 worst players in the Serie A this entire season, not just on Napoli, but the entire season. So at the end of the day, everything is self-inflicted at this point. And you know what? I think long term, it's better that Conte has decided that Conte is leaving and we are looking in a new direction. Now, the new direction is very interesting at this current point in time right now. Now, as to Bob's question about Allegri and coming, Allegri, as it stands right now, is second, possibly falling to third spot. Yes, Tibbsy. Luca was the striker for Udinese last year that did pretty well in the league when everything was focused on him with how he played, and was really just more or less a cherry picker and a guy for corners. And then when he came to Napoli and actually had to play with the ball a little bit more, he showed that he's absolutely trash. Lorenzo Luca's 24 years old. He went to Nottingham Forest to try to get a fresh start somewhere else. It didn't work out there. He was absolutely god awful for Nottingham Forest. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. So Luca was worth it. Brother, I don't want Allegri, and I'm going to jump right into that. But right now, what the rumors are around Napoli is this. Since Sarri has agreed to take over Atalanta, the top three managers that are linked to Napoli is Vincenzo Italiano, my guy PFC. That's classic. That's fucking classic. But the top three guys that are linked to Napoli is Vincenzo Italiano, Massimiliano Allegri, and Roberto Mancini. Now, when I saw the news about it, Vincenzo Italiano was the favorite to take over the job. I'm not opposed to it because, again, an offensive-minded manager, the way that Italiano plays the game, I think is exactly what fits the roster, the squad that we have at Napoli, in my personal opinion. I do not think that, at the end of the day, I do not think that Allegri should be coming to Napoli. First of all, there's already questions about, because Allegri wants a crazy amount of money. He's demanding north of $7.5 million a year for a salary. And after what he just did at AC Milan, I think everybody needs to come together and understand that Massimiliano Allegri's time as a top manager is slowly fading away, and the game may be passing him by. There's nothing about Allegri that excites me to come to Napoli. There's nothing that he does, because after what I just saw at Milan, he's going to come in here, try to double down on the defensive side of what Conte just tried to do, try to play 3-5-2. And unless I'm dreaming or I'm crazy, he's going to try to play Rasmus Højlund and Romelu Lukaku up top with one another and try to run with the midfield of De Bruyne, of McTominay, Lobotka, and Anguissa. Now, the other rumor is, because it's coming around with players, that Anguissa could be leaving. So he would then try to play Lobotka, McTominay, and De Bruyne, which for a full-fledged season, De Bruyne is not going to work out. He can't stay healthy, and he's not going to be able going. So it is what it is as far as that. Lukaku is an interesting situation, Javi. We will get into that when I get into the players and everything else, because Lukaku's saying a lot of interesting things right now that he wants to try to say that he wants to stay at Napoli. So for me, at the end of the day, when I look at things, I don't even want to look at Allegri. If I'm Napoli, if I had the ear of Aurelio De Laurentiis, I would tell him that Max Allegri should not even be on the short list. It should be Vincenzo Italiano or Roberto Mancini, if it was up to me, if we're looking at managers at this current point in time. Now, unless you're going to go get a foreign manager, then that opens the books for different managers to look at. But for me personally, Roberto Mancini and Vincenzo Italiano are the only two guys that we should look at. If we ended up striking out on both of those guys, then I would look at Rafa Palladino, even though I think that Palladino will end up taking the job at Bologna, since he'll be leaving Atalanta with the arrival of Sarri and with the new regime, with Napoli's former sporting director, Cristiano Giuntoli, taking over Atalanta. So at the end of the day, for me, Allegri should not be an option for Napoli. He's done too much damage to AC Milan, although I appreciate it, because AC Milan is an absolute dumpster fire, as you've seen, and the entire front office has basically been sacked. So for me, at the end of the day, my whole thing is that I'm looking at this from a perspective that I think Napoli should keep it between Mancini and Italiano. Now, if you go down the route of Italiano, for me, the question is, what are you going to do with some of these players that are older? Because Italiano's style is high octane offense as much as you can. And while defensive stability has been a question with Italiano as the time that he's been a manager of Fiorentina, Bologna, the whole lot. And even when he came up from Serie B, when you look at his time as the manager of Spezia, which ended up getting him the job at Fiorentina, he likes to play a high octane brand of football as far as offense. I don't want Ugarte PFC. But Italiano plays high octane offense. And if that's going to be the case, that you go down the route of Vincenzo Italiano, then I think there needs to be some questions as far as who you're going to hold on to as the manager as far as players. And the situation is, if you look at the reverse side, then for Roberto Mancini, for me, I think you can keep the team that you have together. You have an experienced team that knows how to win together. Yes, you've made some changes. You make some quick little tweaks to the team. And I think you can go again with Roberto Mancini and run Inter down, because with the rumors that are coming out of Milan right now, it sounds like Bet Marotta has freed up anywhere between 80 to 100 million euros for Inter to be able to splash this summer in buying players. Now that's the balance. That's the amount of money that people are talking about without player sales. Remember, Davide Fratesi will be up for sale. There's rumors that Marcus Thuram could potentially be on the move. There's rumors that Hakan Çalhanoğlu or Piotr Zielinski could leave. The rumors about Bastoni going to Barcelona has somewhat died down, but there are rumors swirling that he could be getting a look from Liverpool or Real Madrid as well. So we have to see what ends up happening with Inter. AC Milan and Juve are obviously torched, so you have to take advantage of this time right now with the manager. For me, the only thing that is the question about Italiano is, yes, he has won a Coppa Italia for Bologna, and it was a fantastic job doing it. But is he ready to win now and win a Scudetto? That is the key at this point. The key question is Italiano ready to make that step to where he will start showing that he could win, and he will win now with Napoli? I think that's really the big question that you have to ask yourself when comparing Italiano to Mancini. For me, I think Roberto Mancini comes in here, you tweak a few positions for Napoli. I still think we need to get a better goalkeeper. As funny as PFC says you could have Onana, I don't want him anywhere near my club. Dalot, I would be interested in because of the fact that I don't know how much longer Giovanni Di Lorenzo will stay at Napoli because of his age. He's 31. He'll be 32 next year. He just had a major injury this year, so that's something to keep an eye on. I wouldn't be opposed to Dalot, but I would be looking at other players. One of which would be Bellanova from Atalanta. Another one would be Coyote, who played very well for Brentford on loan from Fiorentina. So there's other right backs that I would look at outside of Diego Dalot. But the big question that needs to be asked, like I said, is what's the opinion of where we're going to go with this? Because if you want to win now manager and continue with the squad that you have, then you go with Roberto Mancini. I think Italiano, given the right players to tweak his system and be able to play more attacking football, I think Italiano can win with Napoli. And I think that potentially, if you're going to get some younger talent into the team, I think that could actually aid the club going forward with Vincenzo Italiano. Now, the rumor is Napoli only wants to sign managers to 2 years with a third-year club option to extend. That is pretty much where the situation is. The other issue is that they're not trying to pay that much money, which is hence the reason why Italiano is the favorite to take over. As I said earlier, Massimiliano Allegri, it sounds as if one of the reasons why Allegri will not come to Napoli is because Allegri is asking for a lot of money. So it's a situation where it most likely would come down to Italiano because Napoli know they have to make some changes because of the financial problems with Conte's certain choices of players that he wanted from last year. One sec. Okay. But that's the situation as far as that. But for me, Allegri, I don't want him anywhere near Napoli. His brand of football, as I said, it's past its time. He hasn't been able to come up with anything new. This is the same guy who took one of the hottest young Italian talents in Italy with Federico Chiesa as a winger / goal scorer and moved him to a wing back position. So I don't think Allegri is the proper guy to come into Napoli at this current point in time because it showed the 3-4-3 with the players we have. We cannot do it, and it's just not going to work out. De Bruyne, I believe, is a free agent after 2 more years, but he has to leave either way, Javi, because he's our highest earning player. De Bruyne is getting 212,500 euros a week. He has to go. He's making more money than most. I think he's the highest paid player in Napoli's history since De Laurentiis has taken over the team, if I'm being quite honest with you, because I honestly don't remember Insigne or Koulibaly or Mertens getting paid that much money. When we won the Scudetto the first time around with Luciano Spalletti, Zielinski was our highest paid player, and he was only getting 120,000 euros a week. So I don't believe that. I don't think that KDB should be staying. I think De Bruyne is another one of the many players that needs to go, which brings us into this with the talk of the new managers is there a revolution coming in? Now, everybody has seen, big up to Suj, big up to my guy Suj every time. Appreciate you stopping by, my guy. PFC and Matteo Darmian, you guys are classic. Oh, man. Banter aside, Dalot would actually cook at Napoli. He would be decent. The problem with Dalot is that, again, I'd rather give the option to an Italian player. And I think, if you're looking at it from the potential, Coyote is a very good right back. I think Bellanova can be a very good attacking right back as well for us, especially if you get Vincenzo Italiano to play that system. So I don't really know if I want Dalot to come, especially because United is going to need some more cash because they've been claiming that there's this 300 million pound war chest that they're spending, but nobody around is confirming that that's going to happen. So it sounds like United's going to need to get some guys off the books, especially now when we saw that the Aaron Gordon transfer to Barcelona is going through. Now, the funny thing about this Aaron Gordon transfer is that the rumors around Italy, the rumors around Napoli, and this has been from Di Marzio, is that Scott McTominay and Alex Moret are both linked to make a move to Newcastle. Alex Moret, who's out of favor at the club, there's no truth to the fact that he may be staying. And in my personal opinion, yes, he's won 2 Scudettos as a goalkeeper. I still don't think he's that great of a goalkeeper, and I would look to improve. Now, Milinkovic-Savic, for me, has not done enough for Napoli for me to say that he's that much of a runaway to remain as the goalkeeper over Meret, in my personal opinion. So for me, I wouldn't spend the 20 million on Milinkovic-Savic, even though I believe that deal is going to be finalized very soon. So at the end of the day, I think the goalkeeper is a big option, but the big talk is that Milinkovic-Savic, I guess, is going through, and it's 21.5 million that we're paying for him that I honestly don't think is a smart purchase, in my opinion. Yeah, we signed him for 3 years because Conte thought that you could bring him to this, because Serie A has been called the old man league, that he would be able to get through
that he was going to be able to get through and magically pull off the 1 year where he hasn't been injured in these last three previous years. That he was going to automatically come back and help us win a Scudetto because, it's Italy. Clearly, it didn't work out because De Bruyne hasn't been able to stay healthy for 4 years now, and all the injuries are leg injuries. So for me, De Bruyne is a very bad signing. Yeah, and I agree. It could turn into a Hazard situation with Madrid. For me, I think Kevin De Bruyne is the first person that needs to be shown the door for Napoli. But when you look at the situation right now, Scott McTominay is rumored to be going back to England. And when you look at the return on what we could get for Scott McTominay with what he's done, I mean, Scott McTominay has scored double digits for Napoli, playing two different styles of a midfield position under Conte, which shows that he has improved overall as a player with Napoli. Now, Meret, as I said, is linked with the move away. And I think to add on to that, Romelu Lukaku, Politano, and De Bruyne all need to be shown the door, as well as those two guys as well. Big up Yusuf for stopping by. Big up Yusuf. The thing about Yildiz, Yusuf, is Juventus is standing very firm that Yildiz is a non-negotiable, that they are not selling him. Now, honestly, I don't know how true that's going to be, that they can hold on to him, because if a big offer comes with them not making Champions League, I'm convinced that somebody could still get him. I think that's all talk. No, Bernardo Silva should not be coming to Napoli, Tibbs. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. We don't need any more guys coming from the Premier League that are potentially injury prone because they're 33 or 34 years old plus. We don't need that anymore, especially if we're going to be going down the route of Vincenzo Italiano. We need to make the midfield a lot younger, in my personal opinion. Now, this revolution talk is because there's been rumors circulating around Napoli that Zambo Anguissa has declined an extension at Napoli and is in talks to potentially leave to go to there's been rumors that Sunderland and Chelsea have made an inquiry. Now, I don't believe the Chelsea one that much, because Chelsea have so many financial problems right now with them not making the Champions League. I could only see them getting Zambo Anguissa if they sold, Enzo Fernandez for a crazy amount of money. So for me, I don't see him going to Chelsea. Now, there has been talk that Sunderland will come in for Zambo Anguissa for anywhere between 27.5 to maybe upwards of 35 million euros to get Anguissa, since they've gotten the Europa League money, since they got the European money going, since they qualified, because of Chelsea's falling apart. So at the end of the day, no, I would not take Joshua Zirkzee at all. Not with Italiano. There's better players for us to look at than Joshua Zirkzee. Inter Milan will let you get him, Yusuf. The problem is, which doesn't make any sense about this, Anthony Gordon, is from all the talk in Italy is that Barcelona have claimed that they didn't have the money that they've now spent on Anthony Gordon. They didn't have that money to go get Bastoni, which for me, I don't understand why. I don't understand. In my personal opinion, you need Bastoni more than you need Anthony Gordon. So I don't understand this sale at all, if I'm being quite honest with you, as far as that. Barcelona never. Listen, I think Anthony Gordon could potentially become a better player being in that Barcelona environment. I mean, you saw Marcus Rashford. You could say whatever you want about Rashford. I think the situation here is that Gordon could potentially be playing. The problem is Gordon's contract and salary wasn't as big as Marcus Rashford. And if Marcus Rashford isn't going to allow his contract to go down at all, then he's not going anywhere, and United are stuck with him. Because again, Marcus Rashford's on some enormous bill. I think it's like 335,000 pounds a week is what Marcus Rashford is on. When you switch that to euros, you're talking 360, possibly even up to 370,000 euros a week. Barcelona was not going to pay that contract again if they were going to have to end up spending 30 million to get him anyways. So Anthony Gordon, they spend money because he's younger than Rashford and because his contract's lower. Now, like with what Yusuf is saying here, I think they had a complete screw up of choosing Gordon over Bastoni, because for me, Bastoni is way better of a purchase for 80 million. And when you consider the fact that Barcelona is going to be looking at another striker, another player that can play winger, striker, number 10 again this season, when you get a guy like Bastoni, who's not only, he walks in as the best defender at Barcelona, he's a much better open field defender. Yes, he didn't have the best of seasons with Inter this season, but on his day, Bastoni is one of the five best center backs in the world, in my personal opinion. So I think the fact that if you choosing Anthony Gordon over Bastoni made absolutely no sense. And the even bigger point is Bastoni's passing ability, whether it's long range through the air, or if it's his ability to bypass the midfield and get straight to the attacking players, the way that you see him pass. I think he fit Barcelona perfectly. I just don't understand the whole reason why Barcelona chose Anthony Gordon over Bastoni. But for me, it is what it is, especially because, as I said, with Newcastle need a goalkeeper, and the talk is that Sandro Tonali is still up for sale, as well as Gabriel. The same thing with Guimaraes. So if Guimaraes and Tonali are both available, for me, I think the situation here is that Newcastle looks as if they're trying to take a pivot. Now, the rumors of what I saw is that McTominay could go to Newcastle for 60 million euros, which roughly, if you look at the exchange rate, around 52.5 million pounds. Listen, if Newcastle want to spend 60 million euros to come get Scott McTominay, we'll gladly sell you to him. We'll gladly take the money. Because we're going to need it to rebrand this entire team as far as getting this revolution going. Big up Omar every single time. 70 million would convince Juve to sell Yildiz, especially with no champion. Listen, Suj, I think the same thing. I think if a big enough offer comes into Juventus, I think they have to sell Yildiz. Because the problem is they've made so many mistakes on transfers with certain players. I think they will have to sell him. So I'm shocked that this move hasn't even been made. Would you take Glasner as not? I would take Glasner. Glasner would definitely be an option for me at Napoli. But again, the question is, does Glasner come walking into Napoli, and is it the same thing as Italiano? Is Glasner walking in and you have to do a revolution to be able to play a brand of football that Glasner wants to play? Because while he plays a 3-4-3, Glasner's 3-4-3 is completely different to Conte, first and foremost. Second of all, the 3-4-3 doesn't fit the players that we have, so you would need a revolution. Now, I don't know if I'm willing to take a chance on Oliver Glasner as much as I would be for Italiano, because Italiano in Italy speaks for itself. Glasner, the question with him is coming to Napoli is he even going to play the 3-4-3? Because he played a 4-4-2 at Frankfurt. He played many different formations that could fit his team at Frankfurt. So Glasner I would throw up there, but for me, I would rather give the nod to Italiano, who has been doing well in Serie A over the last few seasons with Spezia, Fiorentina, and Bologna. For Glasner, while he did a fantastic job with Crystal Palace in the Premier League, I don't even think Glasner is on Napoli's radar, because I think Glasner either stays in the Premier League and gets a bigger job, potentially in Newcastle, for instance, or he goes somewhere else and he goes back to Germany. So I just don't know yet of what I think about Glasner. For me, Italiano has been linked with Napoli on and off for the last 3 years, and I'm willing to give him the opportunity. We've been linked with Kiwior from Arsenal. Well, Kiwior just signed permanently with Porto, Yusuf, so I don't think that's going to happen. Porto, since they won the Portuguese league and now have the Champions League money, they've bought Kiwior from Arsenal, so he's not going to go to He's not going to go to Barcelona. I don't think that's happening. Bastoni declined everybody during the season, Omar, but the rumors in Italy right now is that Barcelona doesn't sound like they're coming at him. It's either he's still linked with Real Madrid, because DiMarzio said, I think either yesterday or 2 days ago, that Real Madrid is linked with both Bastoni and Mario Gila from Lazio. So, and for me, I would say if I'm Real Madrid, I'd sign the both of them, because you need to fix that back line. So for me, I would take the both of them. Yeah, I'd take him any day. Yeah, exactly. No, they'll sell, exactly. They're going to try to sell their whole team before they sell Yildiz, but the problem is that nobody wants to buy them shit players that Juventus have. So at the end of the day, it's ridiculous with what's going on. So I don't think Yildiz is going to get sold either. I would bet more that Chique Conceição is going to get sold, or Locatelli gets sold, or Bremer gets sold before they try to sell Yildiz. I agree with that. But to get back to it, with this revolution that's coming, Zambo Anguissa has stated that he does not intend to extend with Napoli, so that now puts pressure on Napoli that we have to sell him this year. Now, there's been rumors that's been saying that Napoli has a clause that they have a team option that they can extend Anguissa's contract for another year past this one to try to save his transfer value. For me, if the player doesn't want to be at the club anymore, then you have to sell him. What's the point of trying to convince him either way? So for me, if Anguissa's leaving, McTominay's linked to be leaving as well. We already need to get rid of Lukaku and De Bruyne and Politano. For me, if you're going to go with a young manager like Vincenzo Italiano, then take a gamble. Because when you look at things from the perspective, Como, while yes, they have the Champions League money, the real question for Como is going to be, do they even have enough money to be able to continually building that team to where they're going to be competing for the Scudetto? Because while Como did make the Champions League, they still are 16 points behind Inter. And as I said, Inter, from the early reports right now, is that Inter is supposedly got 80 to 100 million euros to spend this summer. And when you think about that, that's before they even sell anybody. So for me, I don't think for me with Como, it makes that big of a dent. Big up my guy Jay Lux every time. Hope all is well with you, bro. Hope all is well with you, my guy. But when you look at Napoli, one, Noah Lang is returning, and I think Noah Lang could be absolutely phenomenal with the way he plays football and how good he really is when you saw him ball out for Galatasaray. And when you look at the situation with how Italiano likes to play, I think Italiano can get the best out of Noah Lang coming back. The questions then come in for which direction do you want to go and what players do you want in order to further the direction. If you're going to go for broke and blow the whole team up with Italiano and get a younger team, then the midfield has to go. You have to sell Lobotka. You have to sell McTominay. You have to sell Anguissa. You have to sell De Bruyne, get rid of Politano, and get rid of Lukaku. Now, defensively, for me, I don't know if I'm willing to part with Amir Rahmani just yet. He's a two-time Scudetto winning center back. Now, I know Mario Gila has been linked pretty heavily to Napoli because there's been talk that Napoli might try to get rid of Alessandro Bongiorno. For me, I don't know if you make that move just yet to get rid of Bongiorno. We have Rafa Marin coming back from loan on Villarreal because Villarreal has not made him a permanent purchase as far as I'm aware so far, and has made it sound like they don't want to buy him on a permanent transfer from Napoli. So you have Bukma, you have Rafa Marin, you need to get rid of that bum Juan Jesus. Rahmani and Bongiorno, the thing is, I'm willing to give Bongiorno one more season to see if it wasn't just one bad season that went along with everything else with what was going on with Conte this year. Mario Gila If he comes, I would replace Amir Rahmani because Rahmani's going to be 33 come the middle of the season. And I don't know, Rahmani's going to have to go either way. So maybe him being a year younger than next year, you sell him and get some decent coin back so that you can go out and get Mario Gila. Now, if you're looking at it from this perspective, if you bring in Mario Gila and you sell Rahmani, your back line could be Buongiorno, Gila, Gutierrez at the left back, and Di Lorenzo at the right, with still having Matias Oliveira and Leonardo Spinazzola on the bench for your fullbacks, plus Zanoli, who had a very good season at Udinese, comes back, who I would keep and would not permanently sell him because I think his time at Udinese showed that he can be a good facilitator as a secondary right back. Now, when you look at the midfield, if you're going through a revolution, in my personal opinion, and you look at what Italiano can do, I would be looking at Nicolo Rovella and Lewis Ferguson. Now, Ferguson is the Scotsman from Bologna that has done very well the last few years. He did well under Thiago Motta, and he's done well under Italiano. I would bring him in and make him and Nicolo Rovella the new center midfield pairing in the 4-2-3-1 that Italiano likes to play. On top of those two, you then have to start questioning where you want to go as far as a creative midfielder if you're going to play this 4-2-3-1. Now, me personally, I would like to see McTominay stay to get another season out of him. But if you come with a big offer, then you have to let him go. So I would like to see, if McTominay's not staying, I would like to see us look at a guy like Yunus Akgün at Galatasaray, his teammate Barış Yilmaz at Galatasaray, another Turkish player that is Actor Koglu at Fenerbahce. I would look at all three of these guys to be bringing into Napoli. I would also be looking at the captain of Bologna in Riccardo Orsolini. The guy has been a double-digit goal scorer off the right-hand side the entire time he's been there for Bologna. And for me, I think that a double-digit goal scorer fixes a lot of the problems with this team, getting rid of that fucking bum Politano. So I think that's the way to look going forward. So if it was up to me, if you're going down this youth path, I would also look at Como to see if you could get Maxence Kekere away from that team as well, because I think Kekere is a quality midfielder and he's young as well, to where I think that these guys can come in and really do well if they all played together. But for me, I'm looking at it to where I would go and pick Rovella and Gila from Lazio. I would look at Akgün from Galatasaray. I would look at Orsolini. I would also look at Armand Loriente from Sassuolo as well, to be another creative and goal-scoring winger. I would keep Noah Long. There. And then for the striker position, me personally, I don't want Rasmus Højlund for 50 million euros. I don't want him for that much money. He scored 11 goals. It's not like he set the city on fire when he came to Napoli and did a madness like what McTominay did the first season when he came from Manchester United. I personally don't think Rasmus Højlund is going to do more than that, and I don't think he's worth 50 million euros. If you got 50 million euros to burn, there's plenty of other players to go look at. Amin Gouiri at Marseille is a much better option going forward. As a striker. Now, another person, because he's been linked to Rome already, and I don't know how much money Rome is really going to have, is Mason Greenwood. I would take Mason Greenwood in a heartbeat at Napoli. If you're telling me that you're going to be able to spend 50 million euros and get him, because, again, Rome is dealing with financial problems themselves. So unless the Friedkin Group is going to come in and pump in an ungodly amount of money to Rome, which I just don't see happening, considering that they have to pump in money both to Rome and Everton, since they own both of those teams, I just don't see Mason Greenwood going for a low price tag with what he's been doing in Marseille. And if he's going to be around the same cost as Rasmus Højlund, why are we even looking at Højlund? He's not worth that much. Again, 11 goals. What did he really do to make a standout? It's not like Højlund scored 20 goals. It's not like he scored 20 goals. It's not like he scored, in that realm. So for me, I would rather look at a guy like Mason Greenwood. His teammate Amin Gouiri is another guy that I would look at for a striker. I think Andrea Pinamonti from Sassuolo had a very good season under Fabio Grosso. I would look at him as a potential striker for Napoli. Hell, I would even I'd rather take a chance at Moise Kean coming from Fiorentina to Napoli and trying him out as the striker for Napoli rather than Rasmus Højlund, in my opinion, at this current point in time. So for me, I think Højlund has to go, and you have openings at the striker position. So for me, I think it's a scenario of we need to be very smart going forward. And this is why I say, if you're going to go get a manager like Italiano and you want to play expansive rock and roll football, where he's going to be playing open attacking football for majority of the game, he's going to want to go gung-ho and go completely crazy as far as just playing nonstop attacking football. Big up to Lee Gunner for the raid, man. Big up to my guy every single time. Big up Lee and big up Maddie. The both of them were on that stream. Those guys are absolutely the fucking truth. I love the both of those guys. But when you look at this situation, big up E-Ross every single time. Big up Gunnar Claude as well. Big up to everybody that just came in from Lee Gunner's stream and everything else. Big up to those guys. Big up to Lee every single time. But yeah, when you look at this revolution that's being talked about at Napoli right now, there is no situation to where we should be holding ourselves back for stupid purchases. Rasmus Højlund is a stupid purchase. He's not worth 50 million. He's not worth 50 million euros. He scored 11 goals in the Serie A. Everybody talks about the Serie A as an old man's league. And if this kid's so fast and all this other shit that people say about players coming from the Premier League to Serie A, especially when you look at what Daniel Malin did for Rome, there's no reason for us to be burning money on Rasmus Højlund for that. He's just not worth the headache, in my personal opinion. Centurion, no, we were covering this just a little bit ago. I don't think Max Allegri should be coming within 100 miles of Napoli, in my personal opinion. I don't want him here. I think that he's a lost cause. I think he's an old man that needs to take a year off and really take a look at the mirror and needs to realize he needs to tinker with his club because he's just not – football's starting to slowly pass him by, in my personal opinion. He doesn't look good. His tactics of the 3-5-2 is old and outdated. 2 false nines, no. I think he's a useless look for that situation. Alisson Santos, for me, I think is a good young talent, as well as the Brazilian striker Giovanni. I think that both of these young talents, as well as Vergara out of the youth academy from Napoli, I think they're both quality. I think all three of them are quality talents for Napoli. And again, I think that these guys should be getting some monster minutes going forward when you look at it. And to your question, Iriola, RSV, I would look at him. But again, I think Iriola is going to be too content looking at the Premier League. You know, Iriola's already said no to AC Milan when he saw the fact that AC Milan's expenditures this year is going to be a third of what Crystal Palace has to offer and a third of what Juventus is going to have to offer. I don't think Iriola is coming to Italy at all. I think he's staying in the Premier League. Me personally, I think Iriola is destined to take over Newcastle, in my personal opinion. I think that's where he'll go with the changes that are coming from what we saw from this Anthony Gordon sale. Glasner to AC Milan would be interesting, Centurion, but in my honest opinion, I don't think Glasner is going to waste his time either. I don't think he's going to waste his time at AC Milan because there's just no money at that club. That club has to sell all their best players in order for them to have any type of a budget. There was already talk from Di Marzio that AC Milan's only going to have about 30 million to spend this year. And when you consider all the problems that club has, 30 million is not going to be enough. Then you have to go down the route of selling Pulisic, selling Leao, selling Pavlovic, selling Fofana. You have to sell all of your best players to hope that you can get enough money together to start building another team. And I just don't think Glasner or Iriola is going to ruin their stock by even looking at AC Milan. So I think they're done. Xavi, I think, is more of a situation that he could work with that because Xavi, when you look at the way he left Barcelona, his stock really hasn't been kept intact. It's not like any of the big teams are knocking down doors to bring Xavi to their team. I think that AC Milan for Xavi could be a situation that works out. However, again, The question is what are you going to do with 30 million? That's the biggest question. When you got the likes of Asante Jimenez, who was tearing it up in the Dutch league, but then comes to AC Milan and can't score a fucking goal in 16 games, and they've spent so much bad money, I don't think there's a scenario where they go there. Cardinale ruined AC Milan. Cardinale single-handedly ruined AC Milan. Him and Ibrahimovic, for me, I'm in absolute shock that they weren't. That I'm in shock that Ibrahimovic has not been sacked from AC Milan, because Ibrahimovic is a part of the problem. The fact that you let go of Ricky Masada and Paolo Maldini, that rebuilt that team from how shit AC Milan was, for them to go on and win a Scudetto is absolutely garbage. Yes, and Fellaini, the whole front office of AC Milan has turned to shit since they got rid of Paolo Maldini and Ricky Masada, and they have nobody to blame but themselves. And again, you just re-signed Rafael Leao to a monster contract. Pulisic is on big money, all things considered. Those would be the first two guys that you have to sell. Now, the convenient thing is Luka Modric is retiring, supposedly. That's the new rumor, that he's retiring after the World Cup, and there's talk that Adrian Rabiot wants out of AC Milan. Well, if you get rid of those three guys, plus Modric, that's 4 big contracts off your books to where you have a little bit more wiggle room. But again, how much more money is that going to add to? Because, again, there's already been talk that AC Milan only has 30 million euros to spend. 30 million euros doesn't get you shit unless you find a couple gems in another league where you found them for next to nothing. That's the only way that you could really rebuild AC Milan. So for me, when you look at that scenario, I just don't see it. And that's why I'm saying, when you look at Napoli with this potential revolution coming in, since we're linked to Italiano, you need to go young. You need to go get the young top players in Italy immediately, and you need to be able to take a quick pivot and go right back into it. Because again, Inter is talking they got at least 80 to 100 million to spend without selling any players. If Inter really has 100 million to spend, everybody in Italy is going to have problems, because they just won the league by 13 points over Napoli. They just won the league by 11 points over Napoli. It should have been more than that. They just gave up at the end once they sealed it. And I just don't see how any team can catch up. Even Napoli could even catch up to Inter if there's that much money at the helm that Marotta is going to be able to command. So again, when you look at the situation at Napoli, I think it's a situation where you have to go young if you're going to allow this team to go, which is why I said it all depends who you end up hiring. Allegri should not be in the picture. It should be either Roberto Mancini, or you go young with Vincenzo Italiano and give him a younger squad so he can play his brand of football, which we've seen with the clubs that he's managed. It works. He's had Bologna, where Bologna has been a team historically, before Thiago Motta showed up and this little group of players that they've been able to put together, Bologna was always a 10th to 15th place team. That's what they were. Italiano has had them fighting well above their weight limit. They've been punching above where they are since he took over for Motta and where Motta was at in the first place. So for me, I think it's a situation where you have to consider that he is a good manager and that you have to take a chance on him. But to play his brand of football the way that he's going to want to play, which is nonstop offensive football, you have to go young. And if you're going to go young, go get the young, experienced players that are already showing that they're good at their age, like the likes of a Nicolo Rovella, like the likes of a Lewis Ferguson. Go look at Yunus Akgun at Galatasaray. I would be looking at Riccardo Orsolini to be the replacement for Matteo Politano, because Orsolini at least scored goals. Politano doesn't do a fucking thing. He's a useless waste of space. Noah Lang is a good player. Look how good he was at Galatasaray. He fits into an Italiano brand of football seamlessly. So then, again, it comes down to your midfield. And like I said, for the strikers, I'm looking at Amin Gouiri. I'm looking at Andrea Pinamonti. I'm looking at the likes of even a Hugo Duro from Valencia to a certain degree, more so as a backup to one of those guys, but Hugo Duro would still be okay. And if, again, another winger, Armand Loriente from Sassuolo did very well. He only went for 20 million euros to Villarreal. I would go get Molero, who I'm shocked Barcelona didn't choose him over Anthony Gordon. So again, if all this money, if you're going to be able to get this money for these older players and do a retool with the youth, go ahead and do it. But don't sign Allegri to try to play a 3-5-2 with Romelu, with trying to do a Romelu Lukaku and Rasmus Højlund as the top two guys. You're not going to win shit with those two guys as your two strikers, in my opinion. It would not work. So yeah, you give them time, but that's the whole key of why you go get a younger manager like Vincenzo Italiano. Any manager that's taking the Napoli job at this current point in time is guaranteed to only get 2 seasons with a third-year option. For me, that's why I'm saying for Italiano, you go young. You're going to have to be able to get the team playing your brand of football in your first year, and you still need to be in the top 3 race and be fighting for the Coppa Italia, and you have to get out of the group stage of the Champions League this year. There's too much. We are not a club like the size of others where we can lose out on the the knockout rounds and miss that type of money. We can't. Napoli is a club that has recently only been starting to make over 200 million euros in revenue streams. We have not been historically making that much money. It's been our success lately that has been bringing in the amount of money that we have needed in order for us to continue pushing forward. So if that's the case, you got to go young. You got to be able to take a pivot and keep the team still grinding, but then you keep going forward, and then you add more to the team of what's going to be needed to get us over the line with Italiano at the helm. If you go with Mancini, I don't think you need to do the revolution until next year, and you try to go get a third Scudetto in 5 years. That's the situation for it. And again, the players that you look at, even with Mancini, you should still be getting younger players for the long term. So that's the big question there when you look at the squad of who's coming and who's going long term with that whole situation. Now, I don't know how many people who are not Napoli fans saw this at all, but this is the other big case in point that is a big thing that's coming forward. Is there's now been rumors circling that Aurelio De Laurentiis has been getting some crazy offers to sell Napoli. Now, I don't know how true this is. There has been rumors that there has been a consortium of Italian-American businessmen in America that have offered over $1 billion to Aurelio De Laurentiis to sell Napoli. From what the understanding is that De Laurentiis has no intention of selling the club right now. But De Laurentiis does not know if he wants to hold on to Napoli. Now, the reason why De Laurentiis has said no is because he doesn't know if the ownership firms that have tried to come in to buy Napoli want to keep the onward trajectory of where Napoli is, which is why there is talk that Aurelio De Laurentiis and his son Eduardo could be on the move of looking at guys to where they may not sell the team, but they want to take a step away from running the day-to-day operations of Napoli. De Laurentiis, the rumors is that De Laurentiis wants at least $1.5 billion for Napoli. Now, how he came up with that number, I have no idea, because Napoli is not worth anywhere near that amount of money. The only way you could make Napoli worth that amount of money is if you finally get past all the political bullshit and you start building your own stadium to where you can control your own destiny and you open up a much larger stream of revenue. For those that don't know, just to do a comparison here, Aston Villa brings in around a little over 400 million euros if you switch it to euros. When you look at what they've done last year, this isn't even including this year. Last year's revenue streams for Aston Villa was roughly around 435 million euros. They've cleared Napoli by 200 million euros, and Napoli is technically top 5 biggest teams in Italy when you look at revenue streams and success rate and how large the fan base is. When you take that in total, fan base-wise, we have the 4th largest fan base in all of Italy. We have a larger fan base than Rome, Lazio, and all the other teams outside of the big 3, Juve, Inter, and Milan. So at the end of the day, the question then becomes, if you're looking at De Laurentiis to sell Napoli, what lies ahead for the club? De Laurentiis has won multiple trophies in the 22 years now that this season is over. He has owned Napoli for 22 years, and it is our second most successful time period outside of when Diego Maradona was here. Now, if we go on to win 3 Scudettes with all the other trophies that we've won under De Laurentiis's tenureship as the owner, it's definitely our second best run. And really, you could say it's a dominating period that a small club like Napoli was able to fight above their weight limit and won 3 Scudettes in 5 years, which is what the goal is that we're looking at for next season, which is why this summer is going to be so important on the decisions that we make with the players. So it is what it is when it comes to that. However, if a multi-gazillionaire comes in to come purchase Napoli, that's where the flip side is. De Laurentiis financially on his own does not have the money to be able to do what a billionaire would be able to do if they came in and bought Napoli. If a billionaire was able to come in, now you're talking about a different echelon of cash, to where that level of money might be able to get through the political field to where you could build your own stadium. You've seen it with Atalanta. You've seen it with Atalanta. You saw it with the talks with Rocco Camiso and Joe Barone, the 2 Italian Americans that bought Fiorentina at the time that were trying to build the stadium, but were rejected because of the nonsense politics that goes on in Italy. So at the end of the day, when you look at what's going on, at Napoli, the question then becomes, if De Laurentiis decides to sell the team and he sells it to a billionaire consortium, are they really going to be here for the betterment of the club? My personal opinion is that I don't know if and I've been a huge critic of De Laurentiis at times, because De Laurentiis was the reason why we had to make the pivot under Ancelotti, because he didn't fully back Ancelotti and really, in so many words, fucked over Ancelotti when he was here at Napoli. And ultimately he's lucky that we bounced back the way that we did under Spalletti and ended up getting the first Scudetto, the discovery of Vada, being the ones to come up with cash in COVID to be able to go get Victor Osimhen, or before COVID, to go get Victor Osimhen for the amount of money that we spent. The question is, if you bring a billionaire in, will the billionaire be able to bring Napoli to the next level, to where it's not just a period of a small club punching above their weight limit against Inter, AC, and Juve? It's more of a question of, is it sustained? Now that we have this much money, are we going to be, for the foreseeable future, fighting every single year for Scudetto when you have ownership that has that much money? Because if that much money is going to come into Napoli, you better fucking believe those fans are going to want that. If those fans see that the owners are not going to take shit seriously, they're in for a rude awakening. You see what's going on with Lazio, because Lotito does not care. Lotito only cares about the cash with Lazio. He does not care for that team to get better. And you see the fans revolting. The stadium is 90% empty from the start of the game. They come in for the start and all walk out after 5 minutes, to where there's no money being made inside that stadium, with the very few thousand that stay for the entirety of it. The same thing would happen at Napoli. So if a billionaire does come in, the billionaire has to be prepared to dump a ton of money into this club for them to continue the upward trajectory of constantly fighting for Scudettos. For me, if a billionaire comes in and he's going to meet those requirements for the club, then I'm all for De Laurentiis selling the club. But as long as they hold those same values that De Laurentiis has for the club is the key thing. Now, you don't know, because look at all the other situations that we've seen. We've seen AC Milan, we've seen Chelsea, we've seen Lyon, we've seen Manchester United historically with the Glazers. Obviously now Ineos is a different story. But the situation at the end of the day is, you have to find guys who are not just going to come in and buy this club just for business purposes, that they just want to skim the money off the top, walk away with the cash, and the club is what it is, and they don't really care. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, what people need to look at with Napoli is De Laurentiis has successfully ran this team with only maybe 1 or 2 years where he has taken a net profit loss. Every year, De Laurentiis has made sure that Napoli runs a profit every year, to not have the same financial problems that you see currently with Juve, Milan, to a lesser degree now of Inter, because Inter has been straightening out their books under Bet Marotta. but he doesn't want the same financial problems that Juve, Milan, Lazio, Roma all have. He doesn't want that. And if they see that this guy has been able to run a successful club by not only competing for trophies, but also running a profit, that's what's going to entice a business person to say, okay, I can pump in money into this team and still run the profit at the end of the day because this guy has given me the blueprint to where this club is going to go. So for me, that's the reason why I think that it's not so much of a bad thing if he ends up selling the club. However, like I said, the standards have to remain the same from the fan base if we sell. You can't sit here and say, okay, let's sell the club because a billionaire has come in, but magically all of a sudden we need to have the standards drop. No, that's not happening in Italy. What you've seen happen in England with clubs, like when the Kroenkes came in with Arsenal up until now, because of the situation going on, you're not going to see that happen with Napoli. Those fans are not going to allow that to go on at the end of the day. Those fans are going to require that with a billionaire walking in, you either better spend your money or you better believe that those fans are going to cause major headaches for you if you don't do that. They've ruined Lyon, Chelsea. Yeah, no, some American owners have been bad, but at the same time, some American owners haven't. You know, a lot of people like to say don't sell to Americans, but at the same time, whether anybody likes it or not, the uncomfortable conversation is if it wasn't for the American money, the Premier League would not be this league that it is right now. Don't believe that. La Liga would still be the number one league as far as having total world-class players across the board. When you look at the amount of money that the La Liga teams had before all the money really came into the Premier League. So while, yes, the American ownership, when you look at sustainability long-term, has been suspect at some clubs, if it wasn't for the American money, the Premier League would not be the league that it is right now. So that is the flip side of that question of what's going on. So for me, again, De Laurentiis, I trust you because of how you've been able to rebuild this team from bankruptcy to what it is now in 22 years. So I don't think it's a situation to where I'm too opposed to him selling if he's selling to guys that he believes are going to uphold the standards of what this club has turned into in these last few years under the tutelage of Aurelio De Laurentiis. When Messi left Barcelona, why didn't Messi do a Maradona and join Napoli? Because at the time that he left, he would have been walking into a shit show, and because Napoli cannot afford the salary that Messi was commanding. That's the problem at the end of the day. PSG could afford the salary that Messi was asking for because Messi wasn't going to take a loss on what he was making at Barcelona when he went to PSG. Even though he's getting a crazy amount of money from endorsements, he still cared about his salary being incredibly high, which is why Napoli couldn't afford it. And you see what's happened with Juventus. The latter 2 years of Ronaldo being at Juventus, when you look at the situation from where it was at with Sarri, they brought in Andrea Pirlo. They went to shit and went to fourth place when Pirlo came in, and they couldn't keep up with the amount of money that Cristiano Ronaldo was making, which is really Ronaldo is partly responsible because of his contract to why Juventus have the financial problems that they have because they couldn't get over the line in the Champions League for that extra amount of money. The Arab owners would be good, but at the same time, Centurion, the problem is that as long as the bullshit politics in Italy continue to go on, where they're making it extremely difficult for any club to buy their own stadium or to leave the stadium that gets rented to them from the city that they respectively play in, as long as that continues to go on, it doesn't matter who you have as the owners. It's not going to change anything because, again, the way financial fair play is set up is that you have to work with the incoming money. An ownership can't just keep pumping cash into a team like it was in the old days, where an owner could just pump in cash free however much they wanted, and it was up to them to just make sure the team was afloat. Again, that's the whole reason why financial fair play was created, was to stop ownership, like when you look at Berlusconi at AC Milan or Massimiliano Moratti at Inter, and then eventually you look at Roman Abramovich when he took over Chelsea. They wanted to stop all that nonsense. Was it for Roman, EPL would not be the league it is right now. Roman Abramovich has nothing to do with that RSV. It's the amount of money that got pumped in from the American investment, from the merchandising and the commercialization of the Premier League. Roman Abramovich, the thing is, if it wasn't for all the American money that got pumped into the Premier League, Chelsea would have been even more of a dominant team than what it already was when you look at the amount of money that Abramovich was pumping into Chelsea. So you could say, yes, for Chelsea, it definitely exploded for the transfer market and shifted away from the Serie A to the Premier League. You are right with that. But that has more to do with the American investment than it does Abramovich. Abramovich's money is specifically for Chelsea. The American investment is what has helped all of these teams get crazy amounts of money now, year in and year out, for just being in the Premier League. It doesn't have anything to do with just Abramovich. Yeah, no, 100%. But again, that goes to, when you talk about the likes of all the different players outside of Chelsea, that has to do with the American money investment. The American investment is very much the reason why the Premier League is the biggest league in the world financially. That is very much the reason why. So when you look at it from that perspective, yeah, Abramovich did it, but the American money is much bigger. Again, you take the American money, if you take the American money away from the Premier League and put it into any other league, that league becomes the biggest league in the world overnight. It doesn't matter. Yes, the amount of money that you have in turnover right now, like for example, the lowest earning team in the Premier League out of the big teams, with Tottenham, for example, Tottenham is clearing close to 700 million euros a year in revenue. They're clearing a lot of money. Hence the reason, like when you talk about Aston Villa, when people are talking about potential of, can Aston Villa fight for a Champions League? When you convert everything to euros, Aston Villa is only around 430 to 450 million euros a year in turnover. They're that far behind Tottenham, to why it shows how shit Tottenham's been run. But at the same time, that's why the Premier League is at a different level. Aston Villa is nowhere near being the fourth biggest club when you look at their supporters in England. Napoli is. Napoli is 200 million plus, less than Aston Villa a year as far as income. A lot of that has to do with the politics of financial fair play, but it also has to do with the inner politics in Italy, not allowing these teams to purchase their own stadiums and control their own destiny. They just let Inter Milan and AC Milan buy the San Siro. And for Italy, that's not good news, because Inter Milan is starting to hit overs. Inter Milan, with their success that they've had since Conte won their Scudetto and entered the drought, Inter Milan is starting to near 700 million, is going to be hitting 700 million euros a year in revenue very, very shortly, with them controlling their own stadium. And once that happens, now you can start talking about Inter Milan buying big time players and competing with the Premier League sides, because they have that money coming in once they own their own stadium. And that's the thing that a lot of the Italian teams are trying to do. The problem is they don't have the finances to do it, because they're handicapped by the politics of financial fair play and the politics within Italy. That's why it's a whole situation right now. Big up my guy Toronto Gooner every single time. There was no PS when the Sheik, yes, there was no financial fair play to that degree, but financial fair play came in because the American owners did not like the fact that they didn't want the American owners pitched the idea of financial fair play in 2011, after the 2010-2011 season, because specifically you can look at the fall of AC Milan and Inter Milan in particular. You look at the amount of money Berlusconi and Massimiliano Moratti combined. If you look at the times when they owned Inter and AC Milan combined, they spent over 2.5 billion euros. And they spent that way before Roman Abramovich even got close to $1 billion spent. Actually, they spent more. They hit that mark on money spent before Roman Abramovich really even hit 700 million, let alone the billion mark. So when you look at where the Italian ownership was, FFP was designed to stop the Italian ownership doing what they were doing. That's the reason why you look at the fall off of the Serie A the way it was. And that's the reason why they quote unquote say they don't like these types of ownerships when they do. Because you look at the likes of PSR. PSR handicaps the other teams in England because let's all be honest about something here. Whether you like the guy or not, Simon Jordan said one of the most truthful statements when you look at the talk that he had after Aston Villa won the Europa League. Aston Villa is being handicapped by PSR within the Premier League from being able to compete with the big teams. Because again, back in the day, if you had money, if you were an owner, you could pump in as much money as you want. It was on you to be able to flip the bill at the end of the day. FFP and PSR FFP firstly got rid of that because they were sick and tired of the Italian teams having all these crazy superstars all over the place on all their teams and throughout the league. That was the main reason why FFP came in. PSR came in to then protect the quote-unquote Big Six because of the marketing job that they've done, because the Premier League is sold about Tottenham, about having Tottenham, Chelsea, Arsenal, Man U, Man City, and Liverpool. That's why I wanted to, outside of being, an Arsenal fan as well as a Napoli fan, I wanted Tottenham down for two reasons. One, I can't stand them because Arsenal is my second team behind Napoli. But two, because this FFP shit has to go. FFP is the sole reason why the rest of the leagues have to basically wait for money from the Premier League for their players. The salary cap needs to be scrapped because look at the contracts and MLB happen in the NBA and NFL, yet there is none in NBA. Well, see, the thing is, again, I agree with that. If the ownership wants to spend money in their club, they own it. They should be allowed to do whatever the hell they want with it. It's not anybody else's problem how successful somebody is. So it is what it is with that. I agree with you on that, Chike. But again, that's not what this is designed to do. Why don't the Italian FA restructure things so it's not only Inter that can compete in? Because the Italian FA is used to too many of the fucking politics and they're old grease balls that don't want to look with a different mentality. They want to keep doing the same thing. Plus, behind the scenes, a lot of them fucking guys are getting paid off the books to keep shit the way that it is, because whether Juve or AC Milan have financial problems right now, the way that they're running everything, if Juve and AC Milan were able to get their financials straight, they know that those teams would be fine. Trust me, these politicians do not like the fact that Napoli is being as successful as it is right now. And if they were allowed to build their own stadiums, Napoli would be a whole different animal in a 5-year period from where they are right now if they controlled their whole destiny. Yeah, there's no salary cap in baseball. The only thing is with baseball, like the other American sports, is that there's a workers' union to guarantee the pay rate of the players. But again, there's nothing to do that when it comes to football. However, again, I'd rather see that happen because then you could see multiple big-time owners across all the leagues. Again, we go back to the early 2000s before FFP was even a thought and before the fall of the Serie A. All the leagues were good leagues. The Bundesliga was a good league. The French league was a very good league. When you look at the likes of the old Monaco, Marseille, Lyon, when Lyon was the dominant team in France and it wasn't PSG, the league was a very good league. The problem is financial fair play was brought in to not happen. Financial fair play is the Americanization of financially of the sport of football. When you look at it, it's trickle-down economics, just like how it works in America. The Premier League is the main league. The income that goes into the teams at the Premier League has to trickle down to these guys scouting players and buying players from all the different leagues. And all these other leagues live off of the scraps of the Premier League to continue going with their club. That's why at this point, you see all these other clubs, they try to win trophies, but they also have to do it in a certain way of scouting young talent, trying to win while the talent is still learning their craft, and then flip the talent for crazy money to the Premier League. The parade is over 9 kilometers long, no trophy lift at the end or a tunnel due to the expected numbers, 2 million fans. That's what's up, man. I'm glad to hear that it's that much. That's how it was, on a side note, being from Chicago, when the Blackhawks won the 3 Stanley Cups, all 3 parades that we had for the Chicago Blackhawks, there was over 1.5 million to 2 million people in the street for that. And then when the fucking Cubs won, there was nearly 7 million. The Cubs is like I think it's top 10 largest human gatherings since human gatherings have been documented in history. It's one of the largest human gatherings of all time when they won. So I'm glad to see that there's 2 million fans popping out for that parade. We deserve it as Arsenal fans with all the shit that we've put up with. Yeah, Javi, that Lyon team back in the day was badass. Man, AFC, I big up to you, bro, because if I can't drive somewhere within 6 hours, I'm flying. I got no patience to be in a fucking car like that. I got no fucking patience to be in a car like that. So big up to you, my guys. I hope you get through that as seamless and as easy as possible. Big up to my bro, BBK Sports. Big up, Taryn. For those who are not subscribed to this man, please go and subscribe to this man. Gives you dynamite content all the freaking time. We have one of the best shows, in my opinion, on YouTube, the Around the League show on Friday, where we talk about everything when it comes to American sports and football. So if you're interested in American sports, if you want to, if you're interested in possibly hockey, basketball, baseball, American football, tune in. We do it all the time Friday. It's one of my favorite shows to do, and BBK is just a world-class guy, man. He is the fucking guy. And I hope him and for Chike, I don't really root for teams in New York outside of me being a New York Yankees fan. I hope the Knicks fucking win because I can't stand watching these OKC flopping bums try to win this fucking title again. I hope the Knicks win. And I hope, Taryn, you're able to burn down New York City with the rest of them. With the rest of the Knicks fans, because that Knicks fan energy is something different, man. I love to see it. Yeah, the Conference League is a joke EPL team. Yeah, I mean, well, Rome was the one who won it first with their decent team that they had, but at the same time, it is what it is with that. But yeah, I'm not getting the Arteta haircut. I'm letting when this right here in the front goes, we're just going to shave it off bald. When that front goes, it's holding on for dear life. When that goes, we're just going bald. I have not seen the Michael Jackson film yet, PFC. I have not seen it yet. Who are you backing to win the World Cup? Honestly, it's between Spain or France. I'm not this big believer in Portugal. I know there's this whole talk that because Cristiano Ronaldo was in the White House with Trump that they're going to rig they're going to rig the World Cup for him. But for me, I just don't see it. I think if they run into Spain or France, I think Portugal will be beaten. I just don't know. Do what Jalen Brunson didn't save, 113 million extend. Oh. Because the thing is, Chike, is that money is too big for a lot of players. You have to realize a lot of these guys did not grow up with money, so they want to make sure that they can feed their families for generations. So it is what it is. Big up DG2, another fellow champion in the chat as well. Suge, fuck the Knicks. Suge, your boy Wemby better straighten up. Because I'd rather see the Spurs in the finals than them damn OKC. You guys are getting screwed with them flop calls, man. I'll tell you that Shea Gilchrist-Alexander pisses me the fuck off. Big up Gavin every single time. Yeah, that'd be interesting to see a clean sweep of the English teams in there, but it's not going to be an easy game. I'm definitely more confident now that Arsenal got over the line, but my guy Taryn, man. My guy Taryn. I would go back and forth with Suge, but I don't want that smoke. I'd say the landscape changed when Roman bought Chelsea, but American owners elevated it to new heights. I think it's the same thing. I think they're both. I think they're. I would say Roman Abramovich is 25 to 35% responsible for the elevation for the elevating the Premier League at that time. I'd say it's more responsible for the American owners because they're the ones that force-fed FFP to everybody. Because when you look at it, yes, Liverpool won that Champions League in 2005, and then Manchester United won it in 2008. Unless memory serves me wrong, there wasn't another English team that won, and they were already handing out money left, right, and center, and they were getting pissed off that they weren't winning any of the Champions Leagues because that's where the big prize money's at. And the fact that they weren't is why the American investors in England forced FFP down everybody's throats. And like I said, they didn't like those stacked teams in Italy. They did not like seeing all those world-class players at AC Milan and all those world-class players, at Inter at the same time. So for me, FFP had to come in to stop with what the Italian ownership was doing, because the Italian owners did not give a shit. They were spending money left, right, and center. Gianni, you and Kenny have to go. Martin, I respect and I really appreciate you putting me in the same category as Kenny Ken, but I'm nowhere near Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken is the greatest footballing mind I've ever seen, as far as somebody who sits back and talks football and his knowledge of the game in different countries as well. I am nowhere near the same category as Kenny Ken. I specialize in Serie A. I'm pretty good with the Premier League. I'm pretty good with the French League, but I am nowhere near in the same category as Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken is way ahead of me on that, and I have no problem saying that whatsoever. And big up to Kenny Ken. For those who don't follow Kenny Ken on Instagram, he is one of the coolest dudes there is. He talks straight facts when it comes to football, has one of the best minds of football, as I said. I take that as a very big compliment, Martin, but I'm in anywhere near Kenny Ken. He is a different level when it comes to that. Big up Chronic, my guy. It has been a while. I know I was gone for a month, my guy. I had to take care of some stuff, but yeah, appreciate you stopping by again. But yeah, man. But like I said, when it comes to Napoli, as I said, there's a lot of things that are questionable for the future. Again, if De Laurentiis sells this club for big money, again, the billionaires are not going to get a quiet crowd like you get in England, you know. And I don't mean to and I don't want this to come off as like a dig towards English fans. But what you saw with how the Kroenkes were able to continue using the PR department to make people wait the way that they did for a trophy at Arsenal, that is not going to happen with the Napoli fans. If you tell the Napoli fans that a billionaire is coming in and we're going to be competing consistently for a Scudetto for the foreseeable future with Inter, Juve, and Milan, and that don't happen, them are not the fans to fuck with. Those are not the fans to fuck with and think that you're going to get away with that. So I'm very cautious in seeing from the ownership side of somebody who's going to try to do that. Now, like I said, the problem is Napoli under Aurelio De Laurentiis has seen an absolute complete 180 from where we were when he bought the team. When he bought the team, we were bankrupt in the third division of Italy, and we had to change the name of the team for a season to get our books in order before we went back. You know, the problem is at the end of the day for Napoli is when you look at the situation for Napoli in that regard, there's too much of a situation and there's too much at risk to go. But De Laurentiis, when you look at owners, being a financially responsible owner has been absolutely fantastic with him because he's been able to build what he's built with us. I mean, he's owned the team for 22 years. We've won 7 trophies. For a team as small as us, that is a very good record when you look at the situation with Napoli. And again, like I said, when you look at these new managers that we're being linked with Italiano, Roberto Mancini, possibly other managers as well, but for just not Allegri for me. If to just reiterate, I do not want to see Massimiliano Allegri rock up at Napoli. I do not want to see him at a Napoli on the Napoli bench whatsoever. Football is passing that man behind. I think he needs to take a serious sabbatical and take a long look at the mirror and see where he can, loosen up and play more of that same attacking football that we saw in times at the time when he was at AC Milan. His team at Juventus were very good, but at the same time, we all need to be honest with one another. His time at Juventus, when Juventus dominated Serie A for 9 straight years, that was the worst the league had been. That was the worst the league had been in possibly Serie A history when you consider over the last 50 years of this league. That was the worst period by far. And Juve pulled a lot of shady shit from behind the scenes to be able to get to that. So for me, I just don't want Allegri to take on this team. I would like to see Mancini or Italiano play some good open attacking football. We've already proven that we can win with playing open attacking football when you look at the way that we won under Luciano Spalletti with a smaller based salary-wise team. I do not see why we try to do some madness like we did again with Conte and try to do it again with Allegri. I do not want to see this defensive, pragmatic 3-4-3 or 3-5-2 at this club. I do not want to see that bullshit. I do not want to see that whatsoever. Hey, big up. Chronic's at 100 subs now. Big up, my guy. Big up. Big up. Hey, Gigi, thoughts on this account, Milan? Listen, what's going on with AC Milan is a long overdue situation because Fellaini and Cardinale have ran this club into the ground. Basically what the situation is on Milan is AC Milan, ever since they fired Ricky Masada, who played for AC Milan as well, ever since they fired Ricky Masada and Paolo Maldini, this club has been in free-for-all. If you remember, 2 years ago, they dropped to 9th place. They got back into Champions League last season, and now they're out of Champions League again. With signing guys like Christian Pulisic, they re-signed Rafael Leao to big money, and they signed other guys to big money as well. You know, you look at the likes that they got Modric in on a good amount of wages that they shouldn't have. They've made bad decisions after bad decisions of not keeping certain players. You know, you look at the likes of Benacer. For some reason, they spent a ton of money for no reason. They don't keep him around for whatever reason that makes absolutely no sense. They've just made a lot of poor decisions when you look at it. And at the end of the day, when you look at the financial situations with AC Milan, they have ran themselves into the ground once again. And the problem is that AC Milan has done such a bad job of running the club that it's just an absolute shambles of what they're doing. You know, you've signed Christopher Nkunku for big money. Christopher Nkunku is your highest paid player at AC Milan. He's on 180,000 euros a week. Adrian Rabiot is at 180,000 euros a week, right? You have signed so many players. You have I believe it's 8 or 9 players that AC Milan have on their books that are getting 100,000 euros a week. Now, for those that don't watch the Serie A, there isn't enough money in the Serie A with the situation going on at AC Milan for them to be able to afford that. There isn't enough money going around the Serie A for all that. And you look at the crazy amount of money that AC Milan has been spending. Yeah, 40 million for Nkunku. He was worth that when he left Leipzig. As soon as he turned up at Chelsea and didn't show up, you shouldn't have bought Nkunku for anything over 25 million, let alone 40. So it's just been bad planning here and there. And again, I don't understand how Zlatan Ibrahimovic is still there, because Zlatan should have been fired as well with the rest of the front office and Max Allegri, because AC Milan, they had to make Champions League this year. And again, AC Milan's going to be in for a rude awakening come the start of next year, because you may be lucky that it's the likes of Sunderland and Bournemouth and Crystal Palace now that they've won the Conference League. You're lucky that it's those teams that are out of England that's in the Europa League, and there's no guarantee one of those teams could potentially pull it off if they spend well now that they got European play. But AC Milan or Juventus, they need to be playing for that Europa League and also playing for the Champions League and also be trying to finish in the first 4 next year as well, because AC Milan and Juventus are not going to be challenging for the Scudetto next year unless Inter and Napoli have an unbelievable fall off that nobody would see coming. Unless that happens, AC Milan and Juventus are in a world of hurt, because they have spent a crazy amount of money on players that haven't done shit for multiple years and are just passengers for this team and is sucking money out of the team for no apparent reason. I mean, you look at this situation right now. AC Milan, with the very little bit of money that they're getting, being in the Europa League, AC Milan has 100 million euro payroll per year. The total, when you look at bonuses and everything else, I think it's just north of 125 million euros a year. So when you take that into consideration, that is a crazy amount of money. And Juventus is worse. Juventus's base is 125 million euros. When you take bonuses and everything else with Juventus, they're at 155. And you consider Vlahovic is their highest paid player. Vlahovic is getting 430,000 euros a week, and he's dog shit. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of players that are going to be in a lot of freaking problems for what's going on right now. So there's going to be an interesting situation coming forward. I think Milan's selling more than 4 or 5 players, Centurion. Modric, the rumors are is that Modric is retiring at the end of this World Cup. Now, if that's the case and Modric comes off the books, you're in a bit of luck that he's retiring, because then that's a decent little chunk of change that comes off per year, because Modric, I think, is the third highest paid player at AC Milan, and he's getting 125,000 euros a week. Listen, for me, AC Milan needs to make some serious decisions. Santiago Jimenez, they need to figure out what the hell they're going to do. He's got to go because he's dog shit. Ruben Loftus-Cheek is getting 100,000 euros a week. I would be interested in selling him. I think Rafael Leao you need to dump, because Rafael Leao has signed an extension. Now, nobody's going to trigger Rafael Leao's release clause, because his release clause is something stupid like 175 million. Nobody's going to fucking pay that for him, as inconsistent as he is. So you need to sell players. And me personally, Leao and Mike Maignan are probably the only players that you could sell for a decent amount of profit. The next ones after that would be maybe Fikayo Tomori, maybe Samuel Ricci, maybe Christian Pulisic, Yusuf Fofana. I think you could sell for a profit. But at the end of the day, you're talking about selling your best players in a hope that you can redo your entire front office and start making smart decisions when you're going to be losing money left, right, and center anyways. I didn't attend a university, RSV. I went to school for 2 years. It didn't work out. Came home and got into a trade. I'm a building engineer. I know how to do plumbing, electrical, HVAC work. I know how to do some cement work. I didn't do school like that. I'm not college educated like that. I'm more street educated than college educated. Yeah, he's an AC Milan legend, Javi, but at the same time, it doesn't matter if you're a legend or not. If you don't know what the fuck you're doing running your club, you shouldn't be doing it. That's my personal opinion. Inter trying to lowball us on Curtis Jones, who won 30 million pounds. They want to offer 20 million. Because the thing is you got to look at it like this, Chronic. Inter Milan right now has said that they're going to try to get about 80 to 100 million euros in order for them to be able to move forward, that they're going to have about an 80 to 100 million euro transfer budget to start, and it's before they sell any players. For me, personally, I don't know why they're looking at Curtis Jones. I think there's other players in the midfield that's better than Curtis Jones, especially with that money. My personal opinion, if you're going to sell Davide Fratesi for the 20, 30 million euros that they're talking about doing, if that case happens, I'm walking right over to Newcastle and getting Sandro Tonali, so that next season, especially if you can convince him to stay, next season your midfield is Hakan Çalhanoğlu, Tonali, and Barella, so that you can pivot and go right back to being a competitive team, possibly again to go far in the Champions League and not get knocked out to a team like Bodo Glimt again. I'm also not letting AC Milan and Juventus heritage and pedigree in Europe fool me if they think they can apply it in the Europa next season, because it won't help them out. Agreed, RSV. Agreed. I'm simply saying that they need to take it to the level to where they need to try to win that tournament. Now, I don't think they have a shot in hell when you look at the squad that they have, and there doesn't look like there's going to be enough money even when they sell players. When you look at where they have to apply money because of the loss of not being in the Champions League, I don't think they have enough money to build a competent team to win those trophies. And that goes for Juventus or AC Milan. So for me, they're in a bad situation because they have to try to find money. They basically have to try to figure out how to bleed $1 million out of a penny. That's basically the situation that both of those clubs are in because of how fucked up their finances are. Let's just be honest. Yeah, Maxwell, I've never seen you in my chat before. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, they do need that Milan does need to rebuild, but that's going to take a lot longer than what people think because of how bad their finances are. It is what it is when it comes to that. No one's going to want Santi. That's a total loss. Yeah. And Leao, the whole act he did when Allegri took him off, like Vinny, no one wants to deal with it. No, 100%. And that's the problem. They should have sold. Rafael Leao should have been sold as soon as they won the Scudetto. As soon as AC Milan won the Scudetto, they should have cashed in on Leao and said, fuck it. We're going to take 60, 70 million euros from this guy. We're going to retool, buy a few more players so that we can stay competitive with where we're at and push forward. And if you remember the interview that Paolo Maldini gave to CBS, that's what he was saying, was that they were ahead of schedule when they won the Scudetto with the team that they built, and they wanted a little bit more investment so that they could stay at that level. That was the reason why the ownership at the time got rid of Ricky Massara and Maldini, because they thought they were asking for too much for more money to get pumped into the team. That's the whole reason why, when you look at the scenario of what's happened to AC Milan, why they are there. The owners got cheap under the tutelage of Maldini and Ricky Massara and didn't want to listen to them. And that's why AC Milan is now in the state that they're in with shit players and overpriced players as well. So it is what it is with that. Yeah, they would, but that's the thing. I don't think Bournemouth is going to be keeping majority of their players. Again, the problem is with that is that they have a situation where they have to hold on to their best players. Like here, for me, just to go on a side note here, I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to Krupi. I don't think they're going to be hold on to Adrien Truffert. I would love to see Adrien Truffert go to Arsenal, if I'm being quite honest with you, because I think he's a very good left back, and I think he's better than that fucking scrub Ricardo Calafiori. That's my personal opinion. So I don't think they're going to be able to, or Scott, I think his name's Alex Scott, the defensive midfielder. I don't think Bournemouth's going to be able to hold on to too many of their top players. And the same thing for me goes with maybe Sunderland. I think the same thing maybe goes with Crystal Palace as well, unless Palace make a big splash as far as a manager signing. So for me, those teams that have qualified for the Europa League through England, they're going to be in a little bit more of an interesting situation, which is why I say, if Juventus and Milan had somebody that knew how to pivot properly and properly scout decent players for low cost and low wages, they should be trying to win the Europa League and use it to propel them not only back in the Champions League, but get extra prize money. When you look at the situation of Aston Villa is getting extra prize money by not only qualifying through the Champions League through the placement in England, but also winning the Europa League. That's why I'm saying Milan and Juve should try to do that. However, I don't see how any of those teams have a chance to do that. Big up my guy Natster. Yeah, it does look like a clean sweep could happen, but again, we'll see what happens this weekend. PSG is going to be no easy task for us to get over, so it's going to be really interesting. Redbird and Zlatan need to leave. Yeah, listen, Redbird for me, they have completely capitulated for where AC Milan was at when Maldini and Massara had everything stabilized at the team, and I think their whole trying to uproot everything and put Zlatan at a pedestal. I don't think Zlatan should be at AC Milan either, for me. I think that that's a situation to where, again, they have nothing to blame but themselves for that entire situation. Yeah, it is justice for Maldini. Listen, me personally, I think the firing of them kicking out Maldini. And the crazy thing is this. Maldini, when you think of the name Maldini, there's been 4 generations of Maldini that have played for AC Milan. You had his grandfather, you had his father, you had himself, his son, obviously, to the less degree, but he was in the youth academy and it was there. But you look at the 3 older generations of Maldini. Cesare, his grandfather, was one of the best center backs in the world at the time when he played for AC Milan. And Maldini, he's the greatest defender, period, in my personal opinion. And when you think about the time that he was there at AC Milan, he was there I think, for all 25 trophies that Berlusconi won as the owner of AC Milan. Outside of maybe outside of the 2010, 2011, he was there for all the other trophies. The fact that you get rid of a guy who is a one club guy, wants to represent that club in the boardroom and wants the best for that club, and you look at what he was able to accomplish with how shit Milan became once the finances went away, I think it's inexcusable that they sacked Paolo Maldini the way that they did, because Paolo Maldini and Ricky Massara had pretty much stabilized the ship, needed a little bit more money to get pumped in to make a deeper squad so that for the foreseeable future, AC Milan could be fighting for a Scudetto every season. Since then, they have not been fighting for the Scudetto. They haven't come close. They were 6 points off the Scudetto this season going into the last 10 games. They only got 10 fucking points. They didn't even get 10 fucking, actually, no, I'm incorrect. They had 63 points going into the last 10 games of the year, and I believe they only got I think they only got like 6 points the last 10 games of the season. That's the thing. They turned into absolute shit. And that's a lot to blame with Allegri as well for this stupid brand of football that he plays. Pick up Gavin, Salute, and Nadster. True fair. I hear what you're saying, that it could be another Kirkes, but here's the thing. I don't know that much about Kirkes, RSV. I won't lie to you. But Truffert was balling out in France with Stade Rennais as well, because that's where he came from as a left back. And Truffert was balling out there. I think there's a higher ceiling with Adrien Truffert than what there was with Kirkes, in my personal opinion. But again, I could be wrong on that. So, it is what it is. But for me, yeah, he won 5 of their 7 Champions League titles that they have. And outside of that, you just take that away. 20 domestic trophies. 20 domestic trophies he won with AC Milan in that time frame. So you just take out the Champions League, he still won 20 domestic trophies for AC Milan when you look at everything. Between the Coppa Italias, the Scudettos, the Super Cup d'Italias, they won crazy amounts of trophies in that time period. And he bleeds red and black for AC Milan. You see, Paolo Maldini has not entertained any other club to come and talk to him to be their president or their CEO. And to be fair, I don't know how many teams have actually reached out to him, but he makes it seem that he doesn't want to represent any other club outside of AC Milan. But he came out and shot shots at Cardinale and said the Cardinale is not worth my fucking time, pretty much, in so many words. And I agree with him, because you look at where they've gone since he's left. AC Milan was a continual Champions League side. Yes, they may not make it out of the group stage or out of the league phase, but they're still finishing top 4. 2 seasons ago, these assholes finished 9th. Then they made top 4 last year, and now they're back out of the Champions League spots again. So the proof is in the pudding when it comes to that with AC Milan. So financially, AC Milan is in shambles. And again, to take it back to where the stream is at with being about Napoli, if you have to do a revolution this year because you're bringing in Vincenzo Italiano and you want a younger team, this is the year to do it, because Juve and Milan have problems. You really don't know what's going to happen with Cesc Fabregas at Como. There's talk that he's going to try to keep Nico Paz there, but there's no real surety that Paz is going to stay at Como and doesn't go back to Real Madrid. So you have an opportunity to take a pivot this year with players, cash out on players like what we were saying with McTominay and Alex Moret, both linked to Newcastle. So if you're going to cash out on the players, go get a young team, let Italiano come in, play his open brand of football, and you see where you're at come the end of next year. Now, again, the requirements for Italiano, if you're going to go down this route of building a new young squad and a fresh cycle of players for him, is you still need to finish top 2, in my opinion. You need to finish top 2. I do not want to see Roma cut the gap and jump Napoli. I don't want to see Como do it either, especially because Como's on a much smaller salary and wage setup than what we are. And I don't want to, and again, Rome has been in the shitter for so long. I don't want to see this automatically mean now Rome is jumping up. So for me, at the end of the day, when you look at it, make the pivot move, go get the good young talent in Italy. Don't go and get guys that are maybe project, maybe they can work out like that Lorenzo Luca bum. Go get Nicolo Rovella from Lazio. Go get Mario Gilla from Lazio. Go get Lewis Ferguson from Bologna. Go get Riccardo Orsolini from Bologna. Go get Armand Loriente from Sassuolo. Look at Yunus Akgun from Galatasaray. Look at Baris Yilmaz from Galatasaray. Go look at Bellanova or Coyote to be the new right back. If you're going to be a replacement right back for the future over Giovanni Di Lorenzo. Go look at the quality players that are available in the Serie A that are younger to go along with this youth movement with going with Vincenzo Italiano. And like I said, if somehow Italiano falls out, do not go get fucking Max Allegri. Go get the other option who you've made contact with, which is Roberto Mancini. Even though Mancini has been linked to be the favorite to retake over the Italian national team, still put in the opportunity to go and get him. Because with Mancini, like I said, you don't have to do the pivot immediately. You have to keep your core team together, make a couple tweaks to the team, and go at it again for another Scudetto. So again, you have plenty of options, but obviously with the major news is that it sounds like it's going to be Italiano. Italiano from Nico Schira, one of the big football commentators in Italy, is that Italiano has a meeting scheduled with the higher ups of Bologna. It sounds like it's a 95% sure that Italiano is going to walk away and resign from Bologna, and that he is going to give his services to Napoli. For me, listen, as I said when we had Natster on, and as I said previously a while back the last time I had Shane Gooner on, Italiano behind Sarri and Mancini was my next option to look at for a manager, as far as who we knew could potentially be available within Italy to take over Napoli. He was my number 3 choice. Now that Sarri's gone to Atalanta and that it sounds like Mancini's going to take over the national team, for me, he's the number 1 option. So for me, go with Italiano. Let there be a youth revolution at Napoli, and go again. Because again, like I said, Inter is the only team that is really standing in our way from constantly winning Scudettos. And when you look at the trajectory of the Serie A, no team has been able to put back-to-back winning Scudettos since Juve's last time of winning. So for me, if that's the case that's going to happen, when you look at the scenario for Napoli, then you're in good shape. And I would be looking at a scenario to where you can really push forward and keep going with this team. Any truth in Michael Edwards to AC Milan? I really don't think so. As far as that. Kirkez hasn't been allowed to play in his full ability. Slot wants him to invert, but he is an overlapping wingback. Slot is ruined. No, I agree. Chronic, listen, man. I don't know why the front office is standing by him. I think you guys need to. Me personally, Chronic, you may disagree with my opinion on this. I think Liverpool should sack Arne Slot and go hire Roberto Mancini. Mancini, you could say what you want because he went to the Qatari League because it didn't work out with Nottingham Forest. He took Al Sadd from 5th place back into 1st and got them to the quarterfinal of the Asian Champions League and took the eventual winners, Al Ahly, to penalty kicks. And he knocked out Al Hilal on the way there as well. I think Mancini still has it as a manager, if I'm being quite honest with you. I think Mancini is a guy that could come in there, get that entire locker room back up to snuff, because he's a man manager. He's a very good man manager, and I think he would be a much better option at the manager position than Slot. I think Slot has to go. I am 100% in agreement with you. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he has screwed off on a lot of those players. That's why I love Maldini one-man club at AC Milan. Yeah, AC Milan did fuck him, and it's a disgrace because he is a one-man club and he loves that damn club. So 100% agree. Yeah, Ederson, RSV, I would not be surprised that Atalanta is going to be making some sales with Maurizio Sarri walking in. Cristiano Giuntoli, the former sporting director of Napoli and for a year at Juve, is the guy who is the new sporting director at Atalanta. I would not be shocked if Atalanta is going to sell a couple players for big money. I would keep a lookout that the Cataler could potentially be getting sold for big money, and they will use the big money that they get for those players to scout out some young talent for Sarri to get the best out of. That's what I really think is there. Imagine thinking that Luis Diaz isn't a world-class winger. No, he is a world-class winger right now. He's been phenomenal. I think the only left winger that's better than Luis Diaz is Vara at this current point in time, in my personal opinion. Mateus Fernandez next. Yeah, listen, Mateus Fernandez and Ederson together in the middle could definitely make Manchester United a big could definitely make them take a huge step up. So we'll see. I mean, there's been talk that United's got some 300 million pound war chest coming in. So we'll see what ends up happening. I've never seen you on my channel before, Who Dares, but I appreciate you stopping by, and I definitely agree with you on that. Would you have taken Glasner at Napoli? Yeah, I would take Glasner at Napoli. I think that he is a good option to be there, and I'd be interested to see what ends up happening with Glasner. I personally see Glasner and Iraola being the guys that are going to fight for the Newcastle job. I personally thought Glasner was going to take over Chelsea. I did not see Xabi Alonso. Walking in at Chelsea. I didn't see that coming. I thought Iraola was going to take over Newcastle and Glasner would take over Chelsea, in my personal opinion. Here's the thing with me, Chronica, on Simone Inzaghi. I think Inzaghi has the potential to be a good player, but at this point, here's the problem. Inzaghi, when he a potentially good player, a good manager, the problem is Inzaghi on paper had the best team in Italy for 4 years and only won one Scudetto. Yes, he won Coppa Italias. Yes, he won Supercoppa Italias. He did stack up a lot of trophies with Inter, but the main one that was the most important one was the Scudetto. He didn't pull it off. Nobody thought Inter was going to beat Manchester City or PSG in the final at the time. So he got to the final, which was impressive for that team for him to be able to do. But at home, when you look at it, the capitulation for the Conte Scudetto with Napoli, I just think that I don't know if I want to take a chance at Simone Inzaghi because I think you have to retool the entire team of what you have. And I don't know if his brand of football would work with the current players at Napoli. He would be in the same situation as Vincenzo Italiano, where you would need to dump a lot of the other talent and do a complete overhaul and build a team in the identity of Inzaghi. And I personally don't know if that would happen. And the other thing is, I don't know if Inzaghi, since he won a Scudetto and won all those trophies at Inter, I don't know if he would come to Napoli because of how far different the revenue streams are. Again, Napoli doesn't even pull in 250 million euros a year for revenue. We've only been pulling in over 200 million in revenue for maybe the last 4 or 5 years at the most. Inter's at 600. So when you look at the difference, I just don't know if Simone Inzaghi would play himself down to that level again. I honestly don't think that would be the situation. For some players worth taking in Liverpool's youth team's just going to waste almost certainly that Rio is probably. He is a good young talent. Yeah, I agree. They should have did that. They should have signed Xabi. Mike Bassett at this product. You're a classic. Iraola is the one for me. I think with a lot of certainty that Iraola is going to right to the top of the sport. Mancini is a good shout, though. Much rather the old boy than Slav. Yeah, no. See, the thing is for me is the reason why I'm saying the reason why I'm saying Mancini is Mancini for me is I don't know if it's a situation. I think right now when you look at what's come out of the locker room with Mohamed Salah, I think Mohamed Salah is showing that there is a breakdown between the players and the manager. I think that you need a manager. You don't need a manager who's going to come in and fundamentally change the way that you play. I think you need a manager to be able to put his arm around the players and get everybody okay. And once you're able to do that, when you can bridge the gap between manager and players of being a man manager at that point, I think that Liverpool could very easily get back to better playing football to what they were playing. And that's why I'm giving the shout for Mancini to do that, because Mancini is a very good man manager. Iraola, I think, could be a very good option for Liverpool as well. His brand of football could fit Liverpool almost to the T. The only worry that it is for Liverpool is now you have to find somebody who's going to replace the goals for Mohamed Salah and have to make some certain key decisions. So that's the only thing that's going to be interesting with that. Inzaghi, a good manager, but he's unaffordable in Saudi. Yeah, he's been not that good at Saudi at all. I don't know why people keep hating on Ederson, thinking he's another Ugarte. Sometimes is a great to sign non-big name superstar player. Yeah, Ederson for me is a much better player than what Ugarte is. He's much better on the ball than Ugarte. I don't think he's as rash as Ugarte. He's a better passer of the ball, and he can dictate play very well as a number 6. I think Ederson is a decent signing for Manchester United, if I'm being quite honest with you. Now, if you're signing Ederson to play a 4-3-3 and he's going to be your lone holding midfielder, that's not going to work. You need to have somebody there who's going to be box to box to cover him. He'll hold his own as the holding midfielder, but he will need aid as far as a box to box midfielder being next to him. When you look at the way that he's played at Atalanta for these last few years. So I think that's one way to look at it as far as that. Yeah, it does look like their recruitment has looked much better. Ed Woodward wasn't a footballing guy. He was a banker. So at the end of the day, that's probably the reason why. Ederson is a poor man's Fred. City Prem crossover hasn't been that kind. Veron, Crespo. Yeah, but you're going back. But I mean, I do hear with what you're saying, because there has been players that have come in from Italy that have not done the bits that they need to in England. So I hear what you're saying there, Andrew. I've never seen you in my chat before too, but big up for you for stopping by for the conversation. Appreciate you stopping by for that. If Inter do increase their fan base and become more commercially successful with their success on the pitch, and with a few more UCLs next year, they could take over as the biggest club in Milan. Listen, they don't even need to do that as far as increase the fan base. Their money's already there. Inter Milan has a $600 million turnover already. Them being able to have that amount of money and now just becoming to own their own stadium is absolutely massive. Once they finish building the new San Siro and they are fully invested as far as controlling their destiny, Inter's going to take off just from that. Inter will take off just from that. When you look at would take off just from that, because of where they are financially as compared to Milan and Juve. And then, I mean, again, like I said, right now, without any major pouring in of money with a new stadium and everything else, their biggest competition these last few years has been Napoli. Napoli is barely getting over 230 million in revenue, while Inter's at 600 million. So once you get that added extra money of you completely owning your own destiny, it's going to be absolutely insanity what Inter could do once the stadium's paid off and everything else. The good thing about Inter is they were smart enough to say that we're going to continue with tradition, and us and Milan are going to share the same stadium so that we share the same financial cost. Inter was smart to do that because it hurts Milan in the long run for right now. Yeah, I hear you, who dares, but the problem is not Iraola has worked too hard at Bournemouth for him to come to Napoli and work with that small of a budget. So I just don't see him wasting his time with Napoli. If Iraola was to come to Italy, he would have to go to Inter, in my personal opinion, where they're going to have a decent amount of coin to spend. That I just don't see him wasting his time with Napoli, when you could potentially look at him taking over a Newcastle, maybe even a Palace if the owners at Palace are trying to spend a little bit more money. If you look at the situation of some of the other teams, I just don't see him wanting to come to Napoli. Big up my guy Jay Lux every time. I appreciate you every single time I appreciate you stopping by all the time, bro. You know you're my guy. Have fun at the fucking parade, dude, and let's hope that Arsenal can bring home this Champions League title. It won't be easy, but we do have a chance. My guy Abhijit, man. My guy, hold on one sec. My guy Abhijit, my guy. Appreciate you stopping by for the conversation. I appreciate you liking and subscribing. Who dares? I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Fellow Noblidanas, I see in the chat. If surpassing Milan in total trophies as well, with only a few UCLs behind Milan. Milan fans will be screwed. Milan better wake up for the. Yeah, you're 100%. You're 100% right on that, man. You're 100% right on that when it comes to that. So we'll see. And that's the thing. Inter could be looking at a very dominant period right now of racking up some fucking trophies. And that's why Napoli need to take advantage. And with Juve and Milan being so far behind right now, we need to take advantage and do the exact same fucking thing and rack up on trophies at this current point in time. So, that's the situation. Yeah, Nat, I got you. I'll send it to you right now. I'll send you the link right now, my guy. My nonno came to England from Napoli 70 years ago. My family comes from a long line of farmers in Napoli. My man, that's exactly where my family's from, Napoli as well. Give me one sec. Let me find Nat so I could drop him the link for this so he can hop on so we can talk some Napoli. But yeah, I mean, here, who dares? I got the Napoli logo tattooed on my shoulder, man, or on my arm. Napoli is definitely my first club. Arsenal is my second team, but Napoli for sure is my number one team. Yeah, I can't wait for the final either, Abhijit. I think Iraola will be the next Palace. So here's the thing, Jim. I think he could take over Palace, but the thing is that I don't know, again, with the work that he put in at Bournemouth, unless Palace is going to show that they're going to continue pushing forward, because, Wharton's linked with a move away. There was talk that Mateta could potentially leave. I don't know what the situation is with that Evan Guisand, if he was a permanent signing or just a loan move from Aston Villa. My thing is, at the end of the day, is Iraola is one of the hottest young managers in the game. Pause. As far as young talented managers that looks like to have a bright future. I don't know if there's enough money in Crystal Palace for them to seriously hold on to him, for him to continue what's going on at Glasner, from what Glasner has done right now. If there is, I could see him going to Palace. If there isn't, I could very much see Iraola becoming the next Newcastle manager, if I'm being quite honest with you. I could see him trying his luck at Newcastle to try to make them more of a consistent Champions League side than what we've seen. Especially you look at what's going on. They just sold Gordon for a shit ton of money, which that move didn't make any sense to me by Barcelona. But at the same time, you look at it from long term, they could be trying to do a retool and everything else. So it is what it is with that. Mark, my guy, big up, my guy. Anybody who hasn't subscribed to Mark, big time Manchester United fan, talks big time facts on his channel. I haven't been able to hop on his channel. We are going to make sure. I am definitely going to make sure that I will be getting on his channel in the future over the summer to talk some ball and talk about what we see for the future going on in the Premier League, also in the Serie A, because Mark knows his shit when it comes to the Serie A as well. So big up to my guy Mark every single time. Just came across your channel in the feed. Remember you doing a show with my brother Vigilante. Yeah, big up Vigilante every time as well. Vigilante, one of the goats when it comes to the mods, man. Him, Static, my guy Quaja, all my mods are world-class guys. Suge, all the guys are big talks. So is he coming home? I don't think Pep is coming to Italy right now, if I'm being honest with you, Mark. I honestly think that Pep is going to be, if Pep was to come to Italy, I honestly don't know if he would take over the national team because of all the political problems that are going on with this team. I honestly think that if Pep was to come to Italy, he's either going to go, I think he's only going to Inter, simply because of the fact that he will be, simply due to the fact that he'll have the financial stability that that Inter has right now. I don't know if he's ready to go to the international team. And like I said, there's so many political problems in Italy right now with the national team. I don't think Pep has the time to deal with that bullshit. So for me, I just don't think that he's taking over the national team just yet. They gotta figure out a lot more crap before we could even bring him in. I would love to see him at the national team level, but I just don't think he's going to waste his time with all of the problems behind the scenes with us, man. I really don't. Just read through the chat and saw some Liverpool talk. Yeah, Prophet, basically what I was saying is I'm shocked that Liverpool allowed Xabi Alonso to get to Chelsea and why they're sticking with Slot. Slot, like I said, for me, I think there's plenty of other managers to be looking at. I think there's plenty of other managers to be looking at for Liverpool than Arne Slot. Slot should go. He has no reason for him to be staying there the way that it is. My guy. How have you been, brother?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. What are you saying, man? What's the chat saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Elite level, world class chat and all that shit. Hey,
no,
I did.
Yeah, no. So it's we're just talking everything, mostly City. I've been going in and out of some Premier League talk. Did you see the? Obviously, I'm sure you saw that Conte has left Napoli.
Yeah.
He's gone right now. The top three managers that we're linked with, the front runner is Vincenzo Italiano to come in. There is obviously for the talk right now is that the second place is Allegri. I don't want Allegri anywhere near.
Oh, hell no.
With
hell
what we've seen in AC
Milan. I don't want Allegri, man.
But right now it's Italiano, Allegri, and Roberto Mancini are the top three targets for Napoli. Italiano has a meeting with Bologna within the next 2 days. From what all the rumors are, from all the big people that talk football in Italy, is there is talk that he's going to leave Bologna, and that once he leaves Bologna, he's going to agree to come to Napoli. All I was saying that if Italiano comes in, for me, I think it's more along the lines now with Italiano, you need to blow the team up and go younger in order for him to play his ball.
Project Youth and that. Do you know what I'm saying?
And with him, you need to go get the proper. You need to go get the proper amount. You need to go get the proper youth that's in Italy right now, not these questionable guys, but the guys that have already showed there. Mark, the thing is for me, real quickly with Iraola, I don't think Iraola, with what he's done at Bournemouth, when you look at the other clubs in England, I don't think he's going to waste his time at Napoli because of how low the money is. When you look at the financial situations in Italy, Napoli has just started in the last 4 or 5 years getting over 200 million revenue mark. When you look at the other teams in England, there's plenty of teams in England that are pulling down that amount of money, and I don't think he wants to waste his time coming to a club like Napoli. Whereas Italiano has been one of the best young managers in Italy, and I think he does deserve a shot at a big team. And the way he plays football, it fits the way Napoli has come to be seen as a team from the outside of being much more of an open attacking team. So for me, I just don't think Iraola wants to take that on. However, when you look at the way the club is ran, we're one of the best run clubs in the world. De Laurentiis does not tolerate Napoli to run a loss. He constantly runs the club at a profit, to why we're able to punch above our weight limit. So it is what it is with that. But for me, when you just look at the difference in money in the Premier League, it's hard to grab any of those Premier League managers to come over there. I would love to see Iraola at Napoli. I would listen, he's better than fucking Allegri. I agree with what you said earlier in the chat. Allegri for me needs to take at least a 2-year sabbatical off and needs to contemplate how to retool his brand of football, because that defensive bullshit of the 3-5-2, 2 false nines, it don't fucking work. And you saw how shit AC Milan was. Yeah, we have legacy, but Mark, in this day and age, money is so important when it comes to the overall outlook of clubs. That's why I'm a little worried that he wouldn't be able to do it.
Or if you have a manager that knows exactly what he's doing and he can work with any budget, whether it's a bit bigger or a bit smaller. That's why, because I was watching a bit of the stream before you invited me on, and big up for inviting me on, by the way, every single time. Yeah, like I think, for me personally, we've kind of missed a trick with Glasner. Now, I understand, there's sources, whether it's, in Italy in this case, but anywhere around the world, in England, certain clubs are linked to certain managers, but sometimes it's actually better to go with the one. And it has happened, on a number of occasions, but I think we're missing a trick with Glasner. You saw what he done tonight. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
They've got young players, but they've got a nice balance. Do you know what I'm saying? Whereas Napoli, I agree with going for us to go younger, get younger, high potential, like a dream, for example, would be an Adam Wharton, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? Because he's not staying at Palace. Tyreek Mitchell, I'll be amazed if he stays at Palace. Mateta might stay at Palace. He might, but
big up Suge every time. I hope
big up Suge.
Real quick. I know you got this surgery coming up, my man. I'm praying that everything goes well for you, my guy. You're a real one.
Yeah, big up. I just think that there's an opportunity there. Do you know what I'm saying? The only problem is, like with Palace, with Villa, every player's stock is going to go up. You've seen our team. We're able to sell potentially more scrubs now than what would have been if we hadn't won the league, regardless of what happens on Saturday. And like I put, like I've said before, like I reckon we'll do it. I'm with guns. It's going to be like a 1-0 stinky ass win. Clean sweep of Europe. Yeah. Obviously, PSG are the favourites. Obviously, they got the better team. They got the best team in the world. They got the best manager in the world. Their fans are elite. Big up to them. But at the same time, it's just like we've seen this pattern before. And talking of pattern recognition, right? Yeah. You remember when Chelsea obviously won their first champs, yeah? They got to the final when 08, didn't win it. JT slip, you love to see it. It is what it is. And Drogba got sent off. Man City got to a Champions League final first time, didn't win it. Then they won it the second time against Inter to complete the treble. Mm-hmm. I just believe it's our time now. Do you know what I'm saying? Because what you were saying about heritage, I do agree up to a certain point. However, at least in terms of English clubs, anyway, like I'm not. I don't think this applies to whether it's Spain or Italy or France or Germany. I think that's a bit different. But with English clubs, in recent times, there's always been a pattern of when a team's got to a Champions League final. Granted, it was 20 years ago for us. Do you know what I'm saying? Granted, but at the same time, like I just have this gut feeling, man. And to be perfectly honest, let's just say if because everyone don't want us to win except us. It's us against the world. It is what it is. But we love it, bro. We're the hunters. We're not good at being hunted. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it is what it is. It suits us to the ground. It suits this manager. Suits these players. But let's say, for example, if we don't win the Champions League, I reckon we'll get to another final in the next few years anyway. We will win that Champions League now in the next few years because we've got players that have a taste of winning, bro. Yeah, winning feels great. You even have the top gooners and all that shit. They're more negative than us now, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, where's your apologies? Oh, bruv?
Oh, no.
Bruv, win. We won. Do you know what I'm saying? That's all we've been saying. Win. Now we've won. Do you know what I'm saying? And you see how short it lasts, innit? For them, it lasted a fucking split second. That's like busting your nut with a fine chick. Do you know what I'm saying? You say yourself in your mind, oh, I'm going to last like a half an hour. No, you busted in the first minute, mate. Look, the game's a game. It is what it is, bro. But that's what them fuckers are doing. It's so short. You just have to make it last as long as you can and enjoy the moment, which is what Palace are doing right now. Fair play to them. I just messaged a Palace fan earlier. Villa, like I said before, Villa, I knew they were going to win that. Unai Emery, the Europa League master. But what I want to see, to bring it back with Napoli, I want a manager that's been there and done it. And look, I'm not expecting us to win the Champions League like Napoli. Like I'm not expecting Napoli to go win the Champions League or even get to the semis. It will be amazing, unbelievable. Even the quarterfinals, do you know what I'm saying? Will be great. And I think that's at the very least the next step. But if you have a manager like Glasner, who I mentioned earlier, now just won the Europa League, won the FA Cup beforehand with Palace, he can win a Coppa Italia with Napoli, even with this team right now. I know he plays the three at the back and it's not suited to us. However, like...
that's why I'm cool with Italiano, because Italiano is going to play more expansive football.
Yeah.
if you're gonna, and if you look at the situation with the players, right? I don't know if you've seen this, but obviously you heard the crazy news that Barcelona spent this crazy amount of money on Anthony.
Oh yeah, 70 mil. Yeah,
I got no idea why the fuck they bought him, but now the talk is, from what DiMarzio said, is that money's going to roll into that. Apparently, Newcastle is talking about spending close to 70 million pounds with Napoli to buy both Meret and Scott McTominay. Listen, if you're going to give us 70 million pounds, which translates to around close to 80 million euros, you can have the both of them. You can have them. Because
especially Meret, even though McTominay's done well, like, you know.
Yeah, but he's an okay goalie at best. It's more so along how good the team was around him rather than him.
Yeah. But even no, I was saying, like, even like with McTominay, he's done well for us. You know, he scored the goals and all that. You know, he's not the best on the ball, but you know, he's got the basics. Do you know what I'm saying? He's a box crusher. Yep. We know what he is, but if the money is on point, get rid. Do you know what I'm saying? It's the same with Arsenal. It's the same with any other team you support. Do you know what I'm saying? If the price is right, yeah,
you have to
sell. Yeah, exactly. If someone comes in for Odegaard 50 mil, yeah, right now, I'm taking it, bro.
You have to.
I'm taking it.
Yeah.
Whether we win the Champions League or not, his stock has gone up. Other players have gone up. If someone comes in for Madueke like 30 million, bro, I'm taking it, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking it. Even 20 mil, I'm taking it, bro. If we can't sell him, like I said before, loan him and then bin him. Do you know what I'm saying? You know, maybe like for me personally, my opinion, from my perspective, I would do that with Rasmus Højlund, didn't it? If we can loan him elsewhere, either in Italy or elsewhere.
Dude, I wouldn't even burn. If you got 50 million euros to burn, do not buy that motherfucker.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get rid of him. Do you know what I'm saying? But it's not going to be as easy to ship.
He hasn't permanently been purchased yet. That's up for a debate right now with what's going on. Right. If we're going to, the talk is that it sounds like we're going to trigger the buy from him with United, which I'm not happy about because, dude, the motherfucker only scored 11 goals. This is 11 goals is not worth 50 million euros. Not in this, especially you look at that fucking Daniel Malin. Daniel Malin, I don't even think has played 20 games in the Serie A and he hit 14 goals.
And he's not even all that either. Do you know what I'm saying? But
he's it's all speed.
Højlund. Yeah, he's definitely better than Højlund.
Like, but the bar's not that high to say
exactly. So why? This is where I question, like, because De Sanctis is, like you mentioned earlier, you know, keeping us in the green. Do you know what I'm saying? Similar model in terms of the Cronkies, in terms of like profit margins, making sure we're all in the green across the board. The major difference is our wages are a lot better. We're not in the red when it comes to wages, and we're going to get rid of the KDBs and all that. Lukaku's gone, so that's a big chunk. And if it's true with Meret and more so McTominay, because he's on a decent wage, then that's a good chunk of the wage bill as well. You can get proper players in Serie A, and not even just Serie A. I would also look, why don't Napoli create another Cavra? Do you know what I'm saying? Scout across the world, and find a gem, and not just find a gem. Find a few gems. Mm-hmm. You know, find like a goalkeeper, like an 18-year-old keeper or 17, 16-year-old keeper. Yeah, you know, might have to loan him out and all of that, but he'll be the future. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Get a centre back in their 20s, give or take. Yeah, I know you got Buongiorno and who's the other guy? I keep forgetting his name. Rachmani, that's it. Yeah, I know that's a solid partnership. Get rid of that fucking prick, Juan Jesus.
He's gone at the end of the year. I don't see them extending.
Good. That had to happen. Politano needs to fuck off as well.
Oh, no, he's number one. Him and De Bruyne are the first two guys that got to fuck off. Now, here's the thing. We have a history of looking at La Liga. Napoli has a very strong history of getting players from La Liga. So I'm not concerned about that. What concerns me is, like I said, it depends on who you bring in as the manager for how you make a move forward. If you get Roberto Mancini in, let's say Roberto Mancini is the guy we decide, you then do not blow up. You don't blow up the team. You take a pivot. You get rid of De Bruyne. You get rid of Politano. You get rid of Lukaku and maybe Rachmani. You bring in four new players. And potentially a goalkeeper as well. Because for me, I don't think Milinkovic-Savic is anything special than what Meret was. I don't think either of them are. No. So for me, if you look at it, in my personal opinion, you got to replace the striker, the right winger, one of the center backs, and a goalkeeper. If you tweak that team and you get 4 decent players in, I think Mancini walks in, does a pivot, and wins the Scudetto again, in my personal opinion. If you're going to keep everybody together.
Exactly. That has to be the target.
Yes. But if you bring in Italiano, again, I wouldn't be opposed if you take a pivot for a year. But again, you still have to hold the standard of you're going to be in the competition for the Super Cup d'Italia. I want you to win that. And I want you to remain within the top 2 because, again, there is no fucking way Juve and Milan are going to be in a Scudetto race next year unless for some god reason that Napoli and Inter just fall the fuck off. There is no reason that them 2 clubs are going to be in a Scudetto race with the financial problems they're about to face. So if you're going to take a pivot with Italiano this year, I'm not opposed to it. But if you're going to do that, you need to go out and get the top young talent in order to do it so that immediately in the second season, we're back on track to go and win a Scudetto again. That's why I'm saying, for me, if you're going to blow the team up, you look at Nicolo Rovella at Lazio. He's one of the best young defensive midfielders in Italy since Ederson is leaving Atalanta and going to Manchester United. I would go get Rovella. I would go get the Scotsman from Bologna, the vice captain, especially because Italiano knows how to use him. Lewis Ferguson is a fucking baller. That kid can ball out, and I think him and Rovella would be a fantastic defensive midfield pairing. Right wing, for me, I would go get Orsolini, the captain of Bologna. The guy the last 3 years in Bologna is a continual double-digit goal scorer, which is a million miles better than that fucking bum Matteo Politano.
He's a good player as well. Orsolini's a good player. The very little that I've seen him, Bologna when what is it, Villa, when they played Villa in the was it the semi-final of the Europa League, something like that? I know they got bopped off the park.
It was the quarterfinal against Aston Villa.
Oh, quarterfinal, my bad. Yeah. I know they got bopped off the park, but again, Aston Villa, they got the money, they got the quality, and they got the Europa League master. But for me, he stood out. There weren't many, but it just goes back to and big up Javier, bruv. Like for me, in terms of value for money as well. Look at Liga DOS in it, because you can get them for chips, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Or fries, as you call it. Do you know? We have a saying like cheap as chips in it. But for you guys, it would be cheap as fries. Either way. Do you know what I'm saying? Potato and all that shit. But it's like we could go for that market, bro. There's ballers, Guns, Matty. They big up to both of them, bro. Something good. They've been saying.
I would look at that Malero kid. That Malero kid in Villarreal. He was only 18.5 million euros. If Villarreal is going to turn around and say, "Hey, we'll sell you 25, 30," I'll buy him. This kid, this Mohamed Amora, Wolfsburg just got relegated. This kid is a stud. They're going to have to fucking sell him.
I've heard about him.
Amora's a baller. Again, go to France. Look at Amin Gouiri at Marseille. Baller. He could be a better striker option than fucking Lukaku or fucking Højlund. That's the thing. Because I was saying, we only scored one less goal than we did last year. We scored 59 goals when we won the Scudetto, but we only gave up 27 goals. We gave up 9 more goals, and Conte was trying to play defensive. That's why Conte's shit didn't fucking work.
We need to go, not all out attack, but this is the question that I have going back to De Sanctis, innit? Because he's great with his money. He's brilliant at running the club and has done for a long time, innit? You talk to any other club trying to deal with him, do you know what I'm saying? Getting some of our players in it, Chelsea and all of that with Koulibaly.
Oh no, he's a motherfucker.
He's a shit, not even a shit house. That's some Don Dada shit, do you know what I'm saying? But my question is he going to make the right appointment and get rid of the players, sanction getting rid of the players, along with getting the right head coach, the right manager? So if we go for an Italiano, we go Project Youth and all of that, go Liga DOS, go La Liga to a certain degree within the price range, but get the ballers that we can get that's in our budget. Do you know what I'm saying? Build the fucking spine. You look what we're doing at Arsenal, bruv. We've got the spine, bruv. David Raya is basically as close to world class as you can get. And for me, I've said it, he's the best second choice goalkeeper across the board in the world. But as first choice, I was like, do you know what? I was like, fair play. Because he's my player of the season. I think he's gone up at least a level or two in my estimations. I'm going to be honest. And then obviously our centre-backs are the best on the planet, because there's no way Marquisio and that other fucking guy at PSG, whatever his name, Pacho, yeah, they're not. Both of them are nowhere near that level. Nowhere near that level.
I think Marquinhos and Ruben Diaz, in my opinion, the last 6-7 years have been two of the most overrated center backs in all of Europe. I just don't see what people saw.
Marquinhos, absolutely. I thought Ruben Diaz would have done better, like I mentioned before. He started well, but then he fell off. And people can't say, "Oh, it's just injuries." Do you know what I'm saying? Because he was never that quick anyway. He was not a Van Dijk that had pace, got his injury, and then lost it. Do you know what I'm saying? He's not one of them players. You know, he's not like a Saliba that has pace, and he's been injured as well. Gabriel could motor as well, not as quick as Saliba, but Gabriel's a better defender. But you can't use that with Ruben Diaz. And when someone's fallen off and then they get exposed a bit too much, you got to question that. And Marquinhos, I've been saying this, I've been seeing it as well for the longest. It's just like, if you didn't have Thiago Silva, right, your ass would have been exposed. Pause. Tenfold, bro.
He was exposed. He's always been the problem.
No, but like even more. Thiago Silva saved his blushes, bro. Saved his blushes, And don't be surprised in the World Cup. Brazil won't win it. But if Brazil, let's say, for example, they go to the semi-finals, it'll be way more down to Gabriel Magalhaes than fucking Marquinhos at the back. 100%. 100%. Because as great as Casemiro is, he's not what he once was. Do you know what I'm saying? And even though they got Bruno and I don't know if Joe Linton made the squad, and then the Martinellis, that Vinny's obviously going to be there. And they brought Neymar back, which, you know, Don Carlo, do you know what I'm saying? Don Dada, it is what it is. But back to the point, I just, the way I see things, right, it's like building that spine across the board. Obviously in England, we all know this, but like all across Europe and the rest of the world, in terms of succeeding, you have to build a spine. You have to have as close to a world-class goalkeeper, even in this day and age, if not top class, with a solid ass defense, a unit, to even remotely compete. Then the midfield's got to be top tier, and up front, if they're not the best technically, like Victor Gyökeres, they better be banging in 20 plus goals. 30 in all comps, but 20 give or take in the league. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe 15 and then get 25 in all comps. Do you know what I'm saying? That has to be the level. Guri will definitely give us that 100%. He's got to be one of the first names through the door, bro.
That's what
in terms of big signings, he has to be the first name through the door. We got the left back who I wanted at Arsenal, but he's at Napoli, so it's
Gutierrez.
Gutierrez. We should go for Mitchell in for Arsenal, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, but he has to be starting. We still got Di Lorenzo. I was even saying, and you weren't too sure because of the age, and I get that. But for me, I'd still give him one more year.
No, I get
another right back to
you need his replacement this season.
Exactly.
I would look at Bellanova from Atalanta. I would look at him. I would look at Coyote, the right back for Brentford that was on loan.
What about Munoz, who's just won the Europa League? Or do you think he wouldn't? I think
he'll be out of our price range. I think he'll be out of our price because this is the thing that we got to realize. We spent 30 million on that Lorenzo Luca. We're losing that. He sucks. You're going to have to put him back on loan because Lorenzo Luca is bullshit. He's garbage. We're not going to get rid of him, right?
And it looks like we're triggering Rasmus Højlund as well, bro. So that's what?
Correct.
80 million
and that's total. The thing. You're talking 80 million out the door for Rasmus Højlund and Lorenzo Luca. So you're fucked on that if you make the Rasmus Højlund purchase permanent, right?
Yeah.
So Luca's already a piece of shit that you got to figure out how to get off the books. The reason why I'm looking at this from the perspective of the youth, right? If you get rid of McTominay, and Gisa has said that he's not signing an extension, so this could potentially be his last year. So if he doesn't sign the extension, there's been rumors that Napoli has a team option where they can extend it. But why keep a player that doesn't want to be there? That's just a potential for a problem. So if he doesn't want to be there, Anguissa has, for me, I think Anguissa is one of the most unsung heroes of this run that Napoli's had. Because for me, he's one of the best midfielders in Italy since he arrived at Napoli. So you should be getting good money for him. So if you're going to, and that's why I'm saying, if you sell him and you're bringing in Italiano with a younger manager, and you have this money potential that's coming from Newcastle for Meret and McTominay, I would just say, you know what, Lobotka, we're going to sell you respectfully. Thank you for helping us win the Coppa Italia, the two Scudettes, the Supercoppa, and all that. But we need to move on. We need to go with the younger core. Same thing with Rahmani. Rahmani's been one of the best center backs in Italy for the last few years. He's been a key point of our 2 Scudettes. So that's why I'm saying if you're getting a younger team, take the pivot for the year now so that by next season you're ready to go. There's too much damage that's been done to Milan and Juve now that they're not making the Champions League. Them 2 teams are fucked. So you need, if you're going to take a pivot, take the pivot now. So long term, you're going to be fighting with Inter because Como only has a 15,000 person stadium. Unless they're going to let Como pump in crazy amounts of money where they're not going to be able to afford it, Como's not really going to be a threat for the Scudetto unless they pull a miracle off, my opinion. Rome, the problem with Rome is the same people that own Rome own Everton, and they have a decision to make of where they're going to pump some money into either of those 2 teams. And Rome has some bad financial problems as well, so I don't really see Rome being there. So that's why I'm saying you get Italiano in, you make the right purchases going forward. For me, if you have Buongiorno and Gila, and now you have Rafa Marin coming back from Villarreal. He was one of the main center backs for Villarreal this season. Just helped them get 3rd place in Spain. If you're telling me he's your rotation with Bukma, and Bukma was the vice captain with Orsolini when Bologna won the Coppa Italia, you have a good 4 center back rotation there. Now on your fullbacks, you've just re-signed Spinazzola. So you have him for rotation. You still have Oliveira. You have Gutierrez, and you have Di Lorenzo. If you're telling me that your starting defensive line walking into this season is Gutierrez, Buongiorno, Gila, and Di Lorenzo, I think we're good to go defensively if you make that move, right? Midfield, if you tell me that we're going young and you got Rovella, Ferguson, and my personal opinion for the number 10, I'm going to get that Yunus Akın kid from Galatasaray. That kid's a fucking stud. So if that's going to be your core, and then you have Noah Long and Orsolini on the wings, and potentially a Guiri as a striker, I think you're ready to turn right back around with Italiano because he plays rock and roll football. Get
Coppa Italia. Another Scudetto. I want to ask you this question: would you take a punt? And I know he's going to cost a lot, but if we sell Meret and McTominay, we sell Anguissa and Lobotka in particular. So McTominay, Anguissa, and Lobotka, that's basically the 3 in midfield. I know McTominay's more box crashing 10, but would you risk paying 70 odd mil for an Adam Wharton, who slots straight in, even with that money? Do you know what I'm saying? And he's young as well, as we all know. He's like 21, 22, man of the match tonight as well. He would change the game, and with an Italiano, he could play that. He can play as well. Well, he can play in any system. He's that fucking. For me, in terms of ability, it might be another controversial take. Do you know what I'm saying? I think ability-wise, Wharton's world class, and people only see that once he either goes to a bigger and better club, which Napoli is compared to Palace. With all due respect, they've been amazing, but again, I love Palace. I live down that. My old man used to live around the corner from Palace, but it's still Palace. Do you know what I'm saying? Used to go to games, whatever it is, what it is. But at Napoli, and then you got Billy Gilmore. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there or thereabouts, like in the squad and all that. Still fairly young. Like I think it's a risk worth taking, especially if we are going to go for Italiano, because I don't want fucking Allegri. It's either between Italiano and Mancini for me. But for me personally, even if it's 80 mil. If we're going to sell Anguissa and Lobotka along with McTominay and Meret, I would go get Adam Wharton for 70 odd mil because he's young and that money we sell well. Unlike Arsenal, Napoli sell well, so we'd be able to get him. The only problem is and I kind of see it in your face as well. How else are we going to plug them other gaps across the rest of the team? I hear it, but that's why I asked it. I think it's worth the risk personally, but what do you think?
That's really the question. I would take a risk on it. Listen, we've done it before. We spent 70 million on Osimhen when we got him from Wolves, when we got him from Lille. So we've done it before. The question is, for me, when you look at the rest of the spots that need to be retooled, that's the only reason why I'm hesitant to say yes to a Wharton. I would rather see, for me, is this. Noah Long is coming back. For me, he instantly starts at left wing. Yeah. You have squad depth across the board with the youth because you still have that Alisson Santos, you have that Giovanni, you have the young kid from the Primavera in Vergara, who had a spell last year as well. So you have those 3 guys for squad rotation. The problem, then you have another person who comes into question is that fucking David Neres, because Neres, while he had that purple patch last year, he still shows inconsistency in form and inconsistency to stay healthy, which was the same thing the previous season when we won the Scudetto. So the question is how many players do you have to sell in order to comfortably buy somebody at that high of a standard for money? That's the only reason. And what does it leave you with? For me, the only reason why I would say no to Wharton is because 70 million pounds is really close to about 80 million euros. So you'd be breaking your transfer budget for him. And yet, while I think he would come in and absolutely flourish as a player for Napoli, especially in the Serie A, I just don't know if I'm willing to spend that much money on a defensive midfielder when we need so much more help in other positions. That's the only reason why I would say no to that, in my personal opinion.
I hear it. Look, my thing is
like here, I'd rather spend 70 million on Carnesecchi, the goalkeeper from Atalanta.
If
you're going to give me a choice, I'd rather spend the 70 million on Carnesecchi, because to me, exactly what you said about David Raya being the best in the world as a second goalkeeper. First of all, just on a side note, I think Spain's retarded for choosing Unai Simon to start over Raya, especially after the season that Raya had.
100%.
Athletic Bilbao didn't even make fucking Europe with him as the goalkeeper, and Raya just won the Premier League.
And we comfortably beat them in the end as well, and that was stinky Arteta, bro.
Yes,
I remember that. Norgard even played as well.
Yes. and that's the reason why. And that's the reason why, like Carnesecchi, I would argue that Carnesecchi's the second choice goalkeeper in the world, because for him to be the backup and Donnarumma still the goalie, I would take Carnesecchi the goalkeeper. I would rather spend that money on the goalkeeper, because again, Milinkovic-Savic is nothing special. He's nothing special to me.
I agree. I agree.
Good on the ball. He's good at saving penalties and all this shit. Everything that people were hyping up, I did not see it in him.
He cost us against PSV, bruv. I know Conte fucked up the game a lot as well, but on the individual front, I watched the highlights of that PSV. Was it the last 16? Or no, it wasn't the last 16.
No, it was the group stage when we got
smoked. Got smoked by fucking PSV away, and I'm just like, Arsenal battered them 7-1 last season. Yeah, granted, it was last 16 or whatever.
And the sad thing is,
the team is not that much different.
And Noah Lang was one of their best players. We bought him from there. He doesn't even get to fucking start the damn game, and we get embarrassed.
Absolutely schooled, bro. Absolutely. Yeah. But I hear it with the Carnesecchi, because what he's done for Atalanta, unbelievable. Europa League winner as well. And again, second choice to Donnarumma. So I hear it now, because I see David Raya as more of a number one, especially the last month or so. I've always rated David Raya, but I was like, even with the height, is he able to get to world class or very close and be a certified number one for us? I'm like, as of right now, he's on fire. Do you know what I'm saying? As Arteta would say, I'm on fire, guys. I'm on fire. No more fire margins, guys. I'm on fire, guys. Do you know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. But I just think for me, I really hope that De Sanctis, for whatever reason, finds a way just to shithouse not paying Man United and triggering that 50 mil and finding a way to get rid of that bum Luca. Do you know what I'm saying? Because then that's 80 mil. Or maybe we'll take a loss with a slight loss with Luke or whatever. Yeah. Let's say it's 60 mil. Do you know what I'm saying? Let's say it's 60 mil that's saved. Yeah. That plus, Nguiza, Lobotka, McTominay and Merritt being sold. You could get both, but also fill in the rest of the squad. In particular, you mentioned David Neres. I would take a punt in getting fucking Reece Nelson in, because he's not wanted at Arsenal. I know the wages are high, but in terms of backup, he's better than David Neres. I'm gonna be real. We can get the pay cut. He'll get more game time, of course, because he wasn't getting that much with Fulham. And you know who else used to play for Fulham? Anguissa. Do you know what I'm saying? And he's played abroad as well in Germany.
I would take a punt more on Emil Smith Rowe than I would Reese Nelson, because I think Emil Smith Rowe could, with the way Italiano plays, I think Smith Rowe fits that better than Reese Nelson, in my personal opinion.
He would cost more though. So even with it might like I hear it, Smith Rowe is clear when it comes to ability. He's better than Reese Nelson for sure.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it like, well, we get rid of David Neres as well for whatever money. Doesn't matter. Reese Nelson's not going to cost that much. And to be honest, we could actually bring the wages down from 100K to like a 70, 75. Yeah. Add a few bonuses and all of that. He'll take it, because then he gets to play a bit more. Do you know what I'm saying? And even if we get what's his face, Ossolini, yeah, he'll think about it just like it's a great opportunity, innit, to compete with him. And he can also play on the left as well. Yes, you got Noah Lang. He'll be cemented for damn sure. So that he can play on either side as well. Whereas with David Neres, he was more on the right.
Yep.
Whereas he can play both. Smith Rowe, as great as he is, right? And I'm not including the injuries in this, because yes, he has been injured a fair bit, but you can't really play Smith Rowe on the right in it. It's more down the middle or in the left. Whereas Reese Nelson can play on both wings in it, and he slots straight in as squad depth, and it doesn't hurt the youth.
Yeah.
Compared to buying an Ossolini and someone of similar quality. Do you know what I'm saying? Where it hampers the youth a bit more in the front line or out wide, either way. That's what I'm saying. Because I believe, to get us over the line, Coppa Italia and or Scudetto next season, ideally with Italiano, but I'm very, for me, Mancini's still my number one, but Italiano, going this route, I'm fully on board with that. But we need to get Kanesecki for sure, but Adam Wharton, for me, he has to be in there. After tonight's performance, he has to be in there. And with Anguissa and all of that being sold to go down the younger route, it's ideal. For me, he will ball out. For me, I would argue he'd do better than Osman. And he's a better player than Osman, but Osman gets the goals. Do you know what I'm saying? Osman, yes, he's more volume, but he's a good player, don't get me wrong, but he's more like the wow factor, the game changer in terms of like being on the end of multiple chances, whereas Adam Wharton controls that midfield. And you saw what he did to Rayo Vallecano. They weren't as good on the ball as I expected, but he shut it down, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying?
See, I think Wharton, if Wharton was to go to Italy, I see him being the replacement for Çalhanoğlu at Inter. I see him being more of a replacement.
Yeah. That's the problem. There's going to be other suitors,
and Inter's going to have money this year, because the rumor is that Bet Marotta has set aside. They got anywhere between 75 to 100 million euros to spend. If Inter's got that much money to spend, and that's without selling anybody.
Yeah,
Fratesi is linked with the move away. Now, the Aaron Gordon situation is kind of a domino effect right now, potentially, because the money, from what DiMarzio has said, the money that they've got from Gordon could potentially lead to, like I said, them getting McTominay and Meret from us. The other rumor is that because there's that much money, there's kind of a rumor now starting to gain speed in Italy that Tonali will go to Inter. If Tonali goes to Inter, they are going to be a fucking problem next year.
Big time.
Could you?
But Arsenal linked with him as well, Man United and Inter, and I'm sure there's a few more other clubs as well. So
imagine that midfield.
So I hear it with the Wharton being, like Inter will look at him and just like, you know what? Yeah, he's going to cost a lot of money, but he slots straight in. Slots straight in.
Could you
pretty much most teams.
You got Wharton, Barella, and Çalhanoğlu as the midfield with Sucic and Zielinski off the bench.
They'll walk the league. I hate to say it.
Fucking league next
They'll walk the fucking league, bro.
Hell, to be honest with you,
and they'll get further in the champs as well.
I was just gonna.
They'll definitely get
the other
further
talk is they got him for free. The other talk is that Marcus Thuram. If Marcus Thuram leaves Inter, he was a free signing. If they get pure profit from him, they could do some damage and get another player. So the problem, that's why I'm saying if you take a pivot this year with Italiano, you need to get your business done this year so that next year you're not making it even more of a catch-up game of where Inter is. That's the only risk with blowing the team up with Italiano. Like you said, me personally, I agree with you. I would rather take Mancini to prolong, just to get one more Scudetto out of this team, to just try to see if you can test Inter for another full season to go off and win. Again, either way, it's a gamble. Either you bring Mancini in, you try to win the Scudetto. If something doesn't go your way and you get second place again, everybody's a year older. You may not make the same amount of money on the players that you had as if you sell them this year. The flip side of that is, again, you go get Italiano, you get a younger team, you see where you're at, you still have money next year as long as you make Champions League and go far in Coppa Italia, get out of the – one of the key things is no matter who is, you have to get out of the group stage of this Champions League. You cannot leave that money – you cannot leave that revenue stream of cash off the table again this year, because then it's going to hurt you for trying to catch up to Inter. And
I believe we will. I believe we will. Whether it's Italiano,
I think we definitely
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Mancini, I don't know about, in all honesty.
Mancini, I think with the right players, and as long as he doesn't somehow fuck it up and have a head's gone, I believe we'll at least get to the last 16. But with Allegri, no chance. It's going to be the same old with Conte, but even worse.
If Allegri takes over the team, we don't make Champions League next year. If Allegri takes over the team, we don't make Champions League next year.
If Italiano is number one, then with what I've been saying and what you've been saying, thereabouts in terms of where we can improve, the players that we can sell, to get the most amount of money, even for the likes of Lobotka, who's pushing 30, and Guiza's in his early 30s, like myself, and go down that route, then I would, like you said, either way it's a gamble, but I would take the risk. And to be honest, we've seen with Arsenal, that when you spend big money, the wages are ridiculous for the likes of Madueke, who's dog shit and all that. But look, he's still a Premier League winner. But at least we got the valuation up. Do you know what I'm saying? Well, it's there. He's never worth £50 million, but we could actually sell these players even on high wages now because we got over the line.
Yep.
And we're in the Champions League final as well. And we win it, we can definitely sell anyone. We'll find a way. And I've been saying as well, another quick thing, Andrea Matthias a bad boy Berta, mate. Do you know what I'm saying? We win the Champions League, he becomes Don Dada. And especially in the summer, if he gets rid of most of these scrubs like Jesus, Ben White, do you know what I'm saying? We get some money in for Odegaard, Havertz, etc., loan out Madueke and then sell him, or just sell him straight off the bat. We sell Zubimendi. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe we could sell Calafiori, but Zubimendi for damn sure. If the talks are true, then
I wouldn't be shocked if Calafiori went back to Rome now that they made Champions League.
100%. Look, 100%. And we can take that money off of the wage bill. And you know what Andrea Berta's going to do? He's going to make it right, bro. And we got Michele as well. We can get some of the best talent and pay the most money pretty much on the planet. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Outside of Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, PSG, Barcelona to a lesser degree, and all of that. And well, Juve were once in that conversation, but they're definitely not no more. Do you know what I'm saying? Not for the no. So it's more like Inter. It's more like Inter. Do you know what I'm saying? More like Inter, which is fair enough. But with us in terms of Napoli, I would take that risk with Adam Wharton, what's his fucking hell? Carnesecchi, Adam Wharton. I would sit, as much as I rate Emil Smith-Rowe highly, still to this day, I think in terms of the squads and to balance it, I'd go Reece Nelson, similar with Kepa, take a pay cut, add some bonuses, sign-in bonus or whatever else, And, a few other positions like in defence, like you mentioned earlier, maybe one or two more in midfield as like either loans or, again, scouting. Do you know what I'm saying? Because my thing is, take the risk, pay the big money. KDB, Lukaku, we know is going and all that. Get rid of that scrub, that bull.
He's trying to stay. Did you see that bullshit with him? Lukaku's trying to stay. So Lukaku gave an interview to one of the big journalists out of Belgium, saying that he still sees himself as as a Napoli player. It's all good with the fans. He wants to come back and everything else. It's like, brother, listen, I give you somewhat of the benefit of the doubt because we're all different people. You can't tell somebody how to grieve when you lose a parent. It is what it is with that. But brother, you fucking no-showed training for a month. I'm sorry.
His time's done, bro. His time's done, period.
You gotta go.
He's in the twilight of his career, bro. It's not happening no more, bro.
Go to Turkey.
He's got main character syndrome.
Go to Saudi Arabia. Go somewhere else where you're going to be able to get another 2-3 years out of your legs because of your style.
Yeah, go Saudi. Go Saudi, because if he does that bullshit even doing it in Saudi, but at least he's got the money to put it. That they'll pay him the money to put him in check. Whereas Turkey, depending on the team, they'll pay him good money, very good money. Don't get me wrong.
But them fans ain't gonna allow that shit.
Exactly. Look. My neighbor was Turkish. Like, my landlord's Turkish and all that shit. They don't fuck about, bro. If they're doing all of that, it's great. But if you get on the wrong side of them and you take the piss, brother, it's a long fucking day. Long fucking day. But they're loyal. If they love you, respect you, and all that shit.
Oh yeah,
they're loyal as fuck. Yeah, they don't forget as well. A bit like me. I don't forget in it. Do you know what I'm saying? See, a lot of people have the short-term memory, and ironically, it runs in the family. More so, my grandma, R.I.P. in that. But still, look. But like for me, it's just like I don't forget this shit. Just do what needs to be done. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Lukaku, he's had a track record anyway. You lost your dad. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. My best friend's been through that as well. Different circumstances, scenario, yeah. But at the same time, it's best for you to move on in it. Clear your head. You had your time in it in Italy, period. Never mind just Napoli. Go to Saudi. And if you are going to go to Turkey, take your mind off it, fix up all of that shit. Do you know what I'm saying? End your career on a high, innit? Win a Turkish Cup. Win the Turkish League, bro, with Fenerbahce, Galatasaray, or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe Besiktas. Who knows? Like, for me, it's at that point where he can't fucking say KDB has to go, Politano has to fucking go. Don't fucking trigger that fucking 50 mil. And if De Sanctis is on job, on point, and he puts his nuts on the fucking table, Kenny Ken settings and all that shit, do not let that happen. Get rid of that bum Luca. Do you know what I'm saying? Get rid of that fucking prick, that useless fucking cunt, Juan Jesus, Get rid of that motherfucker. Do you know what I mean? Get rid of all the scrubs. It's similar at Arsenal. The only difference is, we've just won this season.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
And Napoli won last season, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? Well, we're both in similar situations in terms of, like, we've still got to get rid of scrubs, and we're looking to win this year and next. Well, for Napoli, it's next year, But for us, this year and next year. Do you know what I'm saying? Next season, we win the Champions League. We've got a Super Cup. We've got Mr. Good Evening, Unai Emery, the Europa League master, back once again and all that shit. Do you know what I mean? So it's just like, look, I'm looking forward to it, but this De Sanctis better not fuck up the base. Do you know what I'm saying? He better not fuck about
De Laurentiis with that. I'm not worried about it. Real quick, for Suj, did you catch Baggio's report on improving Italian football? I saw a few of the points. Looks decent, but heard it was binged straight away. Here's the problem, Suj. As many good points as Baggio made, Baggio is also a part of the problem because Baggio isn't talking about what the biggest problem in Italy is. The biggest problem in Italy is the political side of things where they are not allowing the best team to be chosen. That's the problem at the end of the day. You can look at the situation that just took place with us missing the World Cup again. Orsolini was left off the team for Matteo Politano. Domenico Berardi was left off the team for Matteo Politano. Lorenzo Pellegrini was left off the team for Matteo Politano. Gigi Buffon, Leonardo Bonucci, and Gennaro Gattuso thought for 2 qualifying games you needed to bring 4 goalkeepers. Why? I have no fucking idea why they chose 4 goalkeepers.
Well, I know what Gigi wanted 4 goalkeepers, do you know? Well, you just knew that was going to happen. Do you know what I'm saying?
But the biggest the problem is this. The Baggio has points when it comes to the youth and how the youth need to be trained and everything else. He does make some very legitimate points like that. The problem is there's no point of caring about the youth and everything else if you're still not going to allow the best team out on the pitch. If you're not going to put the best 11 and the best 23-man squad together, there's no point of even talking about the youth or anything else because it's just going to become the same redundant bureaucratic bullshit that has gone on in Italy. Again, even the team that won the World Cup in 2006, the best team was not there. Nobody can sit here and tell me that Mauro Camoranesi was a better player than Antonio Cassano. Nobody can sit here and tell me that.
100%.
So
100%.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. If you could have 100 top quality players across the country, if you're still going to be looking at bottom feeders because they play for specific clubs, because those clubs spend more money and contribute more money to the FA, it's not going to matter. Again, Lorenzo Pellegrini, anybody who watched them 2 games that Italy played for the qualifiers, Italy was crying out for a creator. They were crying out for a creator, and they were crying out for a goal scorer. For those that don't watch the Serie A, Domenico Berardi is the 3rd highest goal scorer in the last 10 years in Italy. He scored more goals than Cristiano Ronaldo. He scored more goals than Romelu Lukaku. The only 2 guys that have scored more goals than him in the Serie A over the last 10 years is Ciro Immobile and Paulo Dybala. And on the course that he's going to pass Dybala up to where he's going to be the second.
I didn't know Dybala was in that conversation in terms of goals. I thought assists.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Dybala's on, I think Berardi's on 134 goals in the last 10 years, and Dybala's on like 139. He's only like
that's impressive, bro. For someone who's out and out number 10.
And that's because Sassuolo got relegated last year. They just came up this year. If Sassuolo hadn't have been relegated, he would have passed Dybala up. So that's the reason why. And here, who dare says the same thing. Same thing. Antonio Di Natale.
Oh, Di
Natale was never called up to the national team until 2010, and he made a cameo appearance. Same thing. Fabio Quagliarella was better than majority of strikers that we had. Never got a call up properly. So the issue at the end of the day, Italy could have a crop of players. Like right now, the U17 team just beat France's U17. We have good young talent in Italy. The problem is that the youth going to even be able to get a chance, number one? And number two, if they do get a chance and they're good players, it depends on what team they play for. If majority of the top youngsters play for Roma, Napoli, or Lazio, they're still going to choose the shit Italian players. They're still going to choose a shittier Italian version of players that are playing for Inter, Juve, and Milan over the better youthful players that are playing in the South. It's a whole complex problem that's within Italy. It's not just about, Baggio does this, Baggio says that, this, that, and the other. All that's a cop-out. All of that is a cop-out to say, Baggio could save Italy. Baggio can't, again, perfect example. Giacomo Bonaventura was one of the best midfielders in Italy for a period of time, yet that fucking bum, Riccardo Montolivo,
right?
Riccardo Montolivo couldn't play for my fucking high school team, but magically, because he plays for Milan, he was getting a call up to the national team. So again, it comes down to the politics at the end of the day.
How the fuck did he play for AC Milan, bro?
He was the captain. He was the captain of AC Milan.
Jesus Christ. At least Odegaard's got tech. Do you know what I'm saying? That's frustrating.
Bro,
this is what I'm saying, bro.
Montolivo's claim to fame is that long ball over the top against Germany where Balotelli shot the ball past Neuer outside the box when he took his shirt off in that celebration. That's Montolivo's claim.
But that ball means nothing if he don't finish it like that. That's more Mario Balotelli in terms of like
exactly my point. Exactly my fucking point.
Like, and if Baggio was picking the Italian team like back in 06, 2010, whatever, he would have picked Caramanese over Cassano. Was it? I think Berardi might have been a little bit too young in 20. Maybe not.
Bro, do you remember Marco Di Vaio from Valencia?
Yes, Di Vaio.
Marco Di Vaio never got a fucking call up.
Let me guess why Mauro Caramanese got in, yeah? Because as a right mid, he done the defensive work. He bombed forwards and all of that. He's got a good cross on him and all of that. He's decent on the ball, but there's nothing really that much special. Do you know what I'm saying? It was similar with Nedved. You know, that Juve team, yeah, was more about their centre midfield. Do you know what I'm saying? Del Piero up front and all that, David Trezeguet. It wasn't really the wide players. Do you know what I'm saying? They thought the wide players were, Juve are all world class in every position. Well, I was like, whoa. not every position.
Yeah.
Like Nedved after Robin Titi, bruv. Yeah, he can go fuck himself, number one. Number two, Mauro Camoranesi.
Pavel Nedved is
not
one of the most overrated fucking players, dude.
Joaquin, bro. You remember Joaquin, of course, yeah?
Well, bet
10 times the player that Camoranesi ever was, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Ever was. Joaquin. Did you see that interview, or you might have seen a clip on the overlap with Ashley Cole? Like, who was the hardest player that you defended against outside Leo Messi? He said Joaquin, bro. Yep. And yeah, we got the racial abuse and all that, but Joaquin still twisted him up. Do you know what I'm saying? People forget how sick Joaquin was back in the day. And you mentioned Vicente, was it Rodriguez? You mentioned a number of times when we've been on past streams and that. Them two at Valencia. Killing it, bro. Absolutely fucking. They were ridiculous, bro. They were fucking ridiculous.
With Pablo Aimar.
Aimar, bro. Pablo Legend, legenda, bro. Legenda. Do you know what I'm saying?
Ruggeri didn't get a call up. He's been very good for Atletico Madrid. He didn't even get a call up to the national team. That's what I'm saying. The problem with the Italian national team, again, you could have a crop of players where you have 40 top-class players for Italy. If they all don't play for the right team, and it's not the teams that are contributing the big money to the FA, they're not going to get a call-up. Again, Giacomo Bonaventura, they chose Antonio Nocerino. They chose Antonio Nocerino over Giacomo Bonaventura. What the fuck we talking about here? Who dares again with another one? Fabrizio Miccoli. When Palermo had a good team, Miccoli never got a fucking call-up. Again, this is what I mean by the problem is that the problem is at the end of the day is that the top quality players, if they don't play for the big three, they're not going to get a call up. And then after the big three, if they don't play for a northern team, the southern teams, if they got good players, they're last place to get a call up. Even if Lazio, Roma, and Napoli are bigger
Di Natale was one of them in 2010. Yeah, like he should have been damn near first choice up front because Di Natale was killing it, bro. He's one of my favorite Italian players in the last 20 years.
Bro, how does a bum like Vincenzo Iaquinta and Simone Padoin start at the striker and right wing position over Antonio Di Natale and Cassano?
He scored some of the best goals I've seen in recent times, bro. In terms of volleys, Di Natale, I've not seen many players, period, not just Serie A. I've not seen many players, period, strike a ball like he does. Do you know what I'm saying? Free kicks and pens. He's pretty much my height. What, 5'9", 10, whatever.
He's a midget.
Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You might even be shorter, dude. I think Di Natale's only 5'7".
Oh no, 5'7". My bad. Sorry. No, I'm thinking. Yeah. But dude, 5'7", 5'8", 5'7". Yeah, midget, bro. Yeah, and the technique. Unfucking real. I won't forgive. Was it Lippi managing Italy in 2010? Yeah. What? Bullshit.
Thank you for bringing that up, and that's the key point to talk about. In the 2010 World Cup, Italy left off so many good players that should have been called up to the team. Because Marcello Lippi is a Juventine piece of shit. He called up majority of that team. What everybody forgets is Juventus finished 7th that year. What the fuck are you doing calling majority of a 7th place team up to the national team? You left Antonio Cassano off the team. Everybody forgets we left Gianpaolo Pazzini off the team with him and Cassano at Sampdoria. We're tearing shit up in the Serie A. The captain of Sampdoria, Angelo Palumbo at the time. Palumbo was a much better defensive midfielder than some of the guys that we sent. We leave him off. We left Alberto Gilardino off the fucking team.
Oh, yeah.
Gilardino at Fiorentina was killing shit at that time. We leave him off the fucking team again. That's what I'm saying. It's all about the politics with Italy. It's never been about, we need to restructure how we take care of the youth, which we do. Don't get me wrong. The younger Italian talent needs to be given the opportunities at the top level. Because the problem is with Italy is if you got a good talent at 18, 19 years old, they instantly send you back down to the second division for you to try to learn how to get a little bit more physical. But then they always end up leaving these players in the fucking second division till they're
now they're going to go overseas. Do you know what I'm saying? And a lot of the English players
go overseas.
Yeah,
I hope
you need to do what we did.
Right now, as sad as it is, I hope the top Italian talent leaves Italy and goes to Spain or goes to what's it called? Goes to Spain or goes to England. I don't want the Italian talent playing in Italy anymore. And as sad as that is, that's what you need to do, because the problem is that none of them are getting the opportunity in Italy. The young Italian kid that came out of Chelsea's youth academy, Cesare Casade. Casade is at Torino right now. He's one of the few that's actually been given starting consistent minutes to learn his trade at the top level in Serie A. There's so many more talents that don't get that fucking level. That's why they drop off.
But that's what we did, yeah? The part of the reason why England have been getting to Euro finals, do you know what I'm saying, in the last two tournaments, why we got to the semis, or part of the reason why we got to the semis of the World Cup. Yes, we had a stinker against France. Harry Kane turned into Johnny Wilkinson there for the second penalty. It is what it is, bro. Rugby settings and that. But outside of that, we've been far better at major tournaments. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the squad that we've picked, no Adam Wharton, just that alone is a fucking disgrace, bro. I'm glad he's picked Ivan Toney, but again, Jude Bellingham, bro, there's politics there. The politics are still. Do you know what I'm saying?
England squad is dog shit. Anybody who thinks England's got a chance of winning the World
No Tyreek Mitchell, bro. No Lewis Hall. You didn't pick either of them.
Didn't he leave Wharton too?
No Wharton, no Lewis Hall, no Tyreek Mitchell.
Or Gibbs White. Gibbs White.
Or Gibbs White, or Gibbs White, bro.
Jordan Henderson shouldn't be 1,000 miles
nowhere near. Nowhere near. And again, that look, I can't prove it yet, but I believe for damn sure, I'll live and die on this shit, that the FA and the Premier League to a certain degree have influence over picking that team, similar to with the Italian Federation. With it, it's the same shit. The only difference is it's not so much north and south. It's just more, well, whose flavour of the month, innit? Wherever you're playing, innit? And if you fit, if the manager likes you enough as well, and the FA back it, and the Premier League back it. So, which is part of the reason why, like, an Elliot Anderson, is in. He deserves to be in there. Don't get me wrong. But. You can't have him and not have Adam Wharton as well. Do you know what I'm saying? You don't pick fucking Jordan Henderson. You don't pick Jude Bellingham. Oh, but Jude Bellingham will bring in the money. Who fucking cares, bro? They can go fuck themselves, bro. If we get to a semi-finals, I'll be amazed, bro. Even though Tuchel is a much better manager than fucking what's his face, Southgate. But the problems still remain. Do you know what I'm saying? Gareth Southgate got as far as he did because of his man management, not because of his tactics. That was evident against Italy at home, which we should have done better. Like, how can you go from 1-0 up in the first few minutes to then just completely, not even parking the bus, just anchoring the fucking, the whole country, bro. He put the anchor on that motherfucker in Wembley. That's what he done. And then at Spain, they go 1 up, and then they go 2 up. And then, now we start to attack. It's like what Arteta was doing before we won the league. Do you know what I'm saying? We got that goal back. What was it, Cole Palmer? And then we were just trying to doss about here and there at the back and play that U-shaped football and shit. No, bro, we need a fucking goal. We need a fucking goal. And I saw similar shit with Italy in the qualifiers.
Yep.
They're like Gattuso looking like fucking Mr. Blobby. Do you know what I'm saying?
He got the fucking job at Lazio is a disgrace. That just shows you how shit of an owner Lotito is. So, Centurion, I agree with you. I would have took Harry Maguire over John Stones. I have no idea.
I would as well. I
have no idea why John Stones got called to the national team. I have no idea how that fucking happened.
No Tomori as well, bro. No fucking Tomori is a disgrace.
Kyle Tomori is an absolute disgrace that he hasn't been given an opportunity at England. That dude has been top 5, top 10 Serie A defender since he went to Milan. In my opinion, he's been the best defender at Milan since they won the Scudetto. I think he's better than Pavlovic. I think he's better. I think Gabbia in the last 2 years has gotten better to where he's gotten to the same level as Tomori. But again, I have no idea how this guy is not getting a call up to England. It's an absolute disgrace. Real quick, because this is funny. They're talking about a Legends game. What'd you think of Callejon, Mertens, and Insigne in the Napoli Legends game?
Oh, yeah. I saw the clip that you sent me, brother. Do you know what I'm saying? For a little while, yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? the Legends games that Ronaldinho plays and all that shit. Do you know what I'm saying? I'd rather watch them at it's not even half the speed. It's like a tenth of the speed, bro.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Than what we're seeing now. People are too bombarded, and most of them ain't watching the game. They're watching the stats on their phones, bro. It's like Football Manager. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? No disrespect to Football Manager, yeah, but watch the fucking game, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? If you claim to be a fan of whatever club you're claiming to support or whatever, yeah, watch the fucking game. You can have your views, you can have different opinions, but watch the fucking game. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. The likes of Ego and all of them usual suspects, and that other, what is it, that Juve fan, that Luca Juve fan, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, no,
they don't watch the fucking game like that. If at all. Do you know what I'm saying? With a lot of the shit that they talk, and it's just like, look,
that guy Luca, I get what he's trying to do. Juventus allows him to go, pitch side to watch games. He's able to go in behind the scenes. He says hello to, the big players for Juventus. But that guy, as much as I can appreciate what you're doing on a club level because you're a Juventine fan, the problem is when you talk about the national team, you're fucking lost. Because the problem is that Luca guy, did I send you the clip of when they announced the national teams for the qualifiers? He came out and said he had no problem with Gattuso going defensive and playing 3-5.
I think I saw the video. I don't remember if you actually sent me the clip. You might have done, but I definitely saw the video. As soon as he said that shit, I clicked off, bro. I clicked off. Do you know what I'm saying? I clicked the fuck off. I was like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't watch Serie A like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Never have done, really. Yeah, I used to watch a bit more back in the day. My preference was more, other than obviously Premier League, La Liga, innit? Because that Real Madrid team, and then you got Ronaldinho, and then obviously the Valencia team, the Villarreal team at one point, Atleti, of course. Do you know what I'm saying? But it's just like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you go back to England, bro. How the fuck did you not bring any fucking recognisable left back, bro? Lewis Hall, you can even use as a wing back in a back 5, back 3 formation. You didn't bring him. You didn't bring Tyreek Mitchell, just won a European trophy. Adam Wharton, man of the motherfucking match, not even in the squad, bro.
Yep.
I don't wish injuries on anyone, but if Jordan Henderson gets an injury and breaks down, do you know what I'm saying? Bring Adam Wharton in. Bring him in. He has to be first reserve. And he shouldn't even be in that position, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a fucking disgrace. Jude Bellingham, if he gets injured for the rest of the tournament, bring fucking Adam Wharton in. Yeah? That would be poetic justice.
Let's be honest. Jude Bellingham should have never got called up.
100%. Let's be honest. But it's politics, bro. You know it's he brings in so much money, because a lot of these fuckers, don't watch the game. They don't watch Real Madrid. They don't watch England like that at all. You watch England more than the rest of these motherfuckers that claim they watch England and say, oh, Jude Bellingham's a great player. He's actually got a good first touch. Oh, he can dribble. Oh, he can shoot. Just because he gets the odd clutch goal here and there, is that the standard now, We've got Kai Havertz that does that shit, and he does it better. And at least he turns up. Do you know what I'm saying? As frustrating as he is, he turned up against Burnley. He's done it before at Chelsea. And I wouldn't be surprised if he scores the winner for us against PSG. Do you see Jude Bellingham doing that shit?
That'd be hilarious.
Exactly, bruv. I'm here for it. We will be there more than you believe. Do you see Jude Bellingham doing that shit for Real Madrid or England? Oh, but Jude Bellingham's won the Champions League. Who scored the goal? Because it weren't him, cunt. It was fucking Danny Carvajal, who's about to retire now. Damn near 30 trophies, bruv. Damn near 30 Bomber Clark trophies, bruv, Jude Bellingham, he'll win a few more trophies here and there. So will Kylian Mbappe. And it's ironic that Kylian Mbappe, still not won a Champions League. I know he's won a World Cup, fair play and all of that. But at the same time, you're what, 24, 25? You've been playing since, 16 years old, bro? Nearly 10 years. Nearly 10 years. And you ain't won a big up the dog. Do you know what I'm saying? 10 years nearly, and you ain't won a Champions League, bro. Bukayo Saka could win the Champions League before he does, bro. That's wild. That's fucking wild. Declan Rice. You know what I'm saying? Victor Gyökeres, Havertz, Arteta 2.0. Arteta 2.0, Mikel Merino, bro, could win a champion. He might score the winner, bro, off the bench because they were talking about it. I noticed these patterns. Look, I'm aware of how this shit plays out. You know, when you least expect it, innit? And that Champions League final is not going to go how most people think. Most people expect us to be battered like Inter did, yeah? It's not going to be the same game. The only way we lose by 2 or more goals, yeah? Even though we're not the favourites, yeah? The only way we lose by 2 or more goals, if the players have had way too much of this, way too much of that, and maybe a little bit too much of this that they can't handle. We're not in that category, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
We can handle our shit. And too much of the NOS, aka the laughing gas, the hippie crack, we call it over here. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. If they're doing a bit too much of that shit, do you know what I'm saying? It's all gone Pete Tong, like it's all going downhill. But look, like Kylian Mbappe, bro, Vinny Jr. to a lesser degree, but Jude Bellingham for damn sure, yeah? Like, yeah, Jude's won the Champions League, but other than the first 6 months, he didn't do shit for the rest of it in the crunch time.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I'm saying? Harry Kane, yeah, all the shit we talk about Harry Kane at Tottenham, yeah, he's already won at Bayern. Unlucky to not be in the final. Do you know what I'm saying? They'll go again next year if Company gets it right. You know, they need to improve that defense. They need to replace Manuel Neuer. Even though he's my GOAT, they still need to replace him. He's 40 years old. Brother, just retire. Just retire.
That young right back from AC Milan, they're in talks with Palestra. I think Palestra will ball out with Bayern Munich if he goes.
100%. 100%. They had fucking...
the thing that I disagree with you on this, that country is going to nationalize them. Here's the thing. I'm talking about the players that need to get out. Same way with like how we said earlier on in the season when like Lewis Skelly and the younger players at Arsenal weren't getting minutes. Ethan go and get a loan out to Marseille. Yes, the loan to Marseille didn't work out because De Zerbi left and ultimately popped up and saved Tottenham's whole ass from going down into the championship. But at the end of the day, if your young players are not getting minutes at home, you have to send them abroad. And I would much rather have the Italian players going to Spain, playing the technical game, getting better at what they need to if the country's not going to invest in them. You have to do something with them. Otherwise, you're just doomed to keep repeating the same old cycle. That's the only reason why I disagree with you. Trust me. I would love nothing more than to put in a stipulation to all the I would love to put a stipulation in the Serie A that every team that is in the Serie A has to be carrying at least 3 to 4 players that are under the age of 24 years old that are Italian and have to get certain minutes in order to start bridging the gap of the youth not getting minutes in Italy. I would
so basically, Gianni, a better homegrown system than even we have in England. Yeah, I agree with that. And even England's homegrown system needs to be improved because otherwise we don't fucking loan out Ethan. Lewis Skelly gets more minutes. Max Dowman gets more minutes, and they both, all three of them, rather, they better get more minutes next season because I don't know if you saw it, but I saw a little thumbnail with the after party that Ethan was there. Do you know what I'm saying? From what I saw, what I heard, Ethan was there. So if all goes well and Andrea Berta does the job, Ethan will still be here next season. We don't sell him, and then like find a way to just get rid of Madueke or just force him out the door, force him to get a loan or some shit. Because it hasn't worked out with Madueke. Shock, because he ain't fucking good enough. And he's another bum that's in the fucking England squad. Do you know what I'm saying? How the fuck is he in the England squad? As shit as Bukayo Saka has been this season, at least he comes up clutch, innit? At least Bukayo Saka has experience and has come up clutch, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? And the adrenaline will get him through, but he'll be fucked for next season. It is what it is, yeah? I reckon, a big part of the reason why Ethan, even if we don't buy a right winger, I'm not too fussed about right wing because we got Dowman and we got Ethan that can play there. Madueke is not a suitable replacement for Bukayo Saka in the meantime because he will get injured next season. Might be for long term, but will definitely be in like for kind of short term, like a month or two. Madueke is nowhere near good enough. Ethan, Dowman, and both of them can play 10 as well. So we get rid of Odegaard, and then Eze's still got competition for both of them with both of them players. Do you know what I'm saying? And then it's just the left-hand side, isn't it? Get rid of Martinelli. If you want to get rid of Trossard as well, that's fine. Get a Rodrigo, get a Cavra, get a whoever. Do you know what I'm saying? We got the money. It's not like Napoli where, you got a budget.
Honestly, I would take Trossard. I would take Trossard at Napoli.
Oh, 100%.
I would take
100%.
Trossard at Napoli. I would take
20,
Trossard
20, 30 mil, and then Arsenal make their money back in a little bit of change.
Yeah.
Well,
I would take if Trossard dropped his wages to come to Napoli, I'd take him in a heartbeat because again,
back up for Noah Lang. Back up for Noah Lang.
Not even back up for Noah Lang. You could put him as the false 9.
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
His best position here. I have no problem. Like I said, if you wanted to have him to be one of the veterans that go in, right? So, like, let's say you don't get Mario Gil. Let's say you sell Buongiorno, for example, because he's been linked with moves away as well. And you get Gilla to replace him. If you were to get Rovella and Ferguson to do all the running in the midfield to control the game, I wouldn't mind having Trossard as the number 10, and you have Yunus out on the right-hand side and Lang on the left. And then, like I say, you have Guiri. If you got 2 ball-playing guys that can both finish like Guiri and Trossard can in the middle, and you're getting service from a Noah Lang, I just said his name.
Yunus,
or Orsolini, or a fucking Loriente from Sassuolo, or many different players. I think Trossard could flourish and score goals, especially because Trossard's not outrunning anybody anytime soon. But again, when his best position is for him to float around in the middle, float into the box, float out of the box, link up the play.
And he shoots from outside of the box as well. Yes. And with the way Italiano plays, do you know what I'm saying? Playing more attacking, free-flowing football, or like the heavy metal type football, will suit him down to the ground. As long as he's not made to do all the mad running. But he can press as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Because he's used to that under Arteta and has been for the past few years. So yeah, I agree with you. I would take him in a heartbeat, bro. It would work down to the ground, 100%.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to Trossard coming to Napoli if I'm being honest with you with that. But yet, like I said, man, for me, if you go with Italiano, go young. And if you go young, I think that team that we were talking about could do some damage in City A.
Oh, 100%. I'm looking at it like this, yeah. Like, even with that sort of transition, yeah, if it's not the Scudettes, yeah, win the Coppa Italia, win the Super Cup. Both of them, if not one of them, has to be the objective. 100%. Get out of the group stage in the Champions League, yeah, because we need that money.
That's mandatory.
Yeah, mandatory. Get to the last 16 bare minimum. And if we get the Adam Whartons and all of that and that shit, we move a few stuff around, we sell some players, get a good amount of money, yeah, the McTominays, Anguizas, Lobotkas, etc. You mentioned, what is it, Buongiorno and the other centre-back.
Rahmani.
Rahmani, yeah. Then we're golden, in it. We can get Guri, we can get Karnaseki and all that. Look, we get Karnaseki and Adam Wharton alone, yeah. Get rid of the scrubs, right? There's no reason I wouldn't take Darwin Nunez. There is no reason
I wouldn't take Darwin Nunez.
Yeah, there is no reason why we can't, depending on the draw. If we get a decent enough draw, and even then, I don't see why we can't at least get to the quarterfinals, bro.
Yep.
I don't see why we can't get to the quarterfinals. Why not go for automatic, innit? But definitely get in the playoff section. Do you know what I'm saying? That's a bare minimum. But go for the automatic, innit? It's going to be difficult. But you look at Bayern, their defense is not great. PSG, as great as they are, their weakness is their defense and their goalkeeper, unless they change that this summer, which they probably will. Bayern probably. Real Madrid's defense ain't all that. Barca, we know defensively they ain't all that. Atleti's defense ain't anywhere near what it used to be. Inter, they're going to lose Bastoni and all of that. So
that kind of fell apart now. They may not lose him.
Oh, okay. But there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity for Napoli for us to get higher up the Champions League. Obviously, push for the Scudettes, but also like get a cup run in it. Do you know what I'm saying? If you're not winning the league, win the cups, which is why we had this issue for the longest with Arteta, bro. Because if you're doing this process and progress, where it's 8th, 5th, 2nd, before you got to first, that would have been fine if we'd have won League Cups and FA Cups along the way. Do you know what I'm saying? Win a Europa League when we were in it, because we should have won that at least once. Do you know what I'm saying? Definitely try and win it twice. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we were more than good enough. especially when Unai Emery won it. We should have won it then, for damn sure. For damn sure. Do you know what I mean? So we're at a point now where we've got to take our blood clot opportunities. Do you know what I'm saying? Take that gamble, yeah? And like you said, Adam Wharton will flourish in any team on the planet, bro. Yeah. Even the best teams, because he's world class. I don't care what anyone says. On the ball, what he does, and he's young, so you know he can improve. World-class ability, bro. You see the way he took the ball and was turning, playing them forward direct passes tonight? Do you know what I'm saying? So composed on the ball. He got that yellow card, and he didn't look like getting sent off, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? He's got nous, bro. He's got minerals. Do you know what I'm saying? His IQ, football and otherwise, yeah, is next fucking level along with that ability. Do you know what I'm saying?
See,
which you don't see as much anymore.
I would take him over Tonali at Arsenal. I'd pair him and Rice up in the midfield. You're shutting shit down with them.
Oh, 100%. 100%. The only problem is like Tonali might go Man United, but if he goes Inter, I welcome it, brother. I'd rather Tonali go back to Milan and go to Inter than go Man United, because then it's going to be, well,
here's the thing with me and United. Unless there's actual proof coming out that they're going to dump that much money into the transfers. Shout out to Mark. He was in the chat earlier. He's a huge United fan.
Yeah. Big up, Mark.
He was saying that that's a possibility. He's the only person that I've seen that's tried to talk that they're going to get that much money to go to United. I just don't see it. And especially with them now having to play more than once a week, I think they're going to get a realization that United is not going to be where people think that this may go for.
They'll struggle in the league, bro.
Yeah.
They'll struggle.
Who dares? See, here's the thing. I hear you with what you're saying as far as his energy, but the problem is, once again, is Napoli won the league last year only scoring 59 goals. We can't try to do that again when you got Inter Milan that's scoring over 80 goals like fucking clockwork.
We need 70 goals.
Yes.
Yeah, we need 70 goals. I would say if we get 70 goals and we have a similar defense to even this year, never mind last year, yeah?
Yes.
I don't see why we can't win the Scudetto. Yes. I really can't. But even because the problem with Darwin Núñez, right, yeah? He's not he's better than Højlund, for damn sure. He's better than Højlund.
I agree with. Yes.
But at the same time, he's not consistent enough in front of goal, bro. He's not the best on the ball, but what he was doing at Benfica, yeah. See, you look at Victor Gyökeres. Victor Gyökeres, people will want to make that comparison and others. The reason why I don't see it like that is because Victor Gyökeres, we know he's not good on the ball, but he's an out-and-out goal scorer, and we, as Arsenal, haven't played to his strengths, yeah?
Correct.
You can play Darwin Núñez to his strengths, which is what Liverpool did, yeah? He still didn't score enough goals. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not that they were playing against him like what we were doing, Arteta was doing with Gyökeres, until he realised, but I had a word with him in his ear, like, yeah, you need to get this fucking league title over the line.
Oh, yeah.
And then he started utilising him a bit more, holding up play, improving on the fundamentals. Do you know what I'm saying? Nothing flash, nothing fancy. But even then, we're not utilising him to the fullest. We just utilised him a bit better, and we got a few more goals. Imagine if we utilised him a lot more throughout the whole season, and that better be the case next season. So, yeah, to answer your question, like even for short term, yeah, it's not worth it. Gory would be a better signing and would cost less.
Hell,
it would cost less as well.
Big money. Even to spend big money to what you were saying about Wharton or Karnasecki, I'll throw another name out there. I'd go dump cash at Mason Greenwood.
Yes.
Mason Greenwood, if you're telling me Napoli has cash to burn, and if we could go get Mason Greenwood, do you know how many goals Mason Greenwood would score if you got Noah Long or Cellini and
he can play up front, he can play
bro.
10, he can play left.
There's a lot of guys.
That guy is the complete fucking package. He's the complete player. The only reason why I didn't mention him because I thought my thinking was Adam Wharton was more realistic in terms of the players that we're going to sell and the money that we can bring. I was thinking Marseille could still, ask for a similar money. Do you know what I'm saying? And on top of that, the wages. Whereas with Adam Wharton, as far as I'm aware, he's not on ridiculous wages at Palace at the moment. Do you know what I'm saying? So the only real cost, or most of the cost, will be down to the transfer fee rather than the wages. Whereas when it comes to what is it when it comes to Greenwood, you got to consider the wages. Like you mentioned to me before, I would take Mason Greenwood in a heartbeat. Don't get me wrong, that's the ultimate dream. But with Wharton, with what we were mentioning before earlier on, it's more realistic. And I think that in the midfield with Italiano would change the fucking game, bro.
Oh yeah, dude.
The Serie A won't know what hit him. Do you know what I'm saying? They won't know. Not like that, innit? They'll recognize he's a good player, but they won't be able to deal with him. Trust me, he's on a different plane.
And that's the reason why I would love to try to get him, because that's who they said that if Marcus Thuram gets sold, that's who the favorite is for Inter to go and get would be Mason Greenwood. If they get Mason, Mason Greenwood added to that team, it's over with.
Oh, it's done.
Mason Greenwood is way better than Marcus Thuram, in my opinion. He's way better.
He's a million. Like Marcus Thuram, players like that, even Lukaku to a lesser degree. Do you know what I'm saying? They're physical specimens. What we know professionally, what the professionals call as elite level athletes. Do you know what I'm saying? They're not ballers, bro. You get rarities where you've got super athletes like TT, but on the ball, they're class. Do you know what I'm saying? Nicholas Anelka is another one as well. Super quick, tall, strong as well, better in the air than TT. You know, like, and with, I was watching earlier Anelka. I can see why the likes of Wrighty and others, and in France especially, were saying that Anelka was meant to be better than TT, and even TT said it himself. Do you know what I'm saying? You get them rarities, you know, once in a generation kind of player. Like Marcus Thuram, when it comes to physical attributes, he's got that in abundance, innit? But he don't have the technical. His brother at Juve is levels above him. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Even playing in a different position. That's the problem. Lukaku, he'll score the goals here and there, but like his mentality, his mindset, he's got main character syndrome. Do you know? Yes, he's been through, you know, losing his dad has fucked him up. But even before that, do you know what I'm saying? It's just too much of a risk. You have to get rid of him. Bring in Gore. Look, if we got rid of Lukaku, not triggered the Rasmus Højlund, bring in Greenwood and fucking Gorey, bro. Yeah,
I would.
We have to win something,
bro.
Next season, we have to win a Coppa Italia at least, or a Super Coppa, and go for the Scudetto as well, and get as far as we can in the Champions League. Why can't? Here's the thing, Johnny, very quickly as well. Why can't we, as Napoli fans, even though I'm new to the scene, do you know what I'm saying? New kid on the block and all that shit. Why can't we, all jokes aside, why can't we do what Villarreal did, where they got to the semis and should have probably got to the final? They wouldn't have won it, but I think they deserve to at least get to the final. Why can't Napoli just try and go all out in it? Do you know what I'm saying? Because we've got a good squad in it. We just need to get rid of some scrubs, clean up the squad. You know, plug in the gaps here and there, and you know, domestically, I think we got it covered. But even in Europe is going to be the big test, isn't it? Yeah, we saw what Palace did tonight. Yeah, we saw what Aston Villa did on Wednesday night. Yeah, we're going to see Wagwan on Saturday. Yeah, I want Napoli to be pushing to. Let's just go for it, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? You know, rather than trying to do this Conte, you know, defense first, innit? You know, what Arteta was doing pretty much the whole... No. Fuck that. Play to the player's strengths, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? And what you'll find, you can attack the big teams, like a Bayern Munich, for example.
Bro, the same way
PSG and all these other teams, they don't have the best defense and goal, including goalkeeper.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Real Madrid, Barcelona,
the same way that we attacked when we had Vara and Osimhen together, same exact way. Yeah. And that's the thing for me. I think the style that Italiano plays is better for the modern game to take us forward in that regard. You're not beating teams with this bullshit 3-4-3 defense from Conte. And if you brought in dickhead Allegri, that 3-5-2 bullshit ain't fucking working either.
Oh, that's we're regressing with that shit, bro. We're going way back.
100%. Chike, I'm sorry. I don't know what you're doing on the side. The U.S. does not have a chance at all of winning this fucking World Cup.
No
First
chance,
of all, I'm going to tell you this right now. the fact that Johnny Cardoso is missing the World Cup, we're fucked. Because Johnny Cardoso and Tyler Adams in the middle would have given me a little bit more confident that the U.S. could maybe make a surprise run. They ain't making no fucking surprise run with Johnny Cardoso, first and foremost. Second of all, Christian Pulisic is not on form. And do not believe, I just want to say this right now for all those who are watching. Alexi Lalas, I've met him in person. In person, he is a cool dude. Solid fucking dude. Met him at the he happened to come to the neighborhood bar with a couple of guys from the U.S. Federation when they were in Chicago. This guy just had a podcast talking about Weston McKennie is better than Alexis McAllister. I'm sorry. Anybody who is fucking an American that's watching Alexi Lalas or Landon Donovan or even as much as I respect Tim Howard, because for me, Tim Howard and Clint Dempsey are the two greatest American players of all time, in my opinion.
Facts.
The problem is, at the end of the day, is this. Them motherfuckers are smoking crack when it comes to talking about good players in this. Brother, we do not have the talent to be able to do it. In fact, probably the best player that's going to the tournament for the United States is Malik Tillman. And Tillman, I don't think is going to get the drag that he needs to fucking get at the same time. So for me, I just don't think the U.S. is anywhere near close to what they need to, close to what they're going. I mean, there's still conversations about is Serginho Dest going to be the starting right back. And for those who didn't see the ass kicking, we're in the same group as Turkey again, and Turkey kicked the shit out of us.
Oh, Turkey going to destroy you lot, bro. Look, Chike, look, big up Chike each and every
real quick. Turkey is a dark horse. For those that know, Turkey's team, if Turkey can show up, Turkey can give any team a fucking run for their money.
100%.
Their front fucking three is Actor Koglu, Yunus Akgun, and then Baris Yilmaz. They're giving everybody smoke.
To be honest, if England play Turkey, yeah, we got problems. Big problems. Especially if Tuchel's going to start Bellingham, which he will because it's part of the politics and all that bullshit. But yeah, Chike, like, big up each and every single time, my guy. But I think Anthony Robinson's good. I think for me, yeah, you'd have a better chance of bringing Freddie Adu, like wheeling him out, yeah, back into the US national team, yeah, the wonder kid of all the kids, the American Pele, bro. And look, if Freddie Adu, yeah, didn't get caught up with bitches and all that other shit, do you know what I'm saying? He probably would end up being America's greatest ever player. Do you know what I'm saying? Because he had the ability. I'm gonna be real, but ability ain't enough. We've seen how many times, yeah, across the planet have we seen players with ability, wherever they're from in the world, whatever they look like. Well, not that matters, but you get where I'm coming from. Like, doesn't matter, skin tone, whatever, yeah, where they just haven't got to the level where they should have got. Adel Taarabt, the streets will never forget. He was tearing shit.
That was my boy.
Yeah,
that was my boy.
Didn't deliver. Never took his country on his back and got to the latter state, whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? You got a fucking Hatem Ben Arfa, another one of my favourite ever players, period. Along with Adel Taarabt, bruv. Hatem Ben Arfa, bruv, yeah? All the ability in the world. Karim Benzema eclipsed him tenfold, bruv. And for me, as much as I rate King Kareem super highly, yeah, Hatem Ben Arfa is a better footballer. In my opinion, as much as I rate Karim Benzema, and he's got unbelievable techers, yeah, Hatem Ben Arfa was just something else.
Ben Arfa was a different level.
Next level, bro. Ben Arfa is one of them players, a bit like Balassi. Remember when we did that Dream 11, yeah? Like, I was thinking of him, but I thought, you know what, I'll put Balassi in there as well, because I know no one else is going to pick him. Well,
you're definitely right about that.
Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he's that type of player, them street ballers, bro, where obviously they're getting paid, yeah, but they play like they're not. Do you know what I'm saying? They're playing it like they're in the streets, bro. On the fields, do you know what I'm saying? In school, bro. Out of school. You know, in the backyard, in the garden. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, where they just have all the time in the world, all the ability, and they're just tearing shit up. They're doing this for fun. Do you know what I'm saying? But it's just a shame. Like, in order to be the best, talent is not enough. It never will be enough. Look, I hear what you're saying, Freddie Adu, yeah. I know it's a mad take, yeah, but let's be real, right, yeah? If Freddie Adu puts his boots on, his Total 90s, yeah, you can get them Total 90s 3 remastered edition, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying, bruv, yeah? He's automatically your best player, yeah? Like 10%, if that. Do you know? At walking pace, not even at walking pace, at crawling pace, he's automatically your best player, bruv. Yeah? If anyone thinks that the States is going to do a remontada, do you know what I'm saying? England have a better chance of getting to the latter stages. As shit as that World Cup squad is, yeah, we've got a much better chance. Do you know what I'm saying? Weston McKennie, yeah, nowhere near the fucking level. Nowhere near.
I'm going to find that clip and send it to you. They were legit having a conversation that Weston McKennie was better than Alexis.
Oh, no, I believe it. I've seen enough Landon Donovan where it's just like, you've been on your hands and knees for EA Sports for fucking over 20 years, brother. Now you're doing podcasts, yeah? Speaking mierda, fucking mierda, finish the mierda for the longest, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying, yeah? He's had a game face since I was a fucking kid, bruv. In elementary school, primary school settings, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying, yeah? And people take him seriously. He's not even your greatest ever player. Nowhere near. Freddie Adu can take the most gigantic shit and it will have more of an impact than fucking Landon Donovan's whole fucking ass career. Do you know what I'm saying? Dempsey, for me, he's your best ever player because he's actually turned up. You know, he's performed at Fulham, Tottenham, as much as we hate to say it. He's been the guy and he's got the tech. Do you know what I'm saying? And he's a real one. Do you know what I'm saying? He's a cool guy, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's like he's one of us. He's one of the cool kids, isn't it? Do you know? Look, I'm not saying Dempsey, I'm that cool, but he's a calm guy. Do you know what I'm saying?
Dempsey for me is the greatest American player.
100%.
Dempsey's number one. Tim Howard's number two. They said a couple in the chat. I got Claudio Reyna over fucking.
Oh yeah, he was a good
I got
player.
Claudio Reyna.
His son's a fucking dickhead, bro. Because I went back to see the fucking you know, that whole controversy.
Oh, the crybaby bullshit.
Yeah. I actually did my research in it. I was just like, but again, we've seen this before, yeah. Just because your old man was good, great, or even one of the best, it doesn't mean that you're going to follow in daddy's big footsteps. You know what I'm saying? They're big shoes to fill. The best example of it actually working even well is Kasper Schmeichel, who's just retired.
Yep.
He's won a league and a cup while going through most of the divisions in English football. And he's played for Nice. He's got his money and all that. Yes, he could have won more, but fair fucking play, bro. Fair fucking play, yeah?
He would have won more if he went to a bigger team. He would have won more if he went to a bigger team.
100%, yeah. That's the best example for the longest in most eras. Never mind just modern era. Giovanni Reina, among many others. And you can even go back to the day with, what's his face, Jordi Cruyff.
The only other one that I can think of is Maldini. And Maldini, the crazy thing is his father was great. His grandfather, Cesare, was the captain and one of the best defensive players in for Italy when he was
at the 30. Was that the 34 and 38 World Cup winning?
No, Cesare was on. Oh, I want to say Cesare. I think Cesare played with Gianni Rivera on one of the. So the Maldinis, I believe, are responsible for 6 of the 7 AC Milan Champions Leagues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Paolo's got 5 of them. I believe his grandfather Cesare has either won or he won both of them with AC Milan. But you're right that lineage shit doesn't go the way that people thinks it is when it's going to come to that, and that's the thing. But like, you know, it is what it is with the Americans, dude. They're gonna listen. Turkey's gonna mop the fucking floor with them, man. I'm sorry. 100%. Turkey's gonna mop. Your front 4 is Actor Koglu is a false 9. Yilmaz, Yunus on the right, Yilmaz on the left, and you got Arda Güler as the number 10. We're going to get fucking dog walked by these guys again.
Mexico will do better than your lot. I'm going to be real.
Nah, Mexico shit.
Oh, Mexico. Shit.
Shit. They're going to get ran through. Mexico's team is garbage. Mexico's team is fucking trash.
My bad. I'm thinking of Mexico.
Canada will do better than us. Canada.
Canada. Yeah, no. I know Canada. Yeah. I thought Mexico had a decent enough team, but I haven't seen any of them players as much because most of them don't play in Europe as much as they used to in it. Because you went from Rafa Marquez before that. Yeah, was it Luis Hernandez? Obviously, you got the Hugo Sanchez's of the world. Now they got I don't even know who they fucking got.
Santi Jimenez, the striker for AC Milan that has 16 games as their starting striker.
See, I thought with just him alone, I thought it would be enough to pit the States in it. But
Jimenez has missed. I think who the fuck was talking about? I think it was Sabatini. Jimenez has missed seven wide open nets in the 16 games that he's been with AC Milan. He has skied like 5 of the wide open nets where a keeper hasn't been in the goal when he's had an opportunity.
Serie A ain't the Eredivisie, and the Eredivisie has gone down. But look, I hear it, man. I hear it. You know, what is it? Generational stinker and hook from me and all that shit. Look, it is what it is. It is what it is. But look, it's sad. It's sad. Mexico ain't as good as they used to be. Even the States had a better team. Canada, they're just like new on the block, you know, the whole EA Sports kind of thing because it's based in Vancouver. For anyone that knows, do you know what I'm saying, and is remotely interested in that shit, it's just even without Alphonse Davies. Obviously, Alphonse Davies gives them a massive edge in it because Jonathan David ain't going to be the one to drag Canada. Do you know he ain't going to be the one.
Do you know that him and Openda combined? If you combined Openda and Jonathan David, I think the total is 40 appearances that between the two of them, they scored 2 goals in the Serie A for Juventus. And Jonathan David is the second highest paid player at Juve, only behind Vlahovic. Vlahovic is getting like 430,000 euros a week. He ain't done shit. And Jonathan David is getting paid more than Kevin De Bruyne at Napoli. And Kevin De Bruyne is the highest paid player in the De Laurentiis era of Napoli. He's getting paid either the same or more than him. Jonathan David is absolutely terrible.
Juve are finished, bro. They are absolutely.
We're here
exactly. 400k plus, When
Dusan Vlahovic, they're fucking
ain't that guy, bro. Openda's dog shit. Jonathan David is trash, bro. Like I don't know how he looked remotely decent at Lille. Do you know what I'm saying? I know he was mostly stab patting in it, but that's the problem. When you just look at the stats, you think, oh, he's a good player. Then you put him on ridiculous money, and then it all goes to shit. Which is why even the likes of Egal and certain others, didn't want Noni goddamn Madueke. That's a quote, bro. That's a quote because he weren't scoring like that for Chelsea at all. He weren't even scoring like that for PSV, bro. That was a fuck up, And even Arteta's starting to realise that shit. But fucking Jonathan David, bro, that fucking guy ain't done shit, bro. How many goals has he scored in the Champions League, bro? I don't think he scored it. I swear he hasn't.
No, he got that 1 goal against Club Brugge, but I think
one. And even Madueke's goal against Club Brugge was better. Do you know what I'm saying? Those are the levels, bro. Those are the fucking this is fucking embarrassing, bro. But Doc, I hear it, bro. Like Freddie Adu, he was meant to be that. He was meant to be that guy, that was going to take American football like to new heights. So all the Landon Donovans, the Jackoffs, do you know what I'm saying, as you call them, and all that shit. And then the other guy that you met, was it Alexis Soren or whatever his name is, like them guys, even the Tim Howes that still try and prop up like Americans. Kobe Jones. So all them guys that prop up or trying to prop up American soccer, like Freddie Adu was meant to be that guy. But again, with all that talent, like, you know, he even tried a crack in Europe at Benfica. It didn't work out, innit? Mm-hmm. You know, he was basically living like Ronaldinho without doing shit. Do you know what I'm saying? He had the talent, not as much as Ronaldinho, but he still had the talent, and it didn't work out, innit? Like I've mentioned before, better players that have more talent that haven't lived up to it, streets will never forget. But Balassi, I think it's more, not so much that he underachieved, he just didn't get the opportunity to go to a big club because, like, he went to Everton and he done well,
Yeah.
But it's one of those where it's just like if he was at us, if he went to Arsenal, or even if he went to Napoli, just somewhere where he's playing at a higher level and he can still express himself a bit more, he would have won some silver.
Would have been it had Everton not fucked up the money here. If Everton would have been able to come up with money to get Ancelotti 2 years before, let's say Ancelotti never takes over Napoli. I think if Ancelotti takes over Everton at that point, Everton is a different club, and I think Bolassi's in a different category of what we look at him as a player. Because
100%,
Bolassi,
100%.
if Bolassi's talent would have got harnessed by Ancelotti, I think we're talking about Bolassi is not so much of a what if player. It is, damn, he should have went to a bigger club faster, but there was I don't want to put him at, I don't want to say he would have got the same level, but his career would have been more similar to like a JJ Okocha, to where Okocha, everybody knew Okocha dribbling on the ball. There weren't that many guys in the world better than that motherfucker.
Oh yeah,
but
ridiculous.
It was just that Okocha never made the jump to the big team to have that opportunity. I think that's where Bolassi would have been had he had a better manager. I mean, look, the guy was
better agent as well. Do you know what I'm saying? A lot of it is
Everton at that time. Remember, didn't they spend like £40 million on Gylfi Sigurdsson's bum ass?
Oh yeah, and he got done. What is it like? He initially got done for nonsense and shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and he just disappeared, bro.
Yeah.
He fucking disappeared. Yeah. See, Adam Johnson, was named and shamed and rightly fucking so.
Adam Johnson,
Sigurdsson went under the fucking
Jack Rodwell.
Went under the fucking radar. Rodwell went under the radar a bit, but was it Sigurdsson went under the radar way too much, bro? Do you know what I'm saying? But I agree with you. If Everton had managed their finances better, we would be speaking about Balassi in a different light. But there's certain career choices that certain players make. They either stay too long or they leave either too soon. Look at it this way, yeah. Look at what's his face, Wolf Zaha. He's been at Palace for so long, yeah. Big ups here, yeah. If he'd have stayed at Palace a little bit longer, he would have probably ended up being part of that FA Cup winning side, now Conference League side, and then he could have just retired there because he's still playing, bro. He's what is he playing for Charlotte in the MLS? Because he was in Turkey at one point.
Yeah, he's in Charlotte.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the ability's always been there. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and it's that good where you don't need so much pace that he used to have anymore. No, he wasn't lightning quick, but he was quick. Do you know what I'm saying? But the ability
You're talking Zaha, right?
Yeah, Wolf Zaha. Yeah.
More
than enough. And it's just a shame because obviously he made the jump to Man United. Didn't work because he was moving to Moyes' daughter, Moyes, and all of that shit. Do you know what I'm saying? You know, he wanted that Ginge experience. Do you know what I'm saying? Look, I hear it. I fully hear it. But at the same time, even petty shit like that can fuck up your career. Do you know what I'm saying? That was a classic case of there's certain things, there's certain people you just don't fuck with like that.
Zir, if you want the link, I'll send it to you, brother. You're more than welcome to hop on. Big up to everybody that's come over from Zir's raid. Big up to one of the realest Bayern Munich fan of all time, in my personal opinion. He is the realest when it comes to everything Bayern and the Bundesliga, in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, like I said, for me, the thing is, at the end of the day with Napoli, it's a situation of do you make the big decision? Thank God Gordon went to Barca.
Thank Gordon. Thank Gordon, bro. Thank Gordon.
Yeah, Shabazz said it. I said it to you earlier, Zir. But big up Eid to all the Muslim guys that are inside and women, to all of the Muslims that are in the chat. I hope everybody had a blessed Eid. So, and the funny thing, you know what's funny? The best American player isn't even on America. The best American player is that young kid that was on Bosnia.
Yeah.
Italy.
They fucked that one up, didn't they? You guys fucked that one up. Do you know what I'm saying? Because where was he? Where was he born and raised, bro?
He was born an hour away from me. He was born in Wisconsin.
Oh, Wisconsin. Yeah, sorry, not Jersey. Wisconsin. Yeah. How did that go under the radar, bro?
Because the biggest problem when you look at American football is it's the pay to play system. They're more focused on trying to bleed you for money from when the kid, basically how it works here is you got kick around shit till you're about 8-9 years old. So you basically can't teach positions or anything at a young age like there is in Europe. You're already learning a position by the time you're 8-9 years old. I know they do that in Italy.
Yeah.
In the United States, you still got guys that are 9 years old where the kid's picking fucking dandelions in the middle of the damn field. You know what I mean?
I've played on pitches that have dandelions, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
The thing is, but now imagine, brother, that you have to pay. If you want your kid to take the sport serious in the United States, you're paying $5,000 plus from 8 years old all the way up to 18. And as they get older, the money goes up. So I know people that their parents were paying $12,000 a year for them to get on the travel team, for them to be able to play travel tournaments for football throughout the United States. You're losing all of the young talent that can't afford to play that. That's the problem. You look at what's his name, Giuseppe Rossi. Same thing. Rossi may be the most talented player the United States has ever produced. We couldn't keep him because he decided to go back to Italy at 15 because he couldn't fucking play. His parents couldn't afford. His parents were immigrants. They couldn't afford that amount of money.
And the horse that you guys backed as well. You hyped him up to oblivion. And yeah, Freddie, we're going back to Freddie Adu. Mad talented, bro. But you were giving him Pele status at 15 years old. What country does that, bro?
Yeah.
Not even England would do that shit. We would do something similar, but we wouldn't go that far. Do you know what I'm saying?
Do you remember do you remember the commercials? They had already put him in commercials at 14 with Ronaldinho.
Yeah, 13, 14. Yeah.
You're 14 years old. The guy's playing for fucking DC United. It's not even one of the big teams from the fucking MLS at the time. And you're trying to put this guy in the same way as Ronaldinho. Dude, the Americans don't know if the ball's round or square. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Everybody that's involved in what they say U.S. soccer, all them idiots that are involved in that shit, they don't know if the ball's round or square. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem at the end of the day with the United States. What's his name? Oh fuck. Who's the other Bosnian player? Because he grew up in the States. He was a striker. Ibišević from Berlin. Ibišević came to the United States briefly, had an opportunity to become a U.S. citizen. He said no because same thing. His parents couldn't afford to be able to fucking get him into the pay-to-play system. So he went back to Europe and got into the German teams. So that's the thing at the end of the day. These guys are not making, they're not getting the opportunity that they should be getting from that situation with the pay-to-play system.
100%. And it's fucked up. Your whole like kind of infrastructure, literally. When you look at it, guys, I know you know Johnny, even Chike, Doc, and the rest of you guys, yeah, the Dowles, what's his face, Matt,
Darren.
Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Like you guys know, but after the whole Freddie Adu situation, I don't know if his parents had money like that initially, as far as I'm aware. But I don't know if the pay-to-play system was there from like the early noughties and all of that shit. But when they chose Freddie Adu to be not just a poster boy for America, but to broadcast him around the world at 13, 14, giving him a Nike deal at 14, 13. Who does that, bro? It was always bound to fail. Do you know what I'm saying? Even with that ability, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? And they still haven't learned their lesson, bro. So let's say, for argument's sake, because I don't know this for sure, right? Let's say they introduced a pay-to-play system after the Freddie Adu shit didn't work. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the American Pele and all of that shit. Because we were hearing that shit. I was hearing that shit from when I was a kid. Do you know what I'm saying? When I was seeing him doing the Nike ads with Ronaldinho. Like, I briefly remember that shit, yeah?
Mhm.
If they introduce that pay-to-play system after that, it just goes to show how fucked American soccer really is. Do you know? I'm gonna be. I know you know this, Johnny, but I'm gonna be real to all the American fans. You know what I'm saying, that are in the chat that don't quite know for sure, that aren't aware, whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Freddie Adu was that guy, but because you mismanaged the whole situation, you went full Hollywood on his ass. Pause.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? You went full Hollywood with Freddie Adu, and you fucked him up. You fucked his career, and not only you fucked him up in his career, you know, you fucked up American soccer on top of that. And if it wasn't for the Tim Howards playing at Man United at the time, then going on to Everton, Clint Dempsey going to Fulham, playing in a Europa League final, I believe, by the way, instrumental in that side, instrumental, along with Musa Dembele.
If it wasn't for him and Damien Duff, that Fulham team wasn't worth a fuck.
Yeah, I think Musa Dembele was playing in that Fulham team at the time before he went to unless he was in Belgium. Yeah, like,
was it Wembanyama? Was it the other defensive midfielder that was at Fulham? I think Dembele was in Belgium.
That's no, he went.
I'm sorry, Dembele was at QPR. He was at Queens Park Rangers.
He was at QPR. Then he went to Fulham after. Okay. Yeah, so it was mainly Damien Duff was there at the time. Clint Dempsey.
Has been around forever in the States. That's the problem, because the thing is, the reason why they do pay to play is because in the States, football is your developmental sport before you move on to baseball, American football, hockey, fucking basketball. You learn in the States, they use football as a training method for players to learn your balance on the pitch. That you learn your balance as a runner playing football at a younger age before you go into the different sports. If you look at, do you know who Shannon Sharp is?
Shay and all of that.
So the guy that he does the late night show, the nightcap show, his name's Chad Johnson.
I've heard of Chad Johnson.
Chad Johnson played football. He's a big time football fan. But same thing, he explains it. He goes, in the pay to play system in the United States, you're more so put into every sport wants you to play football in the United States so that eventually you could be a better athlete in the other major sports, because football is never going to pay what they pay in the other sports here in America. It's never going to get to that level. You have to go abroad if you want to even try to get close to that amount. You know what I mean? You know, football, like a lot of quarterbacks in American football, they want you to play football so you learn your leg work, your footwork capabilities when you're a quarterback. And again, you know, for the basic player, what do you want to do? You want to try to play football in America where you may get lucky and may make a couple million, or long term, you could be making $40 million a year as a quarterback of an NFL team because you started out playing football and you learned your footwork. That's the thing.
To be honest, it's got to the point now where I'm gonna be real, like, yes, they still use football as like a development plan and all that. But if you look at American rugby, I'm gonna be real, right? American rugby is in a better place than American soccer is right now.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna be real. They've got their own league now. They're hosting a Rugby World Cup in the next few years or so. Do you know what I'm saying? American rugby, is in a much better state. Do you know what I'm saying? A much better state, because what they did was like, well, we don't even have the money of the MLS, like American soccer, So all our best players, we accept. We're not at the level of the Englands, not even the Italys, and obviously you got the Polynesian, you know, the Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, obviously New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, the big boys, France, the whole British Isles, etc. We're not at that level. Even Argentina, especially now. Do you know what I'm saying? We're not. So much better. They're not at that level. So they're like, do you know what? And they still do this to this day, right? There or thereabouts. I'm paraphrasing it, guys. All their best players are playing in Europe. And if they're not playing in Europe, they're in a developmental program where they're going into the sevens, where they actually have been successful. Case in point, I'll give you an example. You may have heard of him, Gianni, you may have not, but there's a guy called Carla Niles, who comes from a athletics sprinting background. Do you know what I'm saying? Super lightning quick. Went into the US rugby sevens team, lit it up. Do you know what I'm saying? Lit it up. The guy, not just the guy's speed, but his footwork, his ability is sensational. Once and they taught him the fundamentals. He's not great at passing the ball, but they put him out on the wing where you don't need to be great at passing the ball.
Yep.
He lets his footwork and all and like knowing the basics of rugby, and he became a sensation, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? And he became successful in the end. And American rugby is producing better play. And Carla Knowles was playing, what is it, like 10 odd years ago? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whereas the MLS, it hasn't developed. Like, you haven't even got past fucking, you know, Clint Dempsey, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? And all the players that you mentioned, Giuseppe Rossi, that guy from the Bosnian from Wisconsin, do you know what I'm saying, that's now playing for Bosnia in the World Cup. Do you know what I'm saying? Ironic that. Do you know what I'm saying?
And
going back to the States and all that.
The other winger for Bosnia is American too. The other young kid that killed Italy. The two wingers are both American.
Yeah.
One from St. Louis, the other one's from Wisconsin. And that's normal. We lose before when Mexico, remember when Mexico beat Brazil in the World Cup? A few of them guys on the Mexican national team were born in the States. But again, because of the pay-to-play system, they can't afford to do it. They just go back south of the border because it's cheaper to play in Mexico than what it is in the States. That's the thing. If you look at all the true talent that was born in America, you'd be shocked how many good players are actually from America, but they never represent us because of this stupid fucking money system over here when it comes to football. That's
a disgrace. Like, England have lost a lot of talent over the years. There's been other countries, but England has been the main kind of, we had so much talent that should have been in the squads, but because of politics didn't make it. But they still play in the Prem, or they still play in Europe. Do you know what I'm saying? And then they'll probably play elsewhere in the world in the twilight of their career. Yeah, you're not even getting that in the States, bro.
Fuck,
they're going at fucking 18 years old, bro, even earlier, to have a shot elsewhere, and they're making it, bro. Look, look. Big up to Bosnia, bro. Yeah, big up to fucking Bosnia. Yeah, like, I wish them all the best.
Benji, if he's still in the chat.
Benji. Yeah. Big up Penji, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? I wish Bosnia all the best. Yeah. Any other nation that has American players, yeah, that fell through the system, yeah, slipped through the cracks, through the pay-to-play bullshit, which is worse than the system that's still in place in England and that, yeah, way worse, yeah. Like, big up to all of them motherfuckers, do you know what I'm saying? Because let's be real, like, Chike, like, look, I understand the optimism, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not as big on England. I wanted Jamaica to qualify. They didn't. They fucked that one up. It is what it is. We got our own problems when it comes to that. But America, bruv, like, the American dream ain't coming to reality when it comes to soccer, football, either way. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not happening because your system is hindering you beyond belief. When your rugby team is in a better state, not just sevens, but even 15, the full, like, do you know what I'm saying? The full rugby experience yet. If your American rugby is better than your American soccer, you got a big fucking issue. Yeah. And they make pennies on the dollar, literally, compared to even MLS, bro, especially now. And for the longest, you know what I'm saying? You got big fucking issues, bro. There is no way you're doing anything. Look, if you even get out of the group, yeah, even if you somehow scam your way out of the group, that's an achievement, bro. As far as I'm aware, that's a shining light, as I would call it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, to get to even where England should get to or will get to, nowhere near, bro. Because as shit as our squad is, it's still levels above what you have, innit? With what you have in the States right now. Mm-hmm. If you had the talent brought in that you didn't lose to the pay-to-play system, it's a different story, innit?
Oh,
because they were talking about that shit on CBS. Will America ever win the World Cup?
Bro,
not with the way you're running this shit.
Bro, no, if we got rid of the pay-to-play system, I'm sorry. If we got rid of the pay-to-play system and you actually did like what Germany did that eventually led them to winning a World Cup, where you built up an actual school, like what France did and everything else.
Even we did it. Even England did it at St. George's.
Yeah, but the problem is this. The U.S., I don't give a fuck what anybody says. We produce the best fucking athletes. We produce
100%. We produce 100%. The best fucking athletes. And I know this, yeah, because like I used to watch track and field, yeah. Not just the Olympics, like World Championships, world championships in this case, yeah. I've seen enough world championships when I was a kid and all that. And I still see little bits here and there, yeah. But you guys produce the best athletes, yeah. You'll get the odd outliers from elsewhere in the world. I'll give you an example, yeah. Have you heard of this sprinter 100, 200 meter sensation called Gout?
Yep.
He's Australian, yeah. Yep. He's probably the anomaly in this generation. But
yes.
You've got fucking who's that 200 meter sprinter that you guys have got in it? What's his name? The one with the funky hair and all that. Like
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
The one that raced speed, in it.
Yeah,
and yeah, he was just coasting, bruv. Yeah, that guy. What the name might come to me later. Yeah, you got guys like him. You had Justin Gatlin before that.
Yep.
You know, Tyson Gay. Do you know Tyson Gay broke a national record that still stood to this day? Yeah, 9.71. Yeah, and if it wasn't for Bolt, he'd probably be a world record holder as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he got done for drugs at the end of the you know, that's a whole different conversation. But you produce the best athletes. I know this. Like it's not even close, bro. Your talent pool in terms of athletes, like producing the best athletes, the development programs is elite still. But with the MLS, you fucked it up so much that you're missing so much talent. Even if you got rid of the pay to play system, you get better for sure. But there's something fundamentally wrong where you have all these nut jobs, these jack-offs, these wankers, bro, as we say, do you know, these fucking wankers, yeah, that think they know way better. Like you said, they think the ball is still square, bro. It's round. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the biggest problem. You can get rid of the pay-to-play system. You can somehow have this long-term plan to bring elite-level development programs to soccer, like you do with every other sport. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why your track and field is still great. Not as great as it used to be, but it's still there or thereabouts.
Just imagine if you take guys at the quality level that play in the NBA or playing football. We would fucking dominate. You got a fucking field of guys that are 6'5" jumping out of their fucking shoes and actually know how to trap a damn ball.
Hey, your goalkeepers would be elite. Do you know what I'm saying? Never mind Casey Keller and Brad Friedel and all that. Bro, even the likes of Tim Howard. Your defense, bro. Your centre backs, they'd all be 7 foot, bro. Yeah. You never can see the set piece goal again. Do you know what I'm saying, bro? And if you did, it's a disgrace.
We could have a football team with a bunch of fucking LeBron James on the damn pitch. Who the fuck is beating that? If they
Space Jam, do you know what I'm saying? Soccer edition.
The Monstars. Yeah, exactly.
You know, the Monstars, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? You would be competing at the highest level. You'd actually make Brazil slap themselves expeditiously and be like, oh shit. America's got their shit together. We know they produce the best athletes, but they're actually creating ballers on top of that. Yeah. They've got programs. We're fucking up here. Do you know what I'm saying? And Brazil are still fucked. Don't get me wrong. But if they go back to basics and just, do you know what with Brazil? Yeah. See, like I've said before, there's talent all over the world. Yeah. But the saddest thing, even sadder, I would say, than even the States, because the States, it's more ignorance. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, the ball being, thinking the ball is square rather than round and all that bullshit. Do you know what I'm saying? Thinking it's the American football. They think it's oval, bro. Let's be real. In all reality, they still think the ball is oval. M-ball. Yeah, M-ball. Do you know what I'm saying? But in Brazil, right, I'm sure you've seen, because I see it in my feed, yeah, video after video after video of men, women, children, even fucking dogs that can keep the ball up in the air, bro. They can control the ball, they can dribble. Do you know what I'm saying? All that talent, yeah, and they're still fucking up. Do you know what I'm saying? Africa's sad in a different way because, like, there's too much corruption. It is too much corruption.
Very similar to the United States. It's
way too much corruption. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you see the shit that the African ballers have been doing. Yeah. Been doing for the longest. They still do it to this day. All of them skill moves and all that shit, ball control. You know that futsal shit? That's straight from Africa, bruv. You see that shit? Elite, bruv. Elite. Go pluck one of them kids, yeah? Bring them to the States. Bring them into Europe more, and we can fix football, period. And you bring a lot of them to the States, you've got a chance in it in the next 20 years of actually building something. As long as as long as you don't have bitches like fucking Landon Donovan and all of them fucking pricks.
Brother, look at when you talk about the African ballers, look at the corruption that fucked Ghana. Look how good Ghana had that team in 2010 transitioning to 2014. Yes. And the fucking corruption fucked them because Muntari and Kevin Prince Boateng spoke out against the bullshit.
Yeah.
Ballers.
Yeah. Ballers. Jamaica, bruv. Leon Bailey called out the Jamaican Federation. Yeah.
Yeah. Taryn was talking about that. Where the guy who was like the head of the Jamaican Federation built a bunch of fucking hotels and finessed the money that got pumped into Jamaica that was supposed to go towards the footballing academies and
disgrace, bro. Disgrace. And people, do you know what? The whole reports were talking about, because we had this conversation with who's the Portuguese brother that's been on both our streams, I can't remember his name. Furioso. Yeah, big up Furioso, by the way. But we had a little back and forth of like, look, I don't buy into this whole he was bitching and moaning about the flying economy and that was the biggest issue. No. It's way deeper than that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Ooh.
It's way Leon Bailey, innit? Like the whole
no.
It was way deeper than that.
It's way deeper than that.
Way deeper
everybody,
than that.
That's the cover story because they don't
exactly cover story. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, it's a cover story, bro. All these things you're seeing in Africa, in the Caribbean, but in particular Jamaica, as a perfect example, isn't it? Like even the Jamaican Federation when it comes to like their Olympic committee and all of that shit, track and field. Yeah, they've had fucking issues, bro. Asafa Powell and Yohan Blake.
Jamaica's the runaway favorite every fucking time you have a race. I forget the guy. Was it Jesse Owens? There were some USA had it, and then Jamaica had it on lock for like 10, 12 years where as soon as Jamaica showed up, you weren't winning. It didn't matter if it was Usain Bolt.
And then you had one time where you had fucking Mr. Juice, do you know what I'm saying? Like Ben Johnson for Canada, innit? Do you know what that reminds me of? Yeah,
Lance Armstrong, bitch ass.
Yeah. There was a fucking skit there was a set that Cat Williams did about the whole juicing controversy with Barry Bonds and all of them motherfuckers.
Yeah,
and then there was another player, I can't remember his name, but Cat Williams did it perfectly. He set the scene beautifully. Yeah, he was like X name, whatever your name is, yeah. Were you taking steroids? He's like, Senator, I was not on steroids. And all that shit. Barry Bonds, what do you make of the steroids accusations? And then he was doing, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. Ben Johnson, his eyes were yellow, bro. He was moving like Alien, bro. And this is before AVP, bro. We're talking Alien 79, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? He was moving like a motherfucker. Moving. Yeah, Cole Edwards as well, who also did like long jump and all that shit. You've had athletes galore. There's been so much talent, and it's all been fucked either way. So now, when we get not even just modern football, modern sport as a whole, this whole generation needs to fucking wake up. I'm not even trying to get too political, but they just need to realize, like, look, the talent has never been the issue. I want to make this crystal clear. The talent, wherever you are in the world, you can be from micro fucking Nesia, bro. There's talent there. There's talent everywhere, bro. It's the federations. It's the greedy fucking little pricks, that are ruining the game. Facts. They brainwash the fans to think that, it's about stats. It's about this. It's about that. It's all bollocks, bro, If you have a system that works, if Africa wasn't so corrupt, especially on the football side, they would have already got to a World Cup final at least.
No, one of them nations would have won.
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, we'll go there. We'll go there. Yeah, 100%. Africa's had so much talent, and instead they went to, what was it? Patrick Vieira, Senegalese, bruv, France. Patrice Evra, France. Do you know what I'm saying? Zizou, Algeria. Karim Benzema, Algeria, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? Was it Hatem Ben Arfa? Was it Tunisian?
I think Hatem Ben Arfa is either Tunisian or Moroccan.
Might be a bit of both, but it was either one of them two or both. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? There's other players. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's sad, isn't it? But even on the English side, yeah, we lost Wilf Zaha when we needed him at the time. Do you know what I'm saying? Playing for Ivory Coast, and look, fair play to him. But then on the flip side, Cherky, Ryan Cherky, Algerian, bro. Big up to Rashid. Do you know what I'm saying? He's always, do you know what I'm saying? Proper baller, yeah. My thing is, right, yeah. We've had countless examples. We've had countless fucking examples. The only caveat, yeah, where it goes the other way is what's his face? Eddie Nketiah, hoping and begging and praying that he plays for England, should have played for Ghana ages ago, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Wilf Zaha made the jump. Balassi made the jump to Congo and fair fucking play, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You got to do the best for your career. Whereas like Eddie Nketiah, his fucking dumbass, the king of Zamunda, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? What do you expect? Thought he was good enough to play for England because he was on 100k a week at Arsenal at one point. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Do you know what I'm saying? But again, this ship is hitting that iceberg on a Titanic tick. Do you know what I'm saying? And what you're seeing fucking with the American Federation, yeah, in the MLS, American soccer, it's more fucked than people realize. The FA is corrupt and it's been a shit show. Do you know what I'm saying? But at least we're getting to latter stages. A lot of, like, big up Chica, yeah. But look, I hear the optimism, but you guys need to understand how far behind you are.
Nah.
Way behind, bro. You can't even keep the talent. If you don't get, if you don't lose the talent overseas in football, yeah, instead of playing in the MLS, or do you know what I'm saying, or keeping whatever, yeah, you're losing them to other sports, NBA, hockey, football, American football, baseball, yeah.
Yep.
You're even losing them to fucking lacrosse, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? You're even losing them to fucking lacrosse. They see it as a better paycheck compared to MLS, and I hear it, bruv. Lacrosse makes a lot of money. I hear it. Not as much as NFL and NBA, but it still makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, and obviously baseball makes a ton of money, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the thing, bruv. When you stop losing your talent, and even Australia have had this problem when it comes to rugby, innit? Losing players to Aussie rules, innit? That's their football. Do you know what I'm saying? They lose it to rugby league as well, which is more popular. It's the same problem. Different sports, same problem. It's a modern sport issue, bro. When you don't nurture the talent, when you go for physical specimens alone, rather than just talent, you've got a problem. The only way that works is the Olympics, bro, because that's what it's fucking there for. You saw Usain Bolt try and think he's a fucking 6'5" target man. Not even target man. He thought he was fucking Zlatan playing for fucking Adelaide or Melbourne, wherever the fuck he was playing. No, brother. Stick to fucking soccer aid, bro. Because that's your level. If that, do you know what I'm saying? Like, all the pace in the world, can't control the ball, can't finish, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? That is the epitome, yeah? That is the fucking epitome of modern day sport, in particular football, yeah? That Usain Bolt, a world record holder, made himself look like a fool. And I hate to say this, yeah, because he's one of the greatest athletes I've ever seen, bro.
Yeah.
He is the supreme of supreme, bro. Creme de la creme, do you know what I'm saying? When it comes to athletes, yeah? 6'5", lightning quick, doesn't have the best technique, but raw fucking power. You know, to be honest, he's that good. If he really wanted to, he could break records for long jump as well, if he really wanted to.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
But 100, 200, it is what it is.
Him and Phelps are the two best Olympians. Him and Michael Phelps.
Yeah. No, Phelps. And you know what they both have in common? Well, I'm the day smoking the licky 10 freaking. I fucking love that line. Do you know what I'm saying? In 8 Mile, I fucking love that. I love that scene, bro. That scene lives in my head rent free. But you know what, go on, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they are by far the best Olympians. I don't want to hear no Lance Armstrong. Yeah.
No,
Carl. Look, Carl Lewis was great, but not on the same level. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
them two guys are gold standard for Olympians.
Michael Phelps, yeah. And you see the diets, bruv, yeah? You see the diet, especially Usain Bolt, Mackie D's, bruv, yeah? And he still wins a fucking gold and breaks a work. Come on, man. That's special. That's something else, bruv. Do you know what I'm saying? Mad thing.
Yeah, man. It's just it is what it is when it comes to that shit. But yeah, like the United States, to get back to what Chike's comment was, the United States is no shot. No shot. No shot whatsoever to win a World Cup. No shot. Again, here, if you'd have got the 2 kids from Bosnia to be your wingers, now you're looking a little bit better. You're still not winning, but you're looking better. But it's just a shit show with it. My guy, happy Eid. I hope you had a blessed day to you and your entire family. I think you're on mute, bro. I think your mic's maybe on mute. Hold on. Zero will be back. Nat always speaks the gospel. He always speaks the gospel.
I'm going to do good because I do good. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is.
No, I still can't hear you, brother.
Must be the settings in StreamYard or something. Like, I think I've had a similar issue before one time.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Now we got him.
Yeah, to unplug my this fucking mic, man. Fuck's sake.
So how happy are you that you dodged that Anthony Gordon bullet?
Oh, I'm so happy that I did a stream before redirecting to you, bro. I mean, I'm actually intrigued with this conversation you just had, but to just quickly chat on Gordon, bro. I was never gonna pay that money for a backup that's not all that, bro.
Facts. Facts. So off of the situation with Anthony Gordon, I was talking about it with Nat. That might trigger Newcastle to buy both Scott McTominay and Alex Moret from Napoli, because now there's a whole domino effect that's going on. I'm sure you're aware Antonio Conte walked away from Napoli. He's no longer the manager. The favorite to take over the job is Vincenzo Italiano from Bologna. There's rumors of maybe Allegri. I don't want that old motherfucker anywhere near my club.
What about Palladino? He left Atalanta.
Palladino is rumored to be taking over Bologna from Italiano because he's walked away from Atalanta since Atalanta has hired Maurizio Sarri.
Yeah, they hired. That's why I asked, because I think he's the manager from the Serie A.
I think he's a good. I think him and Italiano are 2 of the best young Italian managers there are. I think Palladino, needs to do one more round with one of the mid-level clubs before he gets a real big job. Atalanta fell in his lap because they made that stupid decision to hire that bum Juric. So I think he'll get a job. He'll get the job at Bologna. Italiano, for me, if he comes to Napoli, like I was saying with Nat, for me, I think you need to blow the team up and go young. He plays a very good brand of football, but it's very heavy metal driven, kind up and down, straight up offensive ball. He likes to play high press. He wants the team to be way more active than what a standard Serie A team is. And I think you have to cash in on a certain amount of these players. And Gisa has said he's not re-signing with Napoli, so he's probably going to get sold this summer. Lobotka is linked with a move away. Like I said, Moret and McTominay are both linked to Newcastle right now from what it sounds like from Di Marzio. So really after that, it just leaves you got to get rid of Politano, De Bruyne, and Lukaku from there, and you could start building a new team. So I think that's going to be the interesting thing going forward with Napoli. I actually think Anguissa would be a good signing for Bayern to be another enforcer.
That's why I'm doing my research on Anguissa, I heard Anguissa.
For me, he's the unsung hero of both Scudettes that we won. When we lost, so if you remember, when we had the Maurizio Sarri team, our midfield was Hamsik, Alan, and Jorginho. Alan was the physical enforcer in that midfield that was still good on the ball, but he did the dirty work to win the duels and everything because that's not Jorginho's game. Jorginho's game is very simple to just pass. He's not a great defensive midfielder to win the balls and stuff like that. When we lost Alan, our midfield became Zielinski. Zielinski. Do you remember Diego Demme from Leipzig, the German Argentinian? He was the captain of Leipzig back in the day. He came to us, and then we had Fabian Ruiz. Good midfield technically, but for physical and winning, getting in a dogfight in some of those games, absolutely terrible. And those teams would always kill us. And then Anguissa came. got rid of all that nonsense, and he's been one of the best midfielders in Italy since he's come to Napoli. And he's great on the ball. This last season, he started scoring goals and adding goals to his game. With you guys in the midfield, I think he'd be a fantastic addition if you got him like off the bench to give Pavlovic minutes and stuff.
Bro, I think he'd bench one of our midfield, which is why I take him.
Yeah.
And he's experienced.
Him and Palestra, I think, would be fantastic signings for Bayern.
Oh yeah, bro. You know me. I told you last time. I take Palestra after what I've seen of him.
Yeah, Palestra's a very
fullback.
Yeah,
he's a perfect fullback. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. But yeah, man.
You need a centre back as well. Yeah, no, sorry, man. Like you need a centre back as well, bro. That Upper Meccano, bro. Like you got to get rid. Even Kim Man Jay, like it is what it is, but more so Upper Meccano, man. Like
we finessed Bayern on Kim Min Jae. We got the one good year out of him, and then he's been suspect as shit since he went.
But I know.
You know what? Yeah, but Gianni, I'll be real. Kim Min Jae, the problem with him, he overcommits.
That's his game.
I know.
He steps way too. When we won the Scudetto with him, the reason why we won was because if you look, he could step up because Lobotka and Anguissa play so deep in the middle. Because they're covering the center backs to a certain degree, Kim Min Jae was able to step up. Plus, you also had Rahmani, who's just a true straight-up old-school center back.
Yeah, I like Rahmani from what I saw in the Super Cup. He's decent. But
this Amora kid I would like to see at Napoli.
Yeah, why did I mention Amora in my stream? I was just going through left wing. By the way, there are barely any left wingers. I went through a lot of left wingers on Transfer Market. My God, we're running out of fucking wingers, man. My days. You're gonna have to scout.
What do you think? What do you think of the Turkish? What do you think of some of these Turkish talents that they got? I like some of these guys.
I saw Yilmaz is on the list. How good is that guy?
Yilmaz is good. The guy that I think is the best out of the Turkish talents is that Yunus Akın, the number 10 for Galatasaray. I think he's a fucking stud. He can play anywhere in the three behind the striker. I also like Ertuğrul. I think Ertuğrul is a very good player too.
Oh, Ertuğrul, I've heard of that. I think he played for Benfica.
He was with Benfica last year, and then he was. Do you remember when Manchester United lost to Galatasaray in the Champions League 2 years ago?
Yeah, because we were in their group.
Yeah. Do you remember the wonder goal against United? That was Ertuğrul that scored that goal.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I also remember, was it Ziyech? I think he scored a free kick because Onana was a bozo.
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm not gonna lie, that was probably the deadest group that season, man. We were winning our games.
It was United, Galatasaray, and Copenhagen, right?
Yeah. Bro, our only draw was against Copenhagen, bro. We beat the others twice.
Yeah, you guys schooled United. I know. You guys taught Manchester United that the ball's round and not square.
Yeah, bro. You know what it was? We played them in the opening game and we won 4-3, and then the other team just took care of Man United. And then by the time we played them, it was one of those ones in which it was done already. We just won 1-0.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'm not it was just one of those. We just got through our group games, and Man United just fumbled the bag at the same time. Just it made lives easier for us in the group. It just made life so much easier. Yep. But yeah, I mean, listen, when it comes to us, I do disagree with Nato. I think Upamecano improved a lot this season, in my opinion, which is shocking because I usually doubt him. But he actually has improved a lot. I think he's slowly removing these little bozo bullshit that he's been going through. Even though against Madrid, he kind of showed it. But then again, he fixed up against PSG. So you got to give credit where it's due.
How old is Upper Meccano now? Because he's not that young anymore.
Like 25, 26.
25, 20. But here's the thing: is he gonna improve anywhere near the level of for example, with Gabriel? Because I don't see it. See, I still think you can get that.
I think for the style of football we play,
you could.
By the way, keep in mind for this style of football we play. Let's say you take out his bozo gene. I actually think he's one of the better center backs when you think about it, because he's quick, he's physical, can recover. You know what I mean? He saved us at times a lot this season. Like I feel like the fact that people don't watch Bundesliga enough, they won't notice these things. But for me, I want a center back to replace tall.
Would you take Bastoni?
No,
Really?
You wouldn't.
no. I'll tell you why. Because
Yeah.
we play back four. He doesn't play back four.
I think he can. I think he can.
he should. Yeah, he should
I've
definitely
seen,
be
even
able
for
to
your
play back
country,
four.
bro. I've not seen enough that he can, but I can't lie. I've
I
seen
think
him
he
play
can.
good for Inter Milan. I remember when he schooled us in the Inter game. He was man of the match. I'll give you that. But he played back three at the time. He didn't play, back four. You know what I mean? So it's really hard for me to say that he can play in a back four, which is why I thought if he did sign for Barca, I do think he wouldn't have done as great. But you sign for me, I personally would take either the Croatian Donnies. I'd take either Vuskovic or what's his name? Gvardiol.
Oh yeah,
'Cause apparently-
Gvardiol, yeah.
But I'll tell you this as well. I've seen a link to a Serie A center back, and Kim Min Jae could be an exchange.
Who's the center back?
Bremer.
Oh,
From Juve.
He's
Apparently they have to sell. They're saying they have to sell somebody, and Bremer said he wants to win trophies. Apparently, it's Gazeta posted this. Apparently,
Bremer would be a solid option, but Bremer's in the same position as what you said about Bastoni. He's never played. This is the first year he's playing in a back four with Juve, and he's been The rest of his career, he's played back line of three when he was with Torino, and he played back line of three through his first 2 years at Juve. He's not really been a back four center back. He has been okay with Spalletti, but me personally, I think Bastoni's a better center back than Bremer, in my personal opinion. But I just don't know.
Would you take, talking of Turkish talents? Would you take what's his face Yildiz at Juve, because he's not on that much money as far as I'm aware.
but he extended his contract. I don't know. Do you think they'll sell Yildiz?
Yeah. I think
they can't afford not to. If a big offer comes, they have to sell.
But I don't think we pay a big offer for Yildiz. That's why I don't think we get him.
But then you have
used to be with us, as you know, Gianni. But I don't think we get him back.
I think if you were going to go in for Anthony Gordon for 70 million pounds, I think if you went to Juve with 70-80 million euros, I think Yildiz is yours. I don't think
he's a much better player.
He is a much better player.
I don't think he's going to go for 100 million like people are saying. I don't think he's going to go for that.
My thing is with Yildiz, the guys I have to keep the same energy. I'm not paying money for that for a backup in general. That's my thing. If Yildiz was to start at Bayern, happy days. I'll pay that money, bro. I'll pay an arm and a leg. I don't give a fuck. But the problem is we have Luis Diaz already. So I'm looking at backup right now. So I'm better off getting somebody like a Guts, for example, for cheap.
Would you take Amura? Would you take Amura as a backup?
100%. Now that he's relegated, you can yank him off fucking Volkswagen Arena as quick as possible. They got relegated to fucking Paderborn, bro.
I know. I watched the game. I couldn't believe Wolfsburg got
Mille is a fucking idiot, by the way. I seen the challenge. He's a fucking dumbass. He screwed the game up for them.
I know. I watched the second. I didn't get to watch the first leg. I watched the second leg. The challenge was terrible. I mean, just on a side note, the fact that Wolfsburg is even in a fucking relegation battle was a disgrace. It's a fucking disgrace. They've ran that club into the ground so bad. They've ran that club into the ground so fucking bad.
And to think they had Diego at one point. They had Diego. They had on that team.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah.
Naldo. They had Naldo and all that shit.
De Bruyne, Draxler.
The Argentine number 10.
Oh,
this is back. This is like mid 2000s. He was little dude, but bad. He had the mohawk. He had that Argentinian Mohican.
D'Alessandro.
Yeah, Andres D'Alessandro.
Yeah.
And then they had that Brazilian forward in 09 with Jacko. Forgot his name.
Yes.
Graffiti.
Yeah.
Graffiti.
Yeah,
bro.
And Mandzukic. And they had Mario Mandzukic.
Perisic
fallen off
was
a
at
cliff, man.
Wolfsburg at one point.
Yeah, that was the De Bruyne, Draxler,
Yeah.
Perisic, and, who was the Croatian striker winger? He was on that team too. I think he played for Bayern too.
Yeah,
Olic.
Olic played at one point. Yeah,
Olic, yeah.
Olic.
I remember Olic.
They had ballers. Mario Gomez.
Mm.
Fucking no.
Gomez. I don't think Gomez was with Stuttgart at one point.
Gomez was with Wolfsburg too.
Mario Gomez.
Because I think that's where
maybe he was in his younger days, but I know he was at Stuttgart.
He started off at Stuttgart, I believe. This was like years ago. Years ago, he was at Stuttgart.
Because Gomez, wasn't Gomez on the Stuttgart team that won the title in 07 as a kid?
Yeah.
And then I think
he was.
He was in that team around that time.
You're right. He went to Wolfsburg later in his career. You're correct.
I think he went to Wolfsburg after he went to Fiorentina, and it didn't work out at Fiorentina because that was when
he went to Fiorentina from Bayern for a few years. He went to Besiktas on loan as a Fiorentina player, and then he went to Wolfsburg in 2016.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. No, they Wolfsburg had too many good players. I can't. And even what's his name? Even though he's older now, I always liked Maximilian Arnold.
I agree. Intelligent. That guy has always been intelligent, bro. He's him and Eriksson were in the midfield. You have Mele and their striker is not even bad. That Pecinovic, whatever his name is, not even bad.
I would pick up that Joachim Male because he was always good at Atalanta before he went there.
He's perfect for the Serie A. He's perfect for the Serie A because he's a wing back more than a full back from what I've seen.
Yeah. I would take him like for Napoli. There's a young kid that was on Udinese this year named Zanoli that came out of the youth academy for Napoli. If Zanoli we don't sign permanent, we sell him. I would take Male to be the backup for Di Lorenzo this year because Male is a very good quality player, very good quality fullback. So trust me, I think it's going to be a very interesting transfer window this year. I'm interested to see how this shakeup could happen because the talk is that Inter, as far as the Serie A is concerned, Inter may have up to 100 million to be able to spend for a base. That's not including what they may be able to get for certain players. Fratesi's linked with the move away. Obviously, there's been the talk of Bastoni. We just don't know what's going to happen with that. But
apparently he's staying. Apparently, but Inter announced he's staying. But I think
we'll see. And then there's talk that Marcus Thuram's going to be on the move as well, which will be big money for them since they got him for free. So I mean, Inter's going to be interesting to see what ends up happening. That's actually a shout. I don't remember Lucas Barrios on Wolfsburg. I remember Barrios on Dortmund when Dortmund won the league back to back with Klopp. But yeah, they fucking Inter's going to be interesting when it comes to that. And Napoli, like I said, for me, I would like to see us, if we get Italiano as the manager, we'll know within the next few days. I'd like to see a younger team. I'd like to see a younger team going forward so that we can actually play better football and not this sideways bullshit that we played under Conte. And I need Politano. If we don't get rid of Politano, I'm going to have a fucking spaz attack. You saw him in Riyadh, bro. You saw him in the Super Cup.
I saw him in that, and I saw him in that Frankfurt game. My days, shit, bro.
He sucks. He fucking blows.
Bro, watching him it kind of reminds me, without missing shots, of course, he doesn't even get to that point. It kind of reminds me of watching Bayern version of Leroy Sané. Holy shit. It's fucking. By the way, Leroy Sané at Bayern is a different player to what you got. He was a man, bro. That man, that injury, like it fucked his brain, and then on top of that, you add the attitude that he has. It's a bad mixture. It's a mixture, prepared to be a disaster.
Unstable concoction. It's an unstable concoction, like
it's fucked. Manchester Zero was Inzaghi, bro. Yeah, exactly. I need Papa Talilal, bro. Fuck it. By the way, this motherfucker is linking us to Cherby. Fuck off.
Why? The dude's 30.
Bro, I'll tell you something. In January, wallahi, I'm not joking when I tell you this, yeah? You know how Cancelo was at Barca alone.
Yes.
You do realize if Cancelo decided to go to Inter Milan, we were about to do a swap deal with Acerbi.
See, I never.
I'm so glad we dodged the bullet in that.
Outside
I
of
probably got Pablo Mari because of that.
right,
Pablo
okay.
Mari.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, Pablo Mari is not bad, but we just wasted time getting him, bro. He pulled up, he played a few games, and then we just put him in the AFC Champions League elite squad with Darwin Núñez, and barely fucking played the second half of the season. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just dumb. But
Pablo Mari actually became a semi-decent center back in Italy. He actually became a semi-decent center back in Italy because he went to, I think it was Udinese is where he went to after Arsenal, and then he went to Monza afterwards and helped keep them up in the Serie A until they ended up falling. But he ended up not becoming too bad of a center back. It was just when he was at Arsenal, Pablo Mari was fucking god awful.
But let's be honest, a lot of your defenders was awful, bro. Mustafi was awful. Fucking Mertesacker, like
Mustafi.
To be fair, here, like Mertesacker was actually good for us.
Like, Mertesacker sucked.
Yeah, Koscielny was shit.
The most overrated motherfucker that's played for Arsenal in a very.
I remember in the 5-1 he got absolutely, bro. Don't even explain what he
Mustafi was it. But I've got to say this here when it comes to fucking Mertesacker. Yes, he don't have the pace and all of that, but best believe, anyone, partnering up with Koscielny at the back was always going to struggle. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying? And if you're shit, it's even worse. Yeah, I'm amazed that
Mustafi as far as Germany was better than for Arsenal.
100%.
Yeah, because he had competent centre back. Even like for Germany, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? There was Hummels, there was Boateng, that are levels above fucking Mustafi, obviously. Do you know what I'm saying? So, and even when he was at Werder Bremen before that, wasn't he next to Naldo?
Yeah,
so he was next to Naldo.
Yeah.
Much better. So much better.
Made the move to Schalke. Yeah.
Schalke, so much better.
Bro. Oh no, like, bro, that guy. Even Hanover was all right.
Yeah. Fucking Hanover. Are they still in the second division, or are they? Do they further go down?
Yeah, they had a decent opportunity to play that playoff, and they failed in the
okay. Because Hanover, I remember when Hanover. That's where what's his name? My guy from Gladbach, the finisher, Lars Stindl came from Hanover.
Stindl, Stindl at Gladbach, bro. That guy was actually decent. I remember he had a good run in that Confederation Cup or whatever it was at the time. Him and Goretzka.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Hanover have that goalkeeper? Was it Robert Enker in it? The one that took his own life like way back in the day, innit? Because he was picked to be like pushing for number 1 in Germany. Robert Enker in goal for I believe he played for Hanover. I swear. I think it was Hanover.
I'm not sure actually.
But you know what I'm talking about, right?
The only other guy that I remember from Hanover was Schmiedeback. Schmiedeback was a good defensive midfielder when he was there. I don't remember the goalie, but dude, that Borussia Mönchengladbach team used to be my fucking team on FIFA back in the day because they were so sick to play with. When it was
bro, what's your Mönchengladbach? In my opinion, in the Bundesliga, bro, they're like the Bundesliga version of Getafe, bro. They just play low block.
Oh, now, yeah.
Bro, these motherfuckers play haram ball beyond belief. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
They don't 100%. Give a fuck. They just don't give a shit, bro. Bro, I remember when we played them this season, it took us forever to fucking score, even when they went down to 10 men, bro. I'm like, what the fuck?
When did they make the change to playing like that? Because they actually played some decent ball. When it was the team, they had Torgan Hazard, they had who was the other?
I know you mean the Torgan Hazards, the Marco Reus, etc. I know you're on about
Granit Xhaka, because we got Granit Xhaka from Gladbach. I remember.
Yeah,
but
he was
it was
actually
past
playing well.
the Shaka. It was past the Granit Xhaka period because
Oh,
they
okay.
had Xhaka. They were playing that 3-4-3 where they
Even
played
Jan
two
Sommer
strikers
in
and 10.
goal. I
Yeah.
think Sommer in
Yeah,
goal
yeah,
started.
yeah.
Yeah,
Sommer
was
in goal
goal.
started the trend too because he
They
was
had
the
who was the American kid was a fullback. He was decent for them. Fabian Johnson. He was
Johnson,
there.
yeah.
They had the Brazilian striker, the little guy Rafael.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the? They had the skinny. Ter Stegen. I think Ter Stegen.
Ter
Yeah,
Stegen was in goal for them.
Yeah,
Yes, a long time ago.
Patrick Hartman,
Yeah.
the winger.
Oh yeah,
was
Patrick
there.
Harman. Yes, Patrick Harman.
Eventually Marcus Thuram and Alassane Playa went there. They had Kimmich, not Kimmich. What the
No,
fuck?
Kimmich was Leipzig. No, Kimmich was Leipzig.
Not Kimmich. The I can't believe I forget this asshole's name.
Stindl eventually played for them, by the way.
Oh, did he?
Stindl, I know came. No, it was the Kramer, Christoph Kramer.
Oh,
Christoph Kramer, yes, Christoph Kramer, the midfielder, yeah.
Kramer was there. Then they also had Matthias Ginter was there too.
Yeah.
He was. Oh yeah, he was there.
Yeah, Ginter played there, yes.
And then if you remember, one of the biggest wasted talents out of the recent era of the Bundesliga was that Alvaro Dominguez, the Spanish center back. He got his ankle destroyed by Kolasinac when Kolasinac was with Schalke, and it ended Dominguez's career. He was supposed to be the next big time center back because he was awesome for Gladbach at the time.
No, Mbolo. Mbolo was Yusuf at Schalke, bro. He said Mbolo.
Yeah, Mbolo was he?
Mbolo was Schalke, bro.
Yeah. Schalke, that's not a fucking team.
Yeah, but Mbolo.
Oh, Schalke's back in the Bundesliga next season.
I'm glad they're back in the Bundesliga.
Yeah. Bro, Belgium's arena is one of the fucking most beautiful arenas.
Exactly. Yeah. Schalke's the Schalke arena is one of the best stadiums. Yeah, like I've used Schalke for one of my career modes in it. Do you know what I'm saying? Their stadium. It's been around for a while as well. Their stadium's beautiful, man. I'm not gonna lie.
And it's indoors as well. It's fucking
that screen, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? Because what was it? It was even built before the World Cup in Germany as well.
Yeah, the semi-final between Germany and Italy was there.
The massive screen in Gelsenkirchen. Like, class.
Same with our arena. Allianz Arena was built in 05.
Yeah.
For those
you were playing in the
Olympic
Stadium before
20-year anniversary for it, the white kit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
I'm glad Schalke's back in the Bundesliga because they fucking the Bundesliga ain't the same without them. For me personally, I don't think the Bundesliga for me, you need obviously Bayern, but you need Dortmund, you need Schalke. Me personally, you do need Gladbach. And I think it's sad to see Wolfsburg go down as well because you need them. And you also need Werder Bremen. For me, those
Werder Bremen, 100%.
Bro, I do think the Stuttgarts and the Leverkusens also help the case.
Yeah, Leverkusen.
Yeah, Leverkusen.
Even though even though I like trolling them a lot, I hate how they operate when it comes to Bayern. Yeah, by the way, Hamburg is a shout as well. Yeah, good.
Hamburg.
Oh yeah. Yeah, former Champions League winners as well,
bro. A lot. But by the way, I'm gonna. We see with the Bundesliga. Yeah, if I guarantee you, if DFL just distributed money properly, like Bundesliga would be in a better state. Because, bro, Germany. You guys know Germany's fucking rich.
Yep. Bro. The biggest problem with the sport is FFP. The biggest problem with the fucking sport is FFP. Plain and simple. That's the biggest problem with football.
Yeah, but with Germany, they have like this fan culture thing going on, which is fine. But because the way FFP, like you said, is going, it's like it's at a detriment of everything. It's weird. But Germany it's a problem.
Even with the 50+1 rule, the German clubs before FFP really took hold, they still had killer fucking teams. Where that league, I say this all the time. You look at all the different leagues around. Remove the Premier League, for example, in the Serie A and La Liga. When you look at Germany and France, the French league was a very good league up until FFP kicked in, and then all the money went straight to PSG. with the new owners and everything that came in from there. In the
Yeah,
early
I agree
2000s,
with this. Yeah.
Monaco had a good team. Marseille had a good team. Lyon was PSG before PSG when Lyon was kicking the shit out of everybody. In Germany, you had the Dortmund run. Schalke had so many what-if seasons where they could have potentially gone on to try to win a Bundesliga where they were pushing Bayern Munich.
Yeah.
You had Wolfsburg, who at different times, obviously they won the one, but there were different times where they were competing against Bayern Munich and they were still had a very good team. You know, that's the thing. The FFP, it took away from the ownership, even with the 50+1 rule. They still had money to where they had very good teams out there and were putting out a much better product than what it is right now. You know, if you got rid of the 50, for Germany, I would never get rid of the 50+1.
Yeah,
rule.
I wouldn't either, by the way. I realize you can't do that.
I really like that rule about the fans having ownership. But if you get rid of FFP, those teams still become top quality teams. So for me, I think that's the biggest problem because the Bundesliga, that fucking period from about 2007, because 2007 was when Stuttgart won. From 2007 to about 2018, the Bundesliga was very easily in the running to be very easily.
But people don't want to admit it because obviously the thing is with Bundesliga, we won so many. It's like when we started winning in 2013, that's when we started really getting disrespected for like in terms of our league wins. Right. You know, but beforehand there was a little bit like, you know what, at least you're losing here and there, you know. But from the moment we started dominating league wins and all that stuff, it's like, yeah, you're farmer league team, this blah 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 blah.
And and the sad thing is, if you removed Bayern Munich from the equation and you were to make like an all-star team, all those teams that had players would kick the shit out of a lot of them fucking other tems. That's the thing that I never understood.
Bundesliga was better than the Premier League, in my opinion, at one point. Like I'm talking like at one point, like 2012, 13-ish, like I thought Bundesliga, like Dortmund and Bayern combined, that were better than Prem.
You know what? I could hear that.
There's an argument. There's an argument.
Second
like
city
I'm talking early 2010s. I'm not talking afterwards.
Second city title under Pellegrini. I would agree with that.
If you go like 10 years before that, so like 01, 02, 03 and all of that, like yeah, I'd even hear it more for that because like you guys were on fire like 01, 02.
Yeah, we were competing with Schalke until the final.
Dortmund had a great team, like they had Rosicky and all of that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you guys had Kahn, I think Philip Lahm was there, like still like working up to his prime and shit like that. You had proper. What was his face up front? Roy Mackay, innit?
Roy Mackay, yes. Roy Mackay.
I got a throwback for you. I got a throwback for you, and Zier would appreciate this because he was a Bayern boy. Remember Deisler?
Sebastian Deisler. Yeah, I remember
Deisler
him,
was a fucking killer on the days, man.
I'm aware of him. I don't remember, obviously, because I started 2014, but I am aware of him.
Oh, no. Deisler.
Zay Roberto as well,
Zay Roberto.
Yeah, Zay Roberto. I've seen his previous times at Bayern, bro.
He was a killer.
I wish I was a fan. Bro, I wish I was a fan watching Zay Roberto.
Ridiculous.
Bro, Zay Roberto was such a tanky baller, bro.
Him, fuck. Who was the Metzelder? The defender was a fucking good defender back in the day. Who was it? Was it Friedrich?
Friedrich, yeah.
Friedrich. My boy always, Miroslav Klose, world class.
I'm not gonna lie. I heard apparently what's his name? Luca Toni was sick.
Yeah, Luca Toni did well.
That team is the biggest what if in the history of fucking German football. How that team didn't win the fucking Bundesliga is still a wonder.
Podolski as well.
Yeah.
It
was Luca Toni. It was Luca Toni as the striker. Podolski was out wide at the left. No, they played, I think it was 4-4-2. It was Luca Toni and Klose up top with Podolski on the left. And I want to say it was either the beginning of Frank Ribéry when he came over from
Ribéry. It was in 2007 when Stuttgart won it.
Yes.
Yeah, that season apparently we were in the Europa League for some fucking reason.
Because the fucking Bundesliga were killers. I think at that time Hamburg it was before Van der Vaart went to Spurs.
Or was that 2008? No, the following year we were in the Europa League. Now never mind, because 2007 is the reason we played Europa League in 2008. Because we won the league beforehand, I believe. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, man. That was technically our banter era. 2000, like the mid 2000s. People don't realize the mid 2000s was really a fucking banter era. We had Bremen winning it, Stuttgart winning it, Wolfsburg. Like the beginning of our dynasty was like that 2010 season.
Yep.
Because remember that time, by the way, I don't know if people know, we made I think like 4 finals in like 5 years or some shit.
Yes.
2010, 2012, 2013.
Yep.
Sorry, 3.
Yep.
3 and 4
You signed
years.
Iron Robin.
3 and 4 years. I'm very wrong. 3 and 4 years.
You signed Iron Robin in 2010
as
as well. You signed Iron Robin in 2010, and that just kicked shit into gear. Do you know what I'm saying?
But Thomas Muller entering that young Muller also helped.
Well, Cruz, not only that, you also had the changeover where you moved
Schweinsteiger from out wide. Tony Kroos coming in. Do you know what I'm saying? Coming through the ranks, unbelievable team.
But Tony Kroos entered the team during the dynasty. He didn't enter in the beginning.
Oh, okay,
He took over for Schweinsteiger when Schweinsteiger went to Man U. No,
he was there from funny enough, Schweinsteiger actually lasted longer than Kroos.
Because Kroos went to Real Madrid in 2014.
14 after the World Cup because of Hannes being a crackhead, bro. This guy, I don't know what this guy thinks. Bro, this guy, I don't know, bro. This guy, he lives in his own bubble sometimes, bro. By the way, hot take, that guy should walk from this club. Not gonna lie, that this guy is fucking old-headed. But Bayern in the early 2010s, bro, that's when the dynasty really began and it continued. And then obviously you had after 2020 the whole fucking decisions from our board, and we start going down slowly but surely. And then we now are back to where we are. It just is what it is. But yeah, man. Let's see what happens with Bayern in general. And it's just for me. Salihamidzic, that guy. Listen, he was actually, believe it or not, from my understanding, he was not a bad player. Apparently, he was good.
Oh, he was a baller.
Apparently, he was And then obviously
he went to Juve. He went to Juve when he had 200,000 miles on his legs after playing for Bayern. He was a fucking baller back in the day. He was a fucking. Who was the? Did you guys have Werder Bremen had him, I think, when they won. Was it Milos Krasic?
I think it was Bremen,
And then the other guy too that Bremer had that eventually went to Bayern, my boy Claudio Pizarro was a fucking baller.
Oh, Claudio Pizarro.
Bro, Pizarro, in my opinion, probably one of the best backup strikers ever.
Yep.
He's right up there, bro. Yeah, 100%.
That guy as a backup, you can never fail to trust.
Who was the other Peruvian striker you guys had? He was the biggest what-if story because he was killer in South America. He came to Bayern Munich and never.
Paulo Guerrero, I think.
Yes, Paulo Guerrero.
Yes, Paulo Guerrero.
Yep.
But that guy didn't go. That guy only played well for Peru. He didn't really play well for a club at all, from my understanding. So
no, not for Bayern. He went somewhere. I think he went to Schalke for 2 seasons, and he was over. He could never get over my boy Klaas-Jan Huntelaar. He could never start over him because Huntelaar at Schalke was a different fucking animal.
Oh, Huntelaar was amazing. It's a shame that Huntelaar was back up in the national team to fucking Van Persie, bro. Otherwise, this guy would be starting.
They couldn't play together. They hated one another.
Yeah.
No, that's a true story. If you look, Klaas-Jan Huntelaar and Robin Van Persie are never on the pitch at the same time. They hated each other that much they couldn't be on the pitch at the same time.
That's mad.
I don't know. I don't know why. Frings is a shout too. He was a good fucking player too.
Yeah, he was
Oh,
third of Bremen as
yeah,
well.
Scholl. I heard of Scholl. By the way, there's a funny story. Scholl's daughter is dating Bischoff. And by the way, the daughter is fucking young as well. This is sus. These people are sus, man. I swear.
It's not looking good, bro. It's not.
It's not looking good. I agree.
Hey, look. All I'm gonna say, I don't know this for sure. So bad. If she's under 18, yeah, look, it's not looking good.
Hey, listen, it's sus as fuck. It's sus as fuck.
If you're not,
I prefer not to speak.
I think what it is. I think she's just 18, but it's still sus as fuck, bro. I can't lie.
Yeah,
I think she's just 18, but it's sus as fuck.
Oh,
the rule here in America for me, if you're not old enough to get in a bar, you shouldn't even be getting looked at. So
100%. Yeah, no, for me, I'm on the 21 and up. And that's not even the drinking age over here. The drinking and smoking age here is like 18, bro. But I'm past that point. Do you know what I'm saying? I look at it in my 20s, but that's about it. That's about it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
at least the age distance isn't as mad as fucking Lothar Matthäus. At least it's not that bad as Lothar Matthäus.
Yeah. To be honest, because there's that, and then there's what's his face? Dolph Lundgren, innit? Dolph Lundgren's dating like some 25-year-old like Norwegian, innit?
Do you ever see the story of Hulk? He divorced his wife and married her niece.
Oh my days, bro!
Yeah. I've seen it. I'm like,
Hulk is the most wildest son of a bitch when it comes to that I've seen. How the hell do you fucking have a wife? You said she got too old and wrinkly, divorced her, and married her niece.
He's doing the Leo DiCaprio shit on the next level, but that's mad, bro. I knew Hulk was tapped. Yeah, I didn't know he was that tapped. I'm not. I knew he was tapped.
No, certain mandem are just that tapped, bro. I can't.
Yeah.
Hulk
is tapped.
Like, what is it? Because I'm 31. Yeah, there is no way I'm divorcing my missus. Yeah, even if she gets a bit older, to go for like a niece that's barely 18 or whatever. If that, no, hell no.
Bro, that's too nasty. I can't lie.
No. Can't be doing that. No. Do you know what I'm saying?
Bro, some people, but this is why, bro. Personally, for me, I can't allow free speech, man, because they do too much with free speech. They do too much with free speech, man. This is what I'm talking about, man. It's right here, bro.
I prefer not to speak.
I prefer to speak, but yeah, man.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble, you know?
I'm in big trouble, but no, but I'll just keep it short. But yeah, man, it is what it is, man. If you know, you know, blood. You get me.
Yeah. No, I hear it.
Well, listen, guys, I'm gonna wrap up here. I appreciate both of you guys hopping on. Real quick, Zier, top three transfer targets. If you could pick, who would you bring to Bayern to straighten out so you could go try to win the Champions League next year?
Vuskovic.
Okay.
Center back. Giovanni Reed.
Okay.
Back. And then we need left winger. Midfielder, I have to pray to God that maybe somehow that our midfield youngsters maybe can do something. Let's say Mika Götze. Even though I prefer backup striker, but let's say for argument's sake, Mika Götze. And if I had to add the fourth, Vlahovic. I know he says for three, but I add the fourth, Vlahovic. Just because backup striker.
I pray you guys get Vlahovic on the free so I could laugh at Juventus. Do you know Juventus? He's their highest paid player. Vlahovic is on 430,000 euros a week. It is fucking hilarious that he's their highest paid player and ain't worth a fuck at that team.
Yeah. By the way, if it wasn't Reed, by the way, Nathaniel Brown's not a bad shot from Frankfurt, by the way, side note.
Okay. I know who he is. Yeah.
But yeah, that's about it, really.
Okay. For midfield, would you take that Alex Garcia from Leverkusen or not, or no? Because I think he's a baller.
He's a proper player. He's a proper player, man.
Actually, Alex Garcia could maybe be the prof. But let's be honest, Leverkusen ain't selling shit to us, bro. They didn't even want to sell us Vert. You think they're going to sell us fucking Garcia?
That's
Nah, man.
true.
Oh, you're trying to go for Verts as well? Fucking hell. I mean, you
That's
do
what
have the money.
Wirtz was supposed to go to Bayern, and then they ended up selling him to Liverpool because they didn't want to fuel Bayern no more. Because
but to be honest, I think Florian Wirtz had enough of our fucking supervisory board chatting shit, bro. I can't lie. Waffling about Wirtz 24/7, bro. Like Wirtz was like, "Yeah, I've had enough of this. I'm just gonna choose Liverpool."
It got too weird for him. Basically, it just got too weird.
Yeah. Fuck this Glazing bullshit, bro. When you how the fuck do you say into the media that Wirtz is the best German young talent and Jamal Musiala exists in your fucking team?
Yeah, I don't know how they said that shit. Because for me, I'm taking Musiala.
Bro, this is the problem with these man. They're too they're outspoken, but they're outspoken in the dumbest way possible.
Yeah, I hear that. Matt, you want to shout your channel before we bounce out?
Yeah, big up Gianni. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Natster official, NATSTER official on Insta and on YouTube. I'm looking to do like a live stream preview on Friday. I will be doing a match reaction for the Champions League final, but most likely it will be I'll try and sort it for Sunday night, but that parade is going to be a mad thing, bro. It's going to be like 1 million people, bro. Whether we win the Champions League or not, for me, Zia, you're probably the first to hear this, but I think we'll win it. I have a strong feeling we're just going to stink house our way to our first Champions League final. Like, we'll frustrate the fuck out of PSG. Yes, they're the better team, best manager, best players, all of that shit. But our defense is elite, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? And when your defense is elite, you always have a chance. Do you know what I'm saying? David Raya's on fire. Gabriel and Saliba are on fire. Hincapié is great, as you know. Timber, I doubt he'll make it. And he's if he does start, he's definitely not playing the whole game in it. And then we'll probably have to put Mosquera in. But it is what it is. But yeah, I am mildly confident. Let's just put it that way. I'm mildly confident that we'll get like a 1-0 win. I would love it to be set piece, ole. But even better, Owen Gonzalez, bro. And Owen Gonzalez, yeah, certain people, yeah, from other clubs that are preying on our downfall and shit, they'll have to eat that shit for the rest of their lives, bro. I'm here for it.
Bro,
I'm here for it. But we'll have to see.
Ya Rab, inshallah, PSG do the job, please.
Okay.
Ya Rab, Allah yakhlik, please.
Hey, we'll see, man. Hey, we'll
Please,
see.
bro.
I haven't look.
Bro,
haven't
listen,
got many
big up
right
to
this
you,
year.
man. If you win, congrats to you, man. But bro, you know why I don't want Arsenal to win? No hard feelings to you, man. It's the fucking clowns in your fan.
I hear it. Oh,
You'll never hear the end of it, bro. You will never hear.
Nobody will ever hear the end of it. If
I've already heard Arsenal's celebration for the Premier League is better than fucking Argentina winning the world, bro. I've heard enough. I've heard enough. I'm hearing Saka ran Ulisse out of England. I'm fucking hearing. I don't know, bro.
We ran Pep out of England.
We ran
as
Pep
well.
Pep out of England, bro. But if you win the Champions League, I'm gonna fucking hear like some. They put like Arsenal's. Bro, I heard one Arsenal fan say he's gonna put this fucking Premier League, this team in the top 5 Premier League teams of all time or top 5 European teams of all time.
No,
I'm like, brother, fuck off.
Nah, I hear you. They're doing too much. They're doing
way too much.
Declan Rice's probably gonna be now all of a sudden better than fucking Effenberg and fucking Mateus.
Ballon d'Or. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Bukayo Saka for the star boy for the Ballon d'Or.
Saliba
do you know
better
what I'm
than Beckenbauer. Like, just fuck off, man.
Let's be real. As much as I love Gabriel and Saliba, they're not better. Like they're not better than Sol Campbell, bro. Tony Adams. They're not at that level.
There,
Like,
well,
as much as
there
I
you
love-
go. They ain't even better than for you, in your opinion, than your own fucking legendary defenders, bro.
Yeah, but they don't know ball, brother. But you know this anyway. They don't know ball like we do.
I know,
It is
but
what it
you
is.
know what
It
it
is
is,
what it is.
bro. Personally, for me, yeah,
I just can't stand hearing these dumb agendas, bro. They're the dumbest agendas in the
Trust
world.
me, we're in the same boat and we're Arsenal fans. That's the sad part.
Oh, I know. My friend is the same as well, bro. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zir, you want to shout your channel before we bounce, brother? And I
Yeah, Zir Talks FCB. If you're interested in buying content, I already did one on Gordon's situation. You can check it out before I redirect it. You can also check Zir Talks Football and Zir Talks Wrestling. All 3 channels. The other 2 you can find through as Zir Talks FCB anyway. So when you click it, you should find the other 2 channels. And yeah, I'll probably do Champions League final as well. Watch along. Hopefully, to God that you fucking lose, but you never know. Man, check the channel out anyway.
Hey, we're the most hated on the planet. We'll definitely be the most hated on the planet either way.
Self-inflicted too. Self-inflicted. You gotta add that to it.
Yeah.
Big up to everybody that stopped by for the conversation. Appreciate all the legends that came in here. Appreciate the raid from Zir. Appreciate the raid from Lee. We will be back Friday. Friday we have the complete Serie A review show with Shane Gooner, where we will go over the entire season of Serie A and what we think will potentially be going for the future. And then Friday night, we will be with BBK Sports. Shout out my guy Taryn in the Around the League show. We will talk all sports in America and football content as well. And yeah, hope everybody has a blessed day. And once again, to everybody who is Muslim, I hope everybody had a blessed Eid. I hope everybody had a blessed holiday. And I hope everybody has a blessed night and a good rest of your week. And we'll see you guys later, and we're out.
Peace.